Hi. How we doing? Hi, Savardic, Legcom. Happy Saturday. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully my sound is coming through all right. Looks like it's fine. We're chilling. Got some long Umineko ahead of us today. I need to get that image here. Hold on. Let me grab this. This is going to be important. We're going to need this today. Sure, we're going to need it today. Can I resize this without like totally? Probably can't. I don't think that'll block too much. I feel like this will be incredibly relevant, incredibly frequently tonight. So I'll leave that right there. Whew. Man, what a week. I had an insanely busy week, but in some ways that was a good thing. Hope you all had a good one as well. Drinking. Hold on. Let me fix my microphone position. Maybe that's a lot nicer. Okay. So yeah, Umineko. It's time. They are about to cry. Oh, good morning, Mango. Happy Saturday. Got my coffee. Got my Diet Pepsi. It's a good day. You know, it's a good day. I should really, get a fine Coke Zero for this. What is that image? Oh, it's, have you seen the Jigsaw meme? The hell nah, Jigsaw, your ass is tweaking. Like, Jigsaw will be like, I need you to play a game. You have 35 seconds to cut off your left shoulder or you will die. And it's like, oh, hell nah, your ass is tweaking, Jigsaw. And so someone made an Umineko one with, with the Battler outfit on. I saw someone tweet. I think it was CG. He's one of the people. There's a few people on my timeline who are playing Umineko right now, and he's one of them. And I think he posted this. I think he was like end of Umineko chapter 1, and it was without any context, just literally this image. So I'm gonna leave this probably for the rest of the streams. So dumb. But it's, it's stuff like this that makes me laugh. So also no ads today. There will be pre-roll ads if anybody joins, but no ads today, so I won't have to take ad breaks every like 25 minutes or whatever. I'm just gonna roll with it, and I'll take a break when I feel like it. But I think I'm gonna go for like 6 to 8 hours today. I think we're really gonna cook with this one. Started watching X-Men 97 on the recommendation of many folks. Bladecom being one of them, YouTube being one of them. Watched about half of season 1. The mid-season episode was insanely good. Like, I mean, I'm extremely biased. I love X-Men. I mean, it's always been my favorite franchise. And just the love that went into this series for X-Men is outrageous. No, X-Men. Yeah. Is that the old X-Men cartoon? So it was made this year, but it's an homage to the old X-Men cartoon. And it is so good if you like old X-Men. If you don't, it might not be as good. Because there's also a lot of assumption, which is sick. And I haven't even watched outside the first episode. Oh, dude, it's so good. I watched half of it. And it does the thing that X-Men always has done. Because X-Men comics, basically stuff is always just happening. And like, if you pick it up and read it, it's like, you don't always have all the context, but you can kind of figure out what's going on, And this does the same thing. It literally just goes. And like, oh, new story arc, new story arc, new story arc, new story arc. Just like a comic book would. It doesn't have like a whole bunch of outright explanation. So you're trying to finish a day, you're gonna need like 10 hours? Yeah, I figured I'd need about eight hours, which I do have. So we'll see how close. We'll see how close I get. But with the X-Men, like, it'll just be story arc happens, story arc happens. Oh, jump over here. What's Storm up to? Story arc happens, story arc happens. Oh, here's what Magneto's up to right now. And it does that so well. And if you do know X-Men stuff, and when I say that, I mean, like, you kind of really got to know old X-Men stuff. You could look it up, of course, but it's, like, really rewarding if you know, like, old X-Men stuff. Because they'll just be like, okay, we're starting this arc now. And it's, like, an arc with, some minor spoilers. But there's, like, the space people, the Shi'ar, that, like, Charles was, like, in love with, what's her name? Leon? I almost said Lysandra. But, like, they're like, okay, we're here now, and here we go. We're doing an arc on this. And it's so sick. So I'm about 6 episodes in of 10, and episode 5 was one of the best, I don't know, best just animated things that I've seen in a long time. Please tell me the Nasty Boys are back. The Nasty Boys? Who are the Nasty Boys? I need screaming. There's a lot. Oh, those dudes? The, like... Are you talking about, like, the Gladiator and the, like, those dudes? Not as long as I'm wearing these Jamaican colors. Mr. Sinister's lackeys? The Nasty... I don't think so. There is a Mr. Sinister arc. The Nasty Boys is a wrestling tag team. X-Men. Maybe they're not actually called that. Oh, no, Nasty Boys. Earth 616. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen these dudes yet, but it's very possible that they are here. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, Umineko. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. Definitely, though, if you like mutants, watch X-Men 97. It is super good. Okay. It's time. So where we last left off, Beatrice threw down the gauntlet basically to the Ushumia family through the vessel of Maria, saying, I'm going to be the head of the family. I'm going to collect all that gold. Kinzo's contract has come to rest, and the only way to overthrow that is to find the gold yourself, at which point you will be named head of Ushumia household and entitled to all of this fortune. The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even there. I'd already guessed they'd been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave us all kinds of considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold, if it were found. About advance payments and cash. It was so despicable, I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. I get it. Now I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I'm so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about money and the inheritance. How can they act like that right out in the open? Well, I'm already completely disillusioned with my old bastard. There's no way I could think any worse of him. Ha! Well, that's exactly the same for me. Still, that freaking shocked me. Shocked me to the core. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear. I'm actually going to take my glasses. Oh, I can't take my glasses off. I was going to say I'm going to take my glasses off because reading the screen in front of me is kind of hurting my eyes, but I can't read chat without my glasses. Definitely need to keep those on. You're all minors being supported by your parents, so you might not understand. But getting money is neither simple nor a pretty thing. Oh, shut up, George. You stupid idiot. I won't try to force you to understand right now, since you're still kids. But even so, I want you to realize that your parents are just doing their best in their own way. Oh, great. George has gotten all mature now. George, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society, but does that mean you turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like our parents whenever you start talking about money and assets? Yeah, probably. That's what a lot of people do. If it were only for my own benefit, then no, I wouldn't want to do that. However, when your family, George, whenever he makes a point, nerd. However, when your family and your employees, your subordinates and their families are all counting on you, there are some times when you must fight. Look at me, a poor CEO, having to look out for my employees. Woe is me. Wah. I hate that kind of fight. That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance is just making me want to puke. Jessica pretended to spit violently. George be like, no, when I exploit people's labors, it's fine. It's for a good reason. Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear. Let's stop talking about this. All this about grandfather's hidden gold, property and inheritance is our parents' problem, not ours. I don't know about that, Battler. I agree. At the very least, I think children have a duty to be considerate and stay out of their parents' way whenever they're talking together. Okay. Sounds pretty boring. Everyone knows the phrase, adults are filthy. I don't know that phrase. But we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us considerable shock. George was now pretty much an adult, and I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she'd received a bigger blow than I had thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going, money, money, inheritance, inheritance, my money, right in front of all the other parents and the children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that. Jessica, please, don't start hating your mother and father. I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them. I get it, but just leave me alone for a bit. 6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica, even after she got all dejected like this. But I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. Oh, come to think of it, I wonder where Maria went. She's probably pouting in front of the portrait. Maria truly did look up to witches, and she'd expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would surprise everyone and, make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica, so in the end, George and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain in the dark night. I wonder what's happening with that typhoon. Maybe there's something about it on the news. George started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less what the typhoon was doing on the sea now. So, without going over to the television, I loitered around the window. The wind hasn't picked up that much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. I did hear about a severe storm warning on the weather report. Ooh. Yawning. Sorry, I'm already yawning. Lazy Saturday. I did hear about a severe storm warning on the weather report. Ah, Harry. I take it those big talks between the adults are going smoothly then? She seemed to catch the sarcasm. She shrugged. I wonder if that stomachache of a discussion will continue all night. It's not going to be fun. Well then, please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as y'all'd like. I feel sick. I'll agree with you on that. If I could just slip away like you, I would do it. Unfortunately, I cannot. Even if I'm not allowed to speak, we spouses have it pretty rough too. Wait. Unfortunately, I can't. Even if I'm not allowed to speak, we spouses have it pretty rough too. Kairi took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kairi speak, since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure so much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I had spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being. So, how does it look? Are they still stuck on the topic of the mysterious witch, Beatrice? More or less. The four siblings are always piling up secret agreements when they come together to discuss the division of grandfather's inheritance. They're saying that some unknown fifth person has appeared and is trying to make things even more complicated, and there's no way that'll make for a peaceful conversation. Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they will set up a common front. Natsuhi is not the only one getting headaches. On the other hand, they all want a larger portion than the other siblings, so they are all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want the yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also allied. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations. Setting up a ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action, if absolutely necessary. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience. So, basically, Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather. He probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance without him. Heh. Who is this Beatrice, I wonder? If everything she claims is true, then she is a mystery figure that no one knew about until today. She also knows about grandfather's hidden gold. On top of that, she was even entrusted with the head's ring. She must truly have been trusted by him. Well, obviously, I don't think she's a witch riding around on a broom, but there's no doubt she's a mysterious person who's earned the right to be called a witch. If only Maria would go into more detail about that. Everyone's been smothering her, even though she's just a little girl. They really scared her, and some things they might have asked now can't be asked. I wonder if those people have ever read The North Wind and the Sun. Wonder what that's referencing. What we do know is that Maria received a letter from a person who took the name Beatrice. She sure is shy for a mystery person, entrusting Maria with the letter and hiding away even now, when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. Hey, Battler. Do you really think a person named Beatrice actually exists? Who knows? Oh.
Rysair VT Dance.
Oh, Rysair, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the tournament staff. 14 big months of support. I appreciate it. Do you think someone called Beatrice actually exists? Who knows? Doesn't it really seem like a false name? She's like grandfather's representative, so she was given permission to take the name of the witch from his delusions? No, that's not what I meant. Right now, there's a total of 18 people here on Rokkenjima. Do you think there's a 19th person? Are there really 18 people on this island? Are there really 18? Actually, that's a good question. 4, 8, 11, 14. Oh yeah, 18. Look at that. Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers, but it really did come out to that many. Do you think a 19th person exists? What exactly, or do I think a 19th person exists? What exactly do you mean?
言葉通りの意味よ。
Just what I said.
マリアちゃんに
The person who lent Maria that umbrella supposedly wasn't one of us 18.
なら19人目って、その人物がマリアちゃんに傘を貸したと思うのが妥当じゃない？
Excuse me. So, isn't it natural to assume that a 19th person exists? And that person lent Maria the umbrella? Well, yeah, I mean, it sure looks that way.
ならその人物は
Then where exactly is this person now?
少なくとも
At the very least, she must have been on the island when it started raining.
そしてその後
Ever since that time, the weather has grown progressively worse, so taking a boat out would be pretty much impossible.
となればその人物
In that case, that person must still be on the island, hiding from the rain somewhere.
私たち誰
And
も
without any of us spotting her,
確かに
true.
俺たちは
We've all been randomly prowling around all over the mansion and the guest house, but no one has bumped into a 19th person. Well, she's probably in the forest.
これだけの広
But this island is huge. There might be other places to take shelter from the rain, other than the mansion and the guest house. At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kyrie's suspicions were taking us in. Kyrie-san was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. Ooh, interesting. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us. That's an interesting thought. Someone pretending to be Beatrice
間違いなく最高の賓客よ。
to get this going. If Beatrice is who she claims, she would surely be the most honored of
おじい
guests,
様が知
the
る
most honored of confidants, trusted by grandfather.
そんな人物を
There's no way grandfather would not give that kind of person a warm reception.
お屋敷に迎え入れない
She surely would have been ushered into the mansion. However,
私たち
we haven't seen anyone like
誰
that.
も見ていない。
待ってくださいよ
Wait a sec.
それはちょいと
Isn't that line of reasoning a bit too hasty?
確かに
Sure.
誰の目に
No one spotted this person, but that doesn't mean that you can't deny the possibility that there is a 19th person, right?
何かの理由があって
Maybe for some reason, they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since. It's what they call a devil's proof. A devil's proof.
いることを証明するのは
It's easy to prove that something exists.
ベアトリーチェってやつが
If this Beatrice appears in front of us all and says hi, well, then that's settled.
でも
But it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person.
可能っすよ
バトラ君の推
Battler, your way of reasoning isn't bad.
現在の状況で
In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny that a 19th person exists.
でもね
But if you spin the chessboard around and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty. Spin the chessboard around was one of Kyrie's favorite phrases. That's actually a pretty good one. I've been influenced by those words and use them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hand. That's actually good for fighting games too, if you can think from your opponent's perspective. Obviously a lot harder to do in a hasty moment like that, but definitely a good way to look at like competitive gaming. Card games too, like look at your opponent and be like, what would my opponent not want me to do here? And then if you try to do it, oftentimes you end up doing better. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes. I do this all the time for card games. Yeah, it's like, it's really good where you go like, if I were my opponent, what is the last card they would want me to use right now? And it's like, oh, well then I should use that.
いい
You see?
仮に19
Let's say that the 19th person called Beatrice actually exists.
その人物は
That person must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on this island and remain hidden ever since.
何かの理由があってね
Maybe they had some reason, okay?
ならどうしてわざ
In
わ
that
ざ
case, why did they go through all the trouble of appearing to Maria before handing her the letter? It really was a contradiction. It really does. Like, she should... I mean, I don't know if she's afraid she'll get jumped by 18 other people, but, like, it seems like she should just appear. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, then they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria.
それは
Then,
マリアが言って
wait,
た
Maria said it herself.
メッセンジャーにされた
She said the witch made her a messenger.
マリアが一番
Maybe that's because Maria was the youngest and looked the most obedient.
メッセンジャーなんて必要な
But why would they need a messenger?
手紙を親族
If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family, they could have just mailed it.
4人の兄弟
If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings,
黙殺すること
no one would be able to ignore it.
手紙を持参
There
し
was no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hand.
確かに
Yeah.
なんだかおかしな
That does sound pretty weird.
そもそもベアトリーチェが存在していてその存在をアピールしたいなら
Excuse me?
みんなの前に堂々と姿を現せばいい
In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, then she could have just openly presented herself to all of us.
なのに現れ
Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl called Maria
おぼろげない
and only gave us a vague impression of who she was.
矛盾
Contradiction.
もっと考えて
Let's go a little deeper then, shall we?
マリアちゃんの前に
She appeared in front of Maria, trying to give us the impression that a 19th person existed, and yet
今この瞬間
she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment.
これらの矛盾
Think about those contradictions.
これを念頭に
You've got to keep these things in mind when you spin the chessboard around. This could have something to do with the risk of magic, too. Like, the riskier or the, like, more possible something is to get found out, the stronger the magic is.
つまり19人目の人物
In short, if a person wants to leave us with the impression that Beatrice exists as a 19th person, what might their goal be?
姿を隠したい人物なら
If this person wanted to hide,
するわけ
then they wouldn't have made their presence known.
そして
And if they wanted to show themselves, then they wouldn't have used a roundabout approach of entrusting someone with the letter.
ってことは
Which means their goal is to get us infighting. Their goal is to get us not trusting each other.
簡単よ
It's simple.
ベアトリーチェは
Beatrice is one of the 18 people.
だからこそ
That's why they want to create the illusion that there are more than 18 people.
これ見よが
The 19th person was revealed so spectacularly.
それで得をするの
If
は
someone were to profit from this, it wouldn't be some 19th person in hiding.
すでに
It'd be one of the original 18 people. No, Kyrie, I don't think that's entirely foolproof logic there. I think Kyrie's actually acting a little sus for suggesting that.
もちろんこの推理は穴だらけ
Okay, she knows it. Of course, this reasoning is full of
い
holes.
くつかの前提が
If you turn over even a few of its premises, it'll simply fall apart.
私は
But I'm almost completely certain it's correct. I don't know. This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly, none of the 18 did this. And yet, Beatrice was hidden among those 18. What was this person planning hiding in their true form and pretending to be Beatrice?
マリアちゃんの自作自演
I suspected it might have been Maria-chan play acting, but the contents of the message were extremely complicated, and it's hard to imagine Maria writing that herself. Yeah, especially with the way Maria talks.
でも
However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria is working together with someone.
おいおい
Wait a second, wait a second.
マリアは9歳のお子さん
Maria is a 9-year-old kid, right?
誰と何
What could she possibly be planning, and with whom?
しかも
And what about her straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature? Wait a minute. Okay, pause. What if Maria is actually really smart? Wait, what if Maria is actually really smart? And is working with Rosa to try to, like, get the family fighting amongst themselves to tear each other apart so that Rosa can slide in and get the inheritance? What if the entire thing between Rosa and Maria in the garden was an act? And Rosa storming off caused Maria to, you know, and then Maria had the umbrella in her bag the whole time, but she was going to pretend that someone brought it to her. And Rosa is actually orchestrating this from the way... That makes a lot of sense, actually. Like, if we throw away the supernatural and just say there is no witch, which there just could totally be a witch. I'm not discounting that yet. If this is a plot from one of the 18, I think it's a Rosa Maria. Rosa could have written the letter. Maria might be really, like, a lot smarter than she lets on. Because, again, we've talked about a couple times how she acts so unbelievably immature for how old she is, and is, like, almost where it's like she just lacks a lot of, like, cognitive, like, prowess. Like actually has some, like maybe mental disorder or some issue that prevents her from acting like her age. And all of that could have been a front from the beginning And the only person I think that would have been able to orchestrate that is Rosa. Yes. I also understand what kind of person Maria is. But that's exactly why I think it's possible. That girl's a dreamer who can't help but look up to and blindly accept the existence of witches. So if a person appeared in front of her and claimed to be the witch Beatrice, Maria would happily swallow it up, I think. By the way, if it's frustrating that I'm not committing to one way of pronouncing that name, I'm sorry. I just don't know what I want to do in my head yet. So, you're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing a fancy dress from the portrait, tricking Maria wouldn't be that hard? The only weird thing is that the POV with the Maria Rosa scene in the garden is that they were alone. True. There was only a little bit of that lead-in. There was only a little bit of that lead-in where the kids saw it happening. But she might have just had to commit to it in case, like, a servant was looking on or something. But yeah, that is a good point, Mike. Of course, with that reasoning, all of us women would become primary suspects. Anyway, who did Maria encounter? Learning the details of that question would be the best key to solving this riddle. But this key has been firmly locked away inside Maria's heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, barraging her too much with questions about who Beatrice actually was. She probably won't open her heart to the adults now. Ah, but the kids, she might. In the dim hall, in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing. No one believes that I met Beatrice. Even though I showed them the letter, they still don't believe. And we have commented before that Rosa looks like Beatrice, right? Anyway, Maria's holding the key. The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18 people or a 19th person. Maria's stubborn, right? When that girl gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better. Battler, I think a kid like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me. After she's feeling better, try asking. I know you don't care about all this back and forth about the inheritance, but don't you find this Western Mansion mystery situation exciting? Who in the world is this person who gave Maria the letter? It makes your intellectual curiosity ache. You're actually pretty tough, considering you're still excited after being dragged through all that endless money talk. Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperatedly, but I did notice something. Kyrie noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I've never felt like calling her mom, but it did make me think she is a real adult. Hey, brats. So this is where you were. Kyrie, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? Think I'll make a habit of going out to touch up my makeup too. Oh, I'm sorry. A woman's makeup does take a long time. So, how has the discussion been without me? Oh, I'm sure everything was all peaceful and harmonious. Kyrie poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow. We decided to take a break to cool our heads a little. It looks like we'll be at it all night. Makes me want to cry. His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal, energetic self. Still, this rain is just awful. I really don't want to go back to the guest house. Looks like Natsuhi set things up so we could spend the night here in the mansion. What do we do? We don't need to decide until you're done, right? If you run so low on energy that you can't return to our room, then we can take them up on their offer. Yeah, you're right. We can think about that later. What about you, Battler? If I stayed, I'd just get in the way. I'll be nice and go back over there. I see. Will you go back soon then? I don't know. It'd be lonely to head back myself. I'll gather all the kids and we'll head out. Okay. You go do that. Also, Battler, You won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right?
多分いとこ
Yep.
たちとおしゃべり
I'll probably stay up, talk with the cousins.
夜更かししそうな気配
Sounds like we'll be up all night.
それがどうかしたのかよ
Is there a problem with that?
そうか
I see.
もし
If you're still awake when the adults' discussion is over,
起きてたら
I'd like to have a little discussion as a family.
なんだよ
What?
柄にもねえな
Well, that doesn't sound like you. Apparently, Kyrie was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It sounded like Kyrie didn't have a clue what Dad meant either.
キリエにも聞いて
I
も
also want to talk to you about it, Kyrie.
後で話すから
I'll tell you later, so
聞くね
don't ask now.
頼む
Please. I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family? Both Kyrie and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed.
そうビビった顔すんなよ
Oh, come on, don't look so terrified.
ビビてえのは
I'm the one who should be terrified here.
何しろ
After all. At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad.
気持ち悪いぜ親父
Hey, you're freaking me out, Dad.
今家族は全部
Everyone in our family's gathered here now, right?
もったいぶらずに
Don't make a big deal out of it and, spit it out. Are we gonna get it?
俺は多分
Tonight,
今夜
I will probably be killed. Tonight, I will probably be killed. There was a huge crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. Monka? It was so worn out that he looked like a different person.
はは
Huh?
何
What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you. Is he saying because they're asking him to spend the night in the house, they're gonna like find a way to kill him?
どうかい
I agree.
どうしたの
What happened? You look so timid all of a sudden.
あなたらしくもね
It's really not like you. I'm gonna go fix my makeup too.
ついてくんない
Don't follow me. Huh? Dad turned away weakly. After that, only Kyrie and I were left, still wide-eyed.
なんだってんだ
Did he say?
今夜
Tonight he'll be killed?
まさかあの妙な手紙の
You don't think that mysterious letter scared him, do you?
連続殺
He's
人
been watching too many serial murder movies. Harry didn't answer my lighthearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back.
バトラ君はルドルフさん
Battler,
今話せて
when you told Rudolph to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us anything.
みんなに話
Even though he said he had something to say to both of us, he didn't answer you.
どうして
Why?
チェス盤をひっくり返す
Spin the chessboard around.
すると
Why? What do you see? Well, if I spin the chessboard around here, I think what Rudolph knows or wanted to say would put anyone who knew it in danger, so he doesn't want them to know it.
話すと言っておきながら
Well, what he said he wanted to talk but then couldn't. That's a contradiction.
なんすかね
What?
親父
Can you see something by looking from Dad's perspective?
ええ
Yeah,
見えるわよ
I see something.
話したいこ
He
と
wants to talk about something. However, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up.
だから追ってきて
So he actually means
引き出し
chase after me, talk to me, and ask me about it yourself.
ついてくるなも
Saying don't follow me, he actually means the opposite.
ついてきて
He actually means follow me and force me to answer.
まったく甘い
Seriously, what a spoiled brat.
え
Oh?
そういう推理でいいんすか
What? Can you really call that reasoning? That's ridiculous.
名探偵や名
Can great private and police detectives deduce the emotions and feelings between men and women?
できないでし
They
ょ
can't, right?
異性の気持ちを
Figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is an even more advanced art than exploring the tricks in a difficult crime case.
私に言わせれば
If you ask me, romance novels have much deeper mysteries than masterpiece mystery novels.
は
Ah,
は
I see.
そういうもんすかね
So, is that how it is?
私はあの甘えん坊さんと
I'll stand alongside that spoiled
普
brat.
段は虚
He
勢
normally loves to bluff, but tonight,
今夜はかなり
he's completely tired out from that heated discussion.
誰かに寄り
He probably wants someone to lean on, he probably wants someone to lean on at the moment.
それに応えるよう
And
なパートナー
responding to that need is the role of his partner.
は
Ah,
あそりゃおつ
sounds passionate.
じゃあうちのクソ
Then
親父の
I'll leave that old bastard in your hands.
ええ
Yep,
任せて
leave it to me. Interesting. I called out to Kyrie, departing back. Kyrie's departing back.
何
What's up?
いや
Uh,
ありがとうよって
I wanted to just say thanks.
おかげで
Thanks to you, my gloomy mood has cheered up a lot.
ならよかった
Ah, that's good.
コミュニケーション
Communication is important. After answering with a wink, Kyrie followed after Dad. So the dad believes the puzzle's legit and therefore... So the dad believes the puzzle's legit and therefore Beatrice? Maybe. I mean, he's definitely scared. I think he's scared that Kraus is gonna kill him. Natsuhi had the whole house made up so that they could stay there tonight. It's rainy. The discussion is super heated. They're talking about the inheritance. I think he might be scared Kraus is gonna kill him. But you might be right. He might know that Beatrice is real. I still think Kyrie might be Beatrice. If we find Rudolph dead here, Kyrie is like high-key Beatrice. Natsuhi could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuhi's expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside her mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Ushiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed as the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsuhi knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass on a message that Kinzo had written himself. Okay, so she thinks Kinzo is using this as a vessel, which makes a lot of sense. It is sealed with his ring and stuff. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to the letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No. If anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Kraus's overwhelming advantage. Makes a lot of sense. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day, so he had known how Kraus had staved off the attack by the other three. And to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter, which benefited Kraus's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-on-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Kraus, yet again, and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. By doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large sum of money. Using the conditions that all of the siblings would guarantee Kraus's position as the successor, talk about advance payments was being brought up again, despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Ushiromiya's family store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever, along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be guaranteed the headship, or granted the headship, excuse me. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Kraus. The other siblings had found, no, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Kraus could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuhi, as Krause's only ally in this painful position, and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and that there was no need for him to compromise. Krause had always told Natsuhi. He had told all of his siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsuhi's words didn't reach Krause. Even though Natsuhi had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other 3 siblings. Natsuhi sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him. Then she started getting angry. It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Krause. Enraged, she asked why she could not be more useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something, and invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. The room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling. Oh? Is the gold in here?
他の3人の言うこともベアトリーチェを名乗る不審人物の言うことも何も気にかけることはありません。
There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those 3, or even the suspicious person who calls herself Beatrice. After all, the gold is just a ruse created by Father. There is no way someone like that could be found. Your position as successor is a solid fact. So what are you afraid of? Krause removed the padlock from the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter. Enter. What is this? There's something I want you to see. I've never shown you this before. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in this room, she didn't know where it was. Krause entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the 2 were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Krause locking the door rang out through the dark. Oh God. Well, what are you doing? The lights! I am turning them on now. Wait. Just as he said, when Krause pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room. That's... Natsuhi had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance, it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsuhi's breath away. Oh. It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the gold. It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint. This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside of this country. It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. Oh, did he make a fake? And in order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted in the gold. Which truther's getting real nervous right now? And the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry. Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold. Natsuhi, following Krause's words, timidly approached the ingot. Right there. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Oh. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again. That's right. This is the legendary ingot that Father said he received from the witch. that the president of Marusu witnessed and allowed to select at random to take at random to take back with him. That gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could. How could... Then...
お父様の黄金伝説
Is the legend of Father's gold true? It actually exists. The gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists.
そんな
Impossible. So it really does exist.
なんて
Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it, as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held a definitive proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold that he had failed to find, costing him everything. So I guess all of his, like, hotel and business ventures on here were really just means of trying to find the gold. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that, as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which is why she had selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her, until today. Why?
そこまでに
Have I been
私は
so undeserving of your trust?
そういうつもりはない。
That has never been my intention.
話す必要
There was simply no need to tell you. Ugh, Kraus.
あなたにとっては
Is that all a wife means to you?
落ち着きたまえ。
Calm down.
劇場に住む
Becoming passionate is one of your bad oh, dude. Black-pilled, Kraus.
あなたがそうさせて
You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you?
私は後ろ見焼き
I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family.
あなたのために
For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into.
過ぎてお仕えしてきました
Yeah, this dude sucks. I'm not a Kraus fan. And I've been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. And in return,
これだ
this is what I get? How could you?
そんなことって
Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked the part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't say it out loud. He's so based derogatory, yeah. He's so, like, YouTube short-pilled.
私は
It doesn't look like I will be of any use to you anymore. Oh,
それでいい。
he said that's fine?
兄弟のトラブル
I can resolve the troubles with the siblings by myself.
君の力
I don't need your help. Oh, she's dead.
違います
That's wrong.
これは後ろ
This is the Ushiromiya family's problem.
確かに私に
It's true that I am not permitted to wear the family crest on my body,
でもあ
but I am still your wife.
なたに
Even so, are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? Are you?
君を思えばこそ
I especially wouldn't want to risk getting you involved.
これ以上はず
It would probably make your headaches even worse than they already are now.
君は今夜は
Take a rest for today.
兄弟の
The siblings will deal with sibling problems.
君は関係ない。
This has nothing to do with you.
それだけ。
That's all. Damn. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scent she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of the rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I have tried to properly perform my duties as a wife, but now, even my husband has rejected me. I was resolving trouble between my siblings over my grandfather's inheritance when my bitch wife started nagging me about why I lied to her for years. God, such an asshole. I've done my best raising my daughter, as if it were the last job left in me. However, I've had no release for my anger and sadness, and they've caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Excuse me. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There's no longer anything I can do for the Ushiromiya family. No, that's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head, but it all comes down to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor, whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family. And if all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from succession, with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, has matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of her rebellious period and whose grades are slightly below average, it can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed as the head. Yeah, Best Wife Natsuhi deserves none of this. She really does deserve none of this. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband, worthy of the excellent person she will become. As a wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica, and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrow. Kraus is the one giving her the migraines? Yeah, for real. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she'd had no choice but to marry into the Ushiromiya family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it, and had actively attended to the life she'd been given as Ushiromiya Natsuhi. And in doing so, she had built up a new life. But just now, it felt like all of that had been casually rejected. How should I think as I live my life? I do not know. Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing, even though it should have been emotionless. Right then, it had seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsuhi didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention because it was her beloved daughter. Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing in a place like this? I thought you were a ghost. Stepped out when they were talking about Natsuhi getting angry. Did I miss anything important? No, basically Kraus just said, Natsuhi, you're not needed in this. Let me handle it. And Natsuhi is like, man, what's the point? What can I even do? I'm so dejected. Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuhi's throat. However, their strength gave out and they didn't escape her lips. Jessica, forgive me, but my headache is awful. Please, leave me be. I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she'd been filled with contempt for all of the parents, including her mother. But now, those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. I gotta head out, Ryder. If I'm not back before you finish, I hope you enjoy the peak. Thank you, Mango. Enjoy your day. Oh my gosh, excuse me. I guess I also hope you enjoy it, even if I do get back. Yeah. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up to her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way. And because of the families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in the dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuhi just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart. Sounds like you've really got your hands full with that meeting thing. It has nothing to do with you. Please, go somewhere else. Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine? You don't have to trouble yourself. Please, just leave me alone. Natsuhi wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's own short temper. But there was a chance that Jessica would realize this. Okay. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the sadness, or the kindness, that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings. Then, I'll leave. I'll be with the other cousins, so I don't get in the way of the adults then. See you later. Wait. She called to Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely, to a stop. Huh? Thank you. Thank you for being so considerate. It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone. Don't talk like that. You'll bring bad luck. If I've made you worried, but I'm okay now. I will go. I'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with the words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, it was Jessica who called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother. And for a while, she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. When she was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out. Hey, Mom. I was given a charm today. It's a charm against magic. I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to hang it from your doorknob. I don't remember, but there's no point in me having it, so I'll let you take it. It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank, and she was just barely able to even say that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand that she had stuck out, grasping the charm. But when Natsuhi came back to take it, she was extremely shocked. What is this? Some kind of game toy? Well, yeah, it's something like that. I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything. But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Sometime soon, in exchange, why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child? Oh, that's sweet. Well, no, it's not like that's why I gave it to you. But, well, if you insist, then I will rest for now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late. Sure. Natsuhi put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall. I feel like someone's gonna die tonight. It's very, like, foreboding.
やっぱり明日も丸一日こんな天気みたいだね。
I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back.
やれやれ。今日の日中が嘘のようだぜ。
My cam's not disappearing. Hold on. Posted is. I'll just click it. I'll be right back. Grab this snack. Very interesting how things are rolling out. So two of the parents kind of seem to be like, hey kids, if I don't make it to the morning, you know. Sorry. I'm just chewing this. My jaw like really hurts today. I don't know why. Making it hard to like talk coherently for long periods of time, but I also don't want to read this in like a monotone. I kind of already am, I guess. We're chilling though. See what happens. It seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all. Dang, that makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. George and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we had last seen her. Is Maria still in front of the portrait? No. She just came back, and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. It is pretty late for her after all. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was just about time to head back to our room. Well, my mom does have a room prepared for us in the mansion. What do we do? I'd rather head back to the guest house. Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it's better if we weren't in the mansion. I agree. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way. Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria. Hey, Rosa. If you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the sofa. Ah, thank you. She's out cold. We must move her to a bed. If you like, I can carry her over to a bed. Thanks, that would be wonderful. Are you all heading back to the guest house? Or will you stay in the room that Natsuhi has prepared here? We were just talking about that. We decided to head back to the guest house. I see. Then could I ask you to take Maria with you? I'd feel much more reassured if she stayed with all of you cousins. That's interesting. If Rosa and Maria if Rosa's the one orchestrating this whole Beatrice thing, wouldn't she want Maria to stay here? Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings. Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us. Are you talking about me? No, he's talking about himself. I couldn't do it myself. We'll need everyone together. That's right. Battler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy. Thank you, everyone. It looks like our meeting will last until very late. So, while I'm sorry to burden you like this, I'll be counting on you all to take care of Maria. Hey, Maria. Are you asleep? We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply. She's really out cold. I'd hate to wake her. Right. Well, I'll carry her. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return. Now that's a problem. I have to go back now. Is everyone returning to the guest house? After we all left the hall, on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon stepped out. It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you. That would be great, Shannon. George is going to carry Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him? Yeah, certainly. Shannon brought the umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden. Aniki, is she too heavy? Would you like me to carry her? I got it. I can at least carry Maria. I'm truly grateful. Please take care of Maria. You got it. Then I guess this is good night, Aunt Rosa. Then I will see them over there and return here. Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave. Maria, I'm sorry for everything. Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. If only I'd applied for the position of Maria carrier. Then I would have gotten a chance to have Shannon-chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm. That's not why I did it. Hey, that's a misunderstanding. Oh my god, she's right there, Battler. Zero chill. I thought that if I didn't walk like this, George would get all wet. Oh, come on. Quit babbling and go in. After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house. Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you want. Nah, don't worry about us that much. Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, that's right. We were planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit? Huh? Who has the night shift on today's schedule? I believe we had a special schedule during the family conference, and I think a few alterations have been made. So, I will go and check. Well, wait, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself back. Oh, that's alright. I can't find out from the servant room in this house. So, excuse me for a short while. Shannon gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something. Oh yeah, that's fun. Crack open a cold one and play some cards. Oh, Cannon. And you're here too, Genji? What's happening with tonight's what has happened with tonight's shift? Kraus has given an order. He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule. Indeed. Goda now has the night shift at the mansion. Shannon and Cannon have the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. That's curious. Get all the servants out of the house? Just now, a phone call came saying that once you arrived, you were also to remain here for the rest of the night. Huh? That certainly is a sizable change. Incredibly sus indeed. And if you want to get really, like, particular with it, no, never mind. I was gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people left in the guest house tonight. I was actually thinking about there being 6 people somewhere. And there's actually 8 people in both. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know where he's at. 8 or 9 in the main house. No, there's at least 9 because Goda is the only servant in the main house. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Originally, Shannon and Cannon had been assigned to the night shift at the mansion, Well, the night shift in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the... Oh, excuse me. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house. Huh. It's probably because of Beatrice's letter. Why, probably. After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Kraus would suspect one of us. We served directly under the master, so Kraus tried as best he could to keep us far away from the family conference. Genji, Shannon, and Kanon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as servants who directly served under Kinzo. Ah, that explains that. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion. I don't know why my nose is suddenly all stuffy. If you would excuse me, I will go to rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our guest tonight is a special case, after all. Our guest tonight is a special case. Yes. Genji nodded back, went behind a screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension. The ones who just returned now, were they the children? Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like it would drag on for quite some time. Then we've got it easy. It's already this late, and there's this weather. The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion. Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji isn't around. But I'm a little... oh my god. I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess. Oh? Why is that? Because you could stay away from Madam and Ava-sama? Those bullies? Or do you have another reason? Oh, no. It's not as though I have another reason. I see. Then, let us do our best together with our night shift. I'm counting on you, Nei-san. Oh. Just now. What is happening to me? I'm all like phlegmy today. I don't know why. Just now, I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Chanan hung her head apologetically, gazing at Kanon uncertainly. Kanon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister. You can't. You were assigned to the night shift. Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. You understand, right? Yes, I do understand. Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Kanon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Kanon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon. That means the children will be waiting for you. You have to apologize and tell them you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them. Go on and come back. Okay, yes. I'll go apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Kanon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from behind the screen. Kanon, I will be here, so you can go too. Genji.
誘われたのはシャノン。
Shannon was the only one called.
僕は別に誘われては。
It's not as though I was invited.
その場にいなかった。
That is only because you were not there at the time.
言えばお前
If you had been, you would have been invited as well.
たまには子供ら
It's good to play as a child from time to time.
いえ、
No.
僕には必要な
Such a thing is not necessary for me.
人の子には遊び
Human children may have a need to play,
僕らは
but we are
家具ですから。
furniture.
そうか。
Is that so?
姉さんだって
Nesan is also furniture.
人のふりをして、
Even if she pretends to be a person,
僕はそれが
it will only hurt her later. I understand
近
that,
づきたくないだけなんで
so I try not to get too close to people. That's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make a powdered cocoa, serving some to Cannon as well.
そりゃ本当かよ。
Is that for real?
そりゃ知らなかったぜ。
My god, my nose is so stuffed. I don't know why. It came on so suddenly. Is that for real? I had no clue.
バカ、声が
Dumbass. Come on, you're being too loud.
マリアが
You'll wake Maria up. Battler was surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice.
あ、いや、しかし。
Still, seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of an atmosphere, didn't they?
なるほど。
Now I see. So George is...
兄貴がな。
George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back and get it. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together.
いや、昔からそれっぽい
Well,
気配はあったんだぜ。
There's actually been signs of it for a while now. You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things. I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what's happening now.
そういや、昔。
Come to think of it, I get the feeling George has always been overly nice to Shannon.
なる
Now I get it.
According
to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight. It also seems like it'll last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better.
そうですか。
Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow.
ジョージ様の受け
I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay. I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが。やがて
It's no surprise you're so well prepared, as someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Well, making a company prosper really is a tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when studying under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. Much of his philosophy on managing business comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shingen, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring periods, started out with his troops in complete disarray and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well.
そうなんですか。
Is that true?
なんだか意外です。
That's a little unexpected. Me when someone I like is talking about their hyperfixation. In order to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once. He continued this diligently while on the field of battle, and immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant fashion. Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so on. Takeda wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period. He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the warring period. And because he was that kind of person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. Oh no, he's told her this story before? Cringe. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue. Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. But you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself. Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates, by borrowing their strength. After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how much immature I am. I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now. George, you truly do look up to your father. I'm jealous. Why would she be jealous? I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it. Oh, no, that's not how I meant it either. The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuian House. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members... Excuse me, let me hit that one more time. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in that orphanage. Servants from the Fukuian house also took names with the character On in them while they served. Ah, so Cannon and Shannon. So Shannon wasn't her real name. Same went for Cannon. All of the members of the Fukuian house were orphans. At least, they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. This is big. This is actually going to be big. So Cannon and Shannon... have that On in their name. But that's not their real names. And then that's just servant. Yeah. They all go by servant. So they could actually be somebody important. Like they could be, and technically they could be an Ushiromiya. This is why it seems so natural that both of them when Cannon called Shannon, so natural to both of them when Cannon called Shannon his sister. And while both Cannon and Shannon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to this rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. This was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the family was, they'd still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say that she wanted to quit. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuian house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest, as servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him. You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now. I wonder. It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy. After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live off of for the rest of your life. So the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum? That's right. I have nowhere to go outside this mansion, and I've been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants. The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun.
でもそれは
But that can't be your entire life, Shannon. No.
さよちゃんの
Sayo-chan. Ah, is that her real name? Shannon closed her eyes downward when she heard her real name. Sayo. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し
Again, this is kind of weird because of the power dynamic between them.
て分かったことがある
There's something I've learned as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society.
子供の頃
A human's life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids.
ないんだ
All school-age kids have certain fears that they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day. Spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. God, I wish that could be me. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than the blink of an eye. The period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is a vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
君の人生は
So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon.
君は
I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever.
それは
That's, Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And since she had never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether the life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she never would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected.
庄司様私はこのままでいてはいけない
George, is it wrong for me to continue living this way?
いけないよ
Yeah. It is?
あ
Oh,
それから
and by the way,
ルール違反
didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer and then broke into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed.
僕たちしかいない時は
Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone? This is creepy.
約束では聞き
I
ません
couldn't obey that as a promise, but if it was an order, I would have to obey it,
私は
because I'm furniture.
家具です
じゃあ
Then it's an order. Yeah. This is written as though it's like extremely charming, but this is incredibly creepy.
かしこまりましたジョージさん
Roshi is 16, what are you doing? Even beyond that, that's like, again, she's an employee. This is some Love Actually shit. She's an employee for your company, dude. It's not romantic to like put this kind of expectation on your like family's employee and then be like, look how cute I'm being. I'm ordering her not to call me Sama because like it's so gross, dude. It's so gross. Like he doesn't really want to call me that, so I'm gonna order her not to call me that, and she's gonna have to obey it. But she also wants to obey it because she likes to be like that. No, dude, she is trying to collect her paycheck and not get freaking thrown to the street. Also, if she's 16 and she's been working here for 10 years, did she start when she was like 6 or 7? As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time followed with San. So, yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan. Dude! George smiled at Shannon, no, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. Bravery, yeah, okay. This is harassment. This is like, hello, human resources type harassment. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if weather raging about them didn't even enter into their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses, nor the time they spent blushing at each other. Like, again, I don't want to say, oh, they don't actually, you know, they obviously both are crushing on each other and have been for a long time. And that is clearly a thing, and that can be cute. But not when George is doing this shit as like her employer. It's like it makes it like you should fire her and like then try to start dating her or something. Like that is what you should actually do. But, you know, that's none of my business. Yeah, there's a clear power dynamic that creates duress, I guess is the right word, on her. Reed Ian, thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome to the Challengers. See you there 8 minutes ago. Sorry I missed it. That's right. I have something I wanted to show you. Oh, what could it be? George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a while to get it out. He pulls a ring. Oh, dude. It was a very small box. A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Dude, she can't say no. This is bad. Like, Pepe E, she can't say no. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this is what he'd been planning. This is some old Disney shit, too, dude. Some creepy, like, and they're even playing this, like, if George pulls out a ring, I'm calling Kendra. The Hushiromiya family. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take. I want you to take this. I couldn't accept something so... Well, I'm getting deja vu about this part. I don't know why. I don't know if I've seen this before or, like... I don't know. They got this A Dream is a Wish Your Heart Make music going on, too. I couldn't accept something so valuable. You can't take it? No. I'm unworthy of such a thing. Sayo. This isn't a request. Yeah, no shit, it's not a request. It's an order. I'm freaking losing it over here. Take this ring. Okay? Ooh. If it's an order, I cannot disobey. Dude, who is like... Yeah, I can't. Who is fluttering over this? Is this supposed to be, like, bad, right? Why is the music, like, oh, look how cute this is. Yeah, that's right. Well done. You know they've been dating for years, right? How? How have they been dating for years? 1, she works for his family. 2, he visits here once a year. How have they been dating for years? In any kind of real capacity? Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. The ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object, meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon, no Sayo's own will. False! She works for his family. Like, there is a serious implication here that this is completely overlooking. So from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore. Okay, well, that's better. Sayo, I want you to give me your answer tomorrow, without using words. Do you understand? How should I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger, after all. If you like it, you can just put it on any finger you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life. Oh, look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly. I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand. You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order. But I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo. Understand? Oh, yes. So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. The moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon.
そろそろゲストハウス
We should be getting back to the guest house
これ
soon.
以上遅いと
If we take any longer, we'll make everybody worry about us. Oh, I'm sorry, I just remembered something I have to do in the mansion, so, I have to go back to the mansion.
こんな時間に
At a time like this? Is that true?
かな
George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. But because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it. I still think it's not okay. Like, it's played off as cute, and there's a way that it could be cute. Like, those two together are pretty cute. But I don't know. There's just too much, like, asterisk stuff around it for me to be like, I don't know. It doesn't seem, I don't know. It seems wrong. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of exaltation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. This is definitely giving some huge Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. Based, New York Times Daily Crossword Goda. He looked up for an instant to see if one of his family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Genji told me to come and help you? Oh, is that so? Well, that's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta do the mini? Hell yeah. I haven't done it in so long. After all, Kraus and the others' meeting looks as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment. That's true. Well then, what shall we do? Should I watch over? In that case, forgive me, Shannon, but I'll ask that you patrol the mansion. I will stay here, awaiting the family's orders. Sus? Okay. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in the crossword puzzle. Rude. Shannon bowed her head as a token of respect to her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Cannon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. She began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at a great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion, until yet another person interrupted. They kept on repeating. That kept on repeating. I feel like she's about to see something crazy. Yeah, probably. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokkenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one had been in the habit of locking up the Ushumiya head family, at least not until Natsuki had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the window were ice cold, and as she checked on them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Oh? Ooh. Butterflies? At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of that hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story, which had been passed down among the servants who served the Ushirimiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Cannon once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it have possibly been true? The roar of thunder gave no answer. Incoming jump scare. Oh, Monka. I'm scared. There she is. Oh my god, I'm freaking out. What? Okay. Thumb's about to go down. Oh, I got an achievement. I don't know for what. All the pieces are in place. Oh. Said all the pieces are in place, but where's the game board? I guess because it's midnight. Hi, cute model. What is this game about? This is a visual novel. It's like a mystery visual novel. October 5th, 1986. Okay, so what happened? Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night. But the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd been letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. It seems it will last all day after all. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji. Kennen finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. It has an anime in case anyone's interested but is too lazy to play the game. Oh, good to know, good to know. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island wouldn't last until tomorrow. Cannon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they had spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Ken inside. The two headed for the mansion. The anime doesn't cover everything, though. I figured as much. I mean, the games are very long. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite, as elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. Someone's gotta be dead, right? The Ushiromiya family mansion was the one thing in Rokkenjima, so in the past, they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. I wonder if Battler met up with Dad? Oh yeah, good question. The task had been given to Genji and Cannon so that Goda could start preparing the breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep. Well then, let us begin the morning chores.
Hi.
The two of them split up and began opening the curtains through the mansion. If the curtain stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Cannon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Is there any choices in this game? I've been watching for a little while, and so far it just looks like it's only text. No, I believe it's just a story. I don't think there are actual choices. Even with this horrible weather, drawing curtains made it feel like just a bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking. Good morning. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold, without any trace of a fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and sometimes show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of the servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices. Smoothly cover it up. Yeah, I assume this is more of a novel than something like 999. It seems like it, yeah. I think this is really just a story. And make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Cannon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear the characteristic sound of the dial tone. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged some of the machine, maybe breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. They gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. He dead? How long had it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsuhi's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly and couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuhi, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed any tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headaches wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place that she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuhi's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Have I started loving Natsuhi yet? She seems pretty good. Natsuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. Poor thing. I still really like Ava. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. My prediction is Natsuhi is the imposter. Very possible, and it would make a lot of sense. It was Maria's charm, which Natsuhi had received from Jessica. Is everyone but Natsuhi going to be dead here because of the charm? Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful.
ジェシカのおかげで
I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep that I managed to receive. Then Natsuhi remembered. That's right. Last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange, didn't I? Natsuhi opened a drawer in her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuhi had thought were valuable at the time. Yeah, she might be the last adult left. She very well might be. From amidst these, she pulled out a red pouch. And actually, if we think about it... On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the keys as sacrifices. On the first twilight. So, if there were 6, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He was here too, though. But if all of these folks die, that's 6. Maybe these 6 were selected. But Shannon was also there, and Godo was also there. So that's 8 that were there. So is it going to be that, and Natsuhi makes 9, Kinzo makes 10. I don't think Kinzo will be dead, but I think we might only have 1, 2, 3, of these 10, I think there might only be like 4 alive. I think the 6 sacrifices might have happened last night, and they might have been the people in the mansion. And if one of the people is one of the 10 is the key, so right, there's 10 of them. One of the 10 would be the key, and then that key would choose 6 to sacrifice. That might have been what happened last night. We might have 6 dead people on our hands. From amidst these, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror around 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. Actually, sorry to distract again. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. So of the ones that are left, if we're to assume that that first prediction is true, 2 of them will be close. So that means Rosa is probably still here. That means Rosa is probably still here. We know Natsuhi is still here. So I think the 4 left are going to be Rosa, Natsuhi, Kraus. These 4 are probably dead, and these 2 are probably dead. Battler and his big bro? No, I think the kids don't count. I think the kids are going to be those who remain. And I think the 2 who are close. Then again, these 2 aren't very close. So Kraus may be dead. These 2 are actually not close. So the 2 who are close will be maybe these 2 or these 2. Or these 2. But I think Rose is alive, Natsuhi's alive, and then 2 who are close are alive. So I think it'll be one of these 2 couples are still alive. And everyone's going to suspect that, let's say these 2 survive. Everyone's going to suspect that these 2 did it, so they're going to tear them apart. That's my thought. What's your theory, Mike? I was thinking the 2 who are close could be referring to Shannon and George. Oh, that would also make sense, huh? They could also be the 2 who are close. So hold on, if we go back... Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. If you travel down it, you will see a village. In the village, look for the shore the 2 will tell you of. There sleeps the key of the Golden Land. We don't know any... I don't quite know who the key is. I do think the key is a person. Because then the key will select these things. So, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the 4th twilight, all this stuff will happen. So, I think there's quite a bit to look at here that will have to come up. But I do think we are going to have 6 dead in the house. At the very least, it seems much more authentic than the other charm, which looks like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specifically by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsuki returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room. Yes. Okay, Genji's still alive. Good morning, madam. It's Genji. My apologies for waking you so early. I'm coming. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made when preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsuki took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsuki tentatively responded. Good morning. Did something happen? My apologies. It would seem that the telephones have broken down due to the lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly. Oh, the extension telephone isn't working? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix it? I'm afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it. Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? Then it will remain broken down for the duration of our guest's stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for the guests? We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems. Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuki let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but the damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even though this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava, Natsuki gave her head a light shake. Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well? As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out. What? Natsuki was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuki put her hand on her forehead and shook her head. Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. Huh? Natsuki exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. Natsuki exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers in reddish-black liquid and scratched the door around the doorknob. It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they had tried to force the door with bloody hands. Whoa. She had the charm on the door and someone couldn't get into her. What sort of prank is this? How awful. I also just noticed it as I came to call you. Will there be 5 dead then, and they weren't able to get to her? I will clean it later. Perhaps this is a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. If magic turned out to be real, that would be so disappointing. Hopefully we're just getting baited. I think magic might be real in this. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsuki had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsuki gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. Her daughter's loving gesture saved her. Yeah, like the charm actually seems to have saved her. Ooh, these two are fine. When Natsuki and Genji arrived in the parlor, Ava and Hideyoshi were already there. Good morning. Hey, morning, Natsuki. I hear Goda would be making us breakfast, too. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up. Ha! After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household. Ha! God, she's so, like, rude. I'm pleased to see that you two are in high spirits so early in the morning, Ava. With a weary expression, Natsuhi returned to Ava's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Cannon jogged in. After bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice.
Cannon,
Cannon, have we still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but I still haven't found him. Oh, where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. See to it immediately. Okay. Cannon glanced over at Genji. He seemed he had something else to report, but he was uncertain whether or not the words would come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Madam, it's not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. My husband? Yeah. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him the breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he is not the only one missing. Rudolph, his wife, and Rosa are nowhere to be found. Not in the guest house? Nor the mansion? Yeah, they were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When he'd heard that Goda alone was missing, she'd assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she'd learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began taking a slightly more optimistic view. Did last night's family conference have continued all night, up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut into a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Goda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. Yeah, but why is Ava here? She then remembered the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on. Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. At any rate, if we don't call Goda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast. This does make 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If Shannon is also missing. That makes 6. Perhaps if we were still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, maybe the beach. At any rate, we don't call Goda back whenever we... Well, so what are you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion? Yeah, but Ava's here. Jan planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuhi and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just Youth and Rosa's case? Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Though, I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Oh, okay. Man, men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsuhi snorted, her face still blank. Kennen, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast. Certainly. Natsuhi, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study? I see. That is certainly possible. I don't know what path their conversation took, but there's certainly a chance that they moved to Father's study and let him in on the discussion. I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study. Oh, you think so? Araso. Love that. Well then, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji and Cannon, but could you search outside? It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest they go outside for a walk to cool their heads. Even in this weather. I'll go to Father's study. Who knows? They might actually be there after all. Ava, I couldn't ask the guest like you to exert herself so. I will go. I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it. Oh, well... then I'll leave it in your hands.
でも朝の挨拶
Though I somehow doubt he'll return your greeting.
夏日姉さんって
Natsuhi, have you always been on such good terms with father?
仲が良いかは分か
I don't know whether you could call it that,
後ろ宮家の
but I am sure that I have gained the trust as the wife of the successor of the Ushiromiya family.
なら
Then I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right?
お父様とは調子
I'd like to at least have breakfast with father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us?
私たちはすっかり
It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us.
そこまで信
But I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much.
そうでそこまで断
After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince father and come down alone,
信頼を得
then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. Heh,
自信を
what a trap. Planted that trap? I'm not confident, but I will try. Natsuhi responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Ava was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuhi wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. This Ava just wants her money. Like, she's always fighting for it. But even so, Natsuhi would lose faith if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Ava go instead. Ava basically saying, look, if you can't do this, and, like, Kraus is gone, like, dead, we can't let you be in charge of the Ushiromiya family. Kinzo had no respect for you and no trust for you. How could we put you in charge? She's, like, slowly picking away at that. Ava's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuhi clench her fist slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder.
奥様
Madam,
よろしければ
please take this if you would.
それは
What's this? Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door. She has no respect or trust for anyone except her husband and son. Yeah, damn right.
でもこの鍵を使ったらあなたも咎めを
But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame?
親方様
When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice.
それに
And it would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if you must talk through the door.
ぜひお使いくだ
Please,
さい
use this.
源氏
Genji. Is Genji the key? Genji has a golden key. Is he the key, and is he selecting the sacrifices? Until now, Natsuhi... Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her since he worked directly under Kinzo, but it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Kennen. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering.
じゃあお父様を
Well then, you must bring father with you, okay?
息子の顔
After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking.
と聞いてくれ
I'm sure he'll listen to you. Ah,
私たちは客人
we're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure.
予算かえば
Quit it, Ava. You're taking this too far. Sorry, Natsuhi, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsuhi forcibly spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Genji. After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was wide awake. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and took a look around. She was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Ugh. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. What? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them. After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to George's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening.
ありがとうマリア
Hi, Reef.
起こしてくれた
Thanks for waking us up, Maria.
僕たちは
You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night.
でも
If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it. George, you really are an adult. I respect that.
もうすぐ7時なんだな
It'll be 7 soon. Well,
確かにもう
not a bad time to wake up. Oh. Mama's not here.
ローザおばさんが
Oh, Rosa?
いなかったの
She wasn't in her room?
もう起きてお
I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. She's not here. Good to see Maria's back to normal. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But, unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here.
どうせ朝食に行くことになるんだし
Anyways, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion.
そうだな
That's right.
マリア
Let's go to the mansion together, okay?
きっと
I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too. Ooh. Mama's in the mansion? Then I'll go there. Ooh.
そうだね
Yeah, I guess we should go to the mansion.
多分
Our parents have probably already gone there.
出るんだよ
Maria regained her usual composure so completely. So completely that her earlier tantrum seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door. But there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. She went back downstairs and said something like that. Ava would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Ava aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsuki readied herself and used the key that she'd borrow from Genji to borrow it from Genji to open the door. Now here's the question, is Genji dead? Even though she was prepared for a sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out of the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuki entered the room quietly. It's probably gross as hell in there. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window. Ah, so you're awake. Good morning. How did you get in? Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Natsuki was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsuki was not able to relax. My apologies. I asked Genji, and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Oh. Genji, then. If my friend thought it was important, then I have no choice but to listen. What business do you have with me, then? Well, breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us. I will eat here. Have it brought here, like always. But father, this family conference happens only once per year. Please, at least let them see your face. Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? Foolish. Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsuki realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Ava's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuki could do. He's got a point? Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. They're just going to talk about his stuff. Is that so? Understood. I am sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic is a really good word. Temper could flare up. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person. Natsuhi, it has been quite some time since you married into the Ushiromiya family. Yeah. It has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushiromiya. You sometimes long for your previous family. No. Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Ushiromiya family is the only family I can come home to, and the only one I am fond of. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like one, leaving her to race about in vain. If Kraus were a woman, and you his husband... No, I won't say that. Well, what do you mean by that? Father, Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it wouldn't be more than enough. It would have been more than enough to make up for all that she'd suffered up to that point. So he respects her efforts and thinks she does a good job as a leader of the family, but because she's a woman that married into the family and not a man that married into the family, he thinks she has no valid claim. That's sad. Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man. Well, yeah, you're not wrong about that. It is kind of nonsense. You should just give it to her. Forget it. Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help but feeling a warmth in her heart. Father, even though I, Natsuhi, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected. Yeah, he cares for her, for sure. You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved into your heart. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family. Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes, but such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives. I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushiromiya family. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago, when she had been just a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room. Ah, good timing. How's father? You were taking so long I came to check. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave grudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of one who would protect the Ushiromiya family glory. Father said he will not join in the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured you'd say something like that. If you failed to persuade father, well, just say so. How pitiful. I am beginning to see why father lamented so. Ooh, bodied. Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock at the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and follow after Natsuhi. So, were Nissan and the rest in there? Did you ask father about them? I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not in the study. Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late, but would you like some tea, Eva? That would be fine. Eva couldn't hide her confusion about the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, She even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Ava could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsuhi had returned.
主人たちはまだ見つからないの
You
ですか
still have not found my husband and the rest?
はい
Hi.
申し
My apologies.
あと
Also, Kumasawa has started preparing
もう
breakfast.
少し
She said she will need just a little bit longer.
とのことです
The clock read a little past 8. 8 o'clock should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
今
Cannon is now searching outside.
それ
Also, no one has seized Shannon either. There's your 6. There's your 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are missing. Who are the 2 that are close then? Ava and Hideyoshi will be torn apart? Would have to be, right? Let's look at this again. This is so Natsuhi may be the key. No, we don't know who the key is, right? Because the key is the one choosing the sacrifices. So the 6 chosen by the key is sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. I think that's got to be Ava and Hideyoshi. And it sounds like Hideyoshi is kind of already asking Ava to let off. So they might end up, like, drifting apart. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. My noble name. Is that Beatrice's noble name or is that Kinzo's noble name? That'll happen on the third night. On the fourth night, twilight, gouge the head and kill. That is going to be Kinzo dying. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. Chest, I don't know. Stomach, you would think would be the chef, but he's already gone. So maybe Kumasawa is the stomach. If Natsuhi were choosing the sacrifices, then Ava would have died first. So true. Yeah, 100%. The knee. Hard to say who the knee would be either. The support system, holds up everything. The leg. Okay, we'll see.
シャノンまで
Even Shannon's missing?
まったく
Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Just how many people had gone missing by now? 6. Now that number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least that seemed to reflect a feeling to the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, and they realized before seeing who it belonged to that it was probably Cannon, not Kraus and the rest.
奥様
Madam, excuse me.
その様子では
Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them.
申し訳ござ
My
いません
apologies. I still haven't.
もう十分です
That will be enough.
苦労をかけまし
You've
た
worked hard. They didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling by now. They'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search.
私はお客様方に
I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all of our guests. Thanks to both of you for all of your hard work so early in the morning. Natsuhi left the parlor, acting as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in the headache. Cannon tried to call her back, but Natsuhi left swiftly.
どうした
What is it?
まだ何かあるのか
Was there something else?
はい
Yeah.
旦那様方の
I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but, well, Cannon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Ava and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Cannon's behavior.
どうしたんや
Oh, what's up, Cannon-kun?
クラウス兄さん
Did you find Kraus and everyone else? Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looked strange.
様子がおか
What do
し
you
い
mean?
というのはどういう
What do you mean it looked strange?
それが
It was,
なんと説明すれ
how
ば
should I explain it? Cannon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Ava and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
どういうこと
What do you mean?
倉庫の中に
Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse?
いえ
No.
中は
I'm going to inspect the inside now.
その鍵を
I just came back to get the key, but,
ようわからんが
I don't really get it, but it sounds like we've just got to look around inside it.
倉庫の
Where's the key to that
任
storehouse?
室にあります
It's in the servant's room.
すぐに中を
Let us check inside the storehouse at once. Cannon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would go and check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused this usually fearless Cannon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Cannon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Cannon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. This garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the rose garden. Cannon, Genji, Ava, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the rose garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the rose garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. Oh. Quite an old shed, and compared to the flawless, perfect beauty of the rose garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Ava and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Cannon and Genji. Huh. Man, you two sure are fast. I thought my heart was gonna explode.
こんなところに倉庫なんか
I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But, what is that? When Ava looked where Cannon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Cannon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter, and there, everyone suddenly realized why Cannon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it, was something that looked like a strange, dark red liquid. Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn in the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like a fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood, in a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters, or possibly symbols. What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies? It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance. When was this made?
昨日
Last night.
雨が降り
I came here before it started raining and there was nothing drawn here at the time.
他の方々の目に
We must do something before anyone else sees this.
ご覧にな
If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort.
そうね
That's right.
ただの倉庫小屋
Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to.
倉庫の中
There
に
is some paint inside the storehouse.
応急処置
Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure.
後日
Then repaint it again someday when the weather is good. Okay, so thinking, this is probably the same liquid that was on Natsuhi's door handle, that was scratched all around Natsuhi's door handle. So thinking about that, one of 2 things. One, maybe Natsuhi did this, even if she doesn't know that she did it. Maybe she sleepwalked because she gets headaches a lot. Maybe she is a sleepwalker. Maybe that's why she's always tired. And so maybe she did it in her sleep. Second option is whoever did this also tried to get into Natsuhi's room, but couldn't do it because of the scorpion charm. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. And that must have been... That's right, he had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room. Oh, look at that. Canon, let's remove the scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in. Okay. She wants it down fast. Okay, I will take care of it immediately. Canon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, the ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to a kids program they came across, Maria was feeling much better. Battler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on the sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were for the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of 4 that had just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of his servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small silent bow and quickly approached him. Nanjo, my apologies. Please come with me quickly. Huh? What's up? As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ears, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the television. And the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed toward the entrance. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window. What's that? Isn't that Genji and Dr. Nanjo and Aunt Natsuhi? What's up? What's up, Aniki? Maybe something happened. They looked terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance of the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter. Could there have been some kind of accident? Let's go check it out. No fun if we're the only ones left out, right? Heh. For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet, but they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance. Let's check it out then, okay? I'm worried that something might have happened. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them. Hey, Maria. Are you coming too? Or will you watch TV? Don't leave her alone again. Ooh, I want to watch TV. Someone should stay with her. Someone should really stay with her. Let's go on without her. Maria, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay? Yeah, Beatrice is going to appear to her again. By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island. It wasn't trying to stop us, and was trying to stop us from moving forward. Jessica, is there something over this way? I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something. At least Beatrice likes Maria, so she seems safe. Yeah, I don't think she's in danger. I just think we're, like, you know, you're missing out on the chance to, like, figure something out. What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They also could see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuhi was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi, who had just left the mansion. The ones who had left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people. But there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuhi realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. Don't come any closer. Go back to the mansion. But despite that, no. Because of because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuki was trying to keep away from them. Hi, Imbo. Thank you for the head pat. Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was... Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouths as well. Is it Shannon? Ava spread her arms just like Natsuki, roaring out the kids with bone-chilling expression on her face. George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Wait, this music goes hard.
Oh my god!
George, take everyone and return to the mansion quickly, right now. When Natsuki spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further, but it wasn't why Ava was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies. I'd seen it over and over again. This is just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't... Ah, but that suit. It's that old bastard's, isn't it? I get it. And then that's Uncle Kraus. And Kyrie and Aunt Rosa? Oh, they're all dead. Dad? Jessica, no. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Oh my god. Rigor mortis has set in across almost the entire body. Most likely, 6 hours or more have passed since death. As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there was a high probability that they were damaged after their deaths. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside my area of expertise. So what does that mean? Just killing them wasn't enough, so they went on to do something like this? The devil. This is the work of the devil. On Natsuki caught Jessica in her arms, and on Ava caught George. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. Ah, if only there had been someone to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible, evil scene burned into my eyes. No, that's not it. This is... It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who shouldn't catch me... The people who should catch me, they're right here, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools, piled up potted plants, and bags of fertilizer. And treated just the same, the corpse of several people had been laid to rest there. No, had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. The old bastard and Kyrie, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda and... There's still more? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me. I can't even count them on one hand. Damn it. I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality. Whether some horrible tool had brought in there specifically for this. Anyway, each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup. It was more like their faces had been plowed. It's not them. No, it's not them. VN 101. Visual Novel 101. It's not them if they don't have their faces. If their faces were messed up beyond recognition, they are not dead. Or the people here are dead, but the people here are not who they appear to be based on their clothes. And Rudolph said, I might die to... Hold on, people. There was an English dub of this game in the works, and this scene they chose for the demo, it goes hard there too. That's awesome. Getting my mezcal already? Oh yeah, pull it out. Little mezcal theory crafting. Now hold on now. Rudolph said he might die tonight. I think what they discussed at their family conference after Ava left. Yeah. Hold on now. Hold on now. I don't think y'all are dead. This did update though, huh? Yeah. This is the beginning of everything. His corpse was found inside the rose garden. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seemed the side of his head was smashed after his death. His corpse was found in the rose garden and storehouse. His face seemed to have been smashed after death. Does mutilation fit the gouge thing from the riddle, though? It would. Gouge the head, gouge the stomach. Gouge the head and kill, but on the 4th Twilight. So that should be the 4th. This is definitely on the 1st Twilight. Offer the 6 chosen as the key as sacrifices. This music goes so hard. Holy crap. Her corpse was found inside the rose garden. Her face seemed to have been smashed in after her death. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. His corpse was found inside the rose garden storehouse. Her corpse was found inside. Her face seems to be smashed after death. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. Sorry, I know like a lot is happening right now. But here's what I'm saying. If Kraus is actually dead, right? If Kraus is actually dead, because we can confirm this is Kraus because of how he was killed, and these 5 or 6 or whatever, 4, these other 4 or 5, Shannon will probably be there too. So if they're not, they could have totally killed randoms. Hear me out. They could have totally killed randoms and switched into these clothes to make it as though it was them that also died. Those are interesting ending lines in the new description, right? I think these are fakes. I think these 3, maybe even him, are fakes. So hear me out. Ava left the family meeting around 12. Ava left the family meeting around 12, and the others continued talking. If the others continued talking and said, hey, let's create a plot where it appears as though we all die. Maybe even Kraus is in on it. Where it appears as though we all die. What I'm saying is, if this is actually how he's found dead, it is definitely Kraus. Shouldn't the doctor have detected the fakes? The doctor said, I'm just a general practitioner. I can't analyze a dead body. He literally said that word for word. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside my area of expertise. Right there. So, if Kraus was found like this and Kraus is actually dead, if there's a body switching plot at play, that could have been what Rudolph was trying to talk to Kyrie and Battler about. Oh, there could be body swapping. You're so right. I think Rudolph's plan is, let's kill Kraus. He planned this with maybe even with Ava, but with these 2 especially, with Kyrie and Rosa. Let's kill Kraus. Let's get him out of the fortune. And actually, that might be, Ava might be in on it, and that might be why Ava is trying to discredit Natsuhi in the face of Kinzo. He might be saying, look, Kraus is being a dick. Let's get him out of the way, and let's get our fortune, right? Let's get our fortune. Let's kill his ass, but they'll know it's us if he dies. If just Kraus dies, they'll know it's us. So, let's fake our deaths as well. But we can't all die. Ava, you stay behind. You stay behind. Oh, all of the children are dead. Kinzo's fortune must go to Ava. She's the only one who... Won't the murders of these wealthy family members draw a ton of police scrutiny? No shot. The police are already paid off. And this is all happening on this island. No shot the police investigate this any amount of deeply. This is all just internal family struggle BS. And the police are not going to get involved. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Or anyone who would. Goda is interesting here. I wonder if he's promised a cut. Maybe he's promised a cut. Maybe he knows too much and needed to die. But I think these three, or these four, are devising a plot to say, let's get Kraus out of the way. Ava, you'll be the only one left after everyone gets axed. Ava, you're the only one left after everyone gets axed. You have to get the fortune when Dad dies. Give me, Kairi, and Rosa our cut as we go, like, create a new life or whatever. Or, you know, maybe they just come back from the trip or whatever. Again, it could turn into something. Yeah, there's the details are a little fuzzy. But with them having their entire faces smashed in, Visual Novel 101, 0% chance these dudes are dead. This guy is probably dead. 0% chance the other ones are actually dead, and these are just dummies. Okay. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell whether where their eyes or noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were torn up and laid bare. Get those dental records out of there so they can't be identified. That trendy makeup you always spend so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing for you now. Dad? I always thought you were going to hell, but still, not like this, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch that you should have to suffer so brutally. And Kairi, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this too. They've got no faces. No faces. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Battler, you mustn't look anymore. There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them like this. For your mother and your father's sake, you mustn't look anymore. Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right? They've got no faces. My dad and Kairi have no faces. I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. When does he become the Umineko? There's 8 parts to this, so I think there's actually a lot of time for that. What's wrong with me? Will I have to see these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them? That's just great. I didn't want to remember that old bastard's smug face anyways. Just great. Yeah, that's just great. But why even Kairi's face? Kairi wasn't a crook. Sure, she'd tick me off a bit now and again, but she was like a cool big sister. This is wrong. This is so wrong. At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he? It's not his whole face, just the side. At least he's got half his face left, right? That's still better. That's still better. Jessica, filled with the sound of her own screaming, tried to shut out my reckless words. Stop it, Battler. Just stop it. Aniki. Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging Aniki's waist and sobbing. It was as if crying on behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. Oh, Goda and Shannon might have died here just to make it align with the riddle. The 6. The voice acting makes it less scary and more funny. Father. The ones lying dead. Lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kairi, and Aunt Rosa and Goda. Just those 5, right? No. There are 6 people. There's 1 more person over there. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountainous range of objects. In a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right. So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it? Yeah, it's Shannon. Sag. George felt completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he wouldn't have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly running forward, He worked to keep his composure and asked his father, is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others? Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of these words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt the silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state. Okay, follow-up thought. It's actually Shannon. Follow-up thought. We said Beatrice looked a lot like Rosa, right? If an actual walking, talking Beatrice appears now, that shit is actually Rosa. She's gonna dress up like Beatrice, pretend to be Beatrice, and run this whole scam. Like, yeah, she's gonna run it deep. If we see a Beatrice, like a person who is a embodiment of Beatrice, that's Rosa. Calling it. Can I look at Shannon? No, you can't. Why not? After all, I won't be able to see her face again, right? So why won't you let me see what her face looked like at the end? The last time you met Shannon was yesterday, right? Wouldn't Maria recognize her mother? I don't know. Did she recognize her mother when she let her borrow the umbrella dressed as Beatrice already? I don't think Maria's the brightest bulb in the mansion. The last time you met Shannon was yesterday, right? Yes. I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? Oh, she's gonna be wearing the ring when she died. It was a wonderful smile. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like this. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind. I see. Then I'm sure Shannon would want to leave you with that smile in your memory. What a good... Hideyoshi's a good guy. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining, blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers had peeked out? But only half of it? Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyways, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. I see you, game. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation, while still proving beyond a doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. Why is the game being so obtuse about this? I think the eye only being partially obscured on Rose's mutilated portrait is interesting, but I don't remember any sort of eye-related thing in the epitaph. No, there is not something eye-related in the epitaph. Stomach, knee, leg, chest, head. Praise the name, separate the two. How inhuman, how brutish. And there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes, as he lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative. George, I'm sure Shannon is saying thank you. She must be glad she didn't end up seeing her. You didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state. I'm sure. She's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint. I understand. I understand, Father, I understand. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply. Father, I have a request. I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on her finger? A ring? Let me see. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed out one of Shannon's hands. Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring with a valuable diamond. Must have been pretty expensive. And which hand? And which finger? On her left hand, Shannon was engaged? George, don't tell me you... Ava, that doesn't matter now. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon. A man promised her happiness for life. Who that man was isn't the issue here. Based Hideyoshi? Being told that by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? Well, I don't... Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe he just completely sunk himself again. I don't know when she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. However, even so, Shannon took this ring. Then she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy. 2 steps into base territory, 3 steps into cringed. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He's like gassing up his son and being like, look, you know, you did this, blah. And then he's like, all a woman ever wants is to be proposed to. Burps loudly and hits vape. Yeah, he knows that it was George, and he was saying, George, I approve of what you were doing. But then he's just like, yeah, she could wish for anything better than getting proposed to. So most of the people here, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by his extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words. I see. Thank you, Father. George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one. Let's go. Valor, Jessica. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time, to let her know that she was okay now. When she faced George again, she was once again had her usual expression, although she still couldn't smile. Battler, hang in there. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. I'm sorry. Crying like hell calmed me down. You bastard, Dad. I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just because you died. Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Battler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one. Kennen, you mustn't remain here for any longer. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsuhi had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Cannon those orders. Hey. Yes, madam. Cannon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon, and there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Cannon might have led the way. But now, there was no distinction between Cannon and the children. They were just now kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuhi started giving orders to Genji. Genji. Contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next. Girl boss Natsuhi taking charge? Hell yeah. Understood. There's an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them. When she heard that, Natsuhi remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. I'm guessing that Rudolph also cut the phones. This is an entirely orchestrated plot by Rudolph to get the inheritance. To get the inheritance either to just himself, or to get the inheritance to him and Rosa and maybe Ava. Probably Ava. They're pretty close. So I think this is all a big plot by the younger siblings to get Kraus killed and get the fortune for themselves. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here? Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. I feel like Ava might be the mastermind of a scheme like this. Yeah, it's definitely the siblings. I don't know who actually plotted it, but it all makes perfect sense, such that, you know, you got to leave one behind to actually get the inheritance, and they'll probably start trying to pick off. So I guess with that said, they're also following the epitaph, right? The 6, they had to have 6 killed to make sure that it follows it. So the 2 who are close now has to be these 2, probably. Because of everyone left, the only 2 who might be close, besides the kids, because I don't think the kids are actually being factored into this epitaph, the only 2 who might be close would be, like, Genji and Ginzo, right? Like, there's almost no other 2 people who would be close here. Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something? Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well. Yes. Genji picked up several dried towels from inside the storehouse, when Ava stopped him with a shrill voice. Hell, Ava could have stabbed them in the back, killed them, and plans to take everything. Also possible. They might actually be dead. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a second. Stop. This is the scene of the crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. Oh, yeah. Boss up. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? Natsuhi glared at Ava, offended. Objectively speaking, Ava was right. Even so, she glared at Ava as though accusing her of refusing to do these tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death. I guess the follow-up question does become, though, if this is not them, who could it be? Because they would need bodies here, right? I'm trying to think, like, they would need actual bodies. And there was no talk of any kind of, like, props warehouse or something. The simplest kindness of covering their faces. However, Ava had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit. I agree with Ava. Until the police come, we should leave everything be. What do you say, madam? You're right. Very well. Close it up. And just in case, we should put a different lock on it. Different lock? Yeah. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the corporate used the key to the shutter to lock it. That makes sense. So does that mean the key that opens this shutter will have the corporate's fingerprints on it? Oh, I'm sure that will be worth submitting to the police as evidence. But Cannon usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. It'll probably have Cannon's fingerprints on it. Also, that key was handed to Genji just now, and he took it with his bare hands. Doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence. That was very careless of me. My apologies. Genji, are there any other keys to this storehouse? Nope. Only this one. So the corporal walked out of the servant room with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it? Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but it was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go through all the trouble of returning a key they stole? Well, clearly they wanted the scene to be found. They put the big thing on the garage door, right? Now, if you think about it more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which they'll be found, so they can use that time to escape. The 6 weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on the island, carried to this storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And yet, that eerie magic circle was scribbled on the storehouse shutter, had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter. Almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hands, I think we should put a new lock on it. I think that's a good plan. I agree. Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box. What should I do with this key? I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Natsuhi took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. Interestingly, oh, maybe they're trying to frame Natsuhi for it because they put that red paint all over her door at the end of the night. So maybe they're trying to frame Natsuhi for it. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock, in addition to the main lock of the shutter. Hey Shiro, how's it going? The mystery deepens. Yeah, I think I got a pretty good read on this right now, but we'll see as evidence comes about to contradict it. I also should take a break in a minute. I want to try and once the glass shatters, I'll take another like 2-minute break or something. I got to stretch my legs, get some water, and rest my eyes. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of the thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously. With its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsuhi, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity. To prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims. Sounds good. Get some good stretch and rehydrate. Yeah, absolutely needed. I got new glasses today too, and like they're a higher prescription, so stuff is like a lot more intense on my eyes right now. Hey man, can you help me with my math homework? Possibly. I used to be a math teacher, so I actually might be able to help you with your math homework. Come on, let's go, everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police. I will do as soon as I return. The adults left the storehouse. X squared plus 6x minus 8 equals 0x squared plus 6x plus 3 squared equals 8 plus 3 squared. 3 to the 2x minus 3 equals 17y equals... Whoa, hold on. Is that all one problem? X squared plus 6x minus 8 equals 0x squared plus 6x plus 3 squared equals 8 plus 3 to the 2x minus 3 squared equals 17y equals x minus 3 squared minus 17. Okay. I mean, so... Hold on, sorry, if you'll indulge me. I hope this is solvable. I don't know. I'm just going to go off of my gut here. Quick maths, yeah. Okay, so they're all equal to each other, right? That's the main thing to take away from this. So here. All of those equations are equal to each other. So x squared. Also, forgive me if I am miswriting it based on how you have it. X squared minus 6x minus 8 equals 0x squared plus 6x plus 3 squared. I'm just going to start with this one, because this one only has x in it, so x is solvable. Because this doesn't have both x and y in it, x is solvable. Kill Demon, thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome to the Challengers. So the first thing we can do here is 0x squared. No matter what x is equal to, this is just 0. So we can just get rid of this. How do I get a bigger brush? So 0x squared is just 0. So we can replace this statement with 0. So 0 plus 6x plus 3 squared. 3 squared is also something we know. 6x plus 9. So here we have x squared plus 6x minus 8 equals 6x plus 9. Both sides have 6x on them, so we can subtract 6x from both sides. So we would have x squared minus 8 equals 9. Curious. X squared equals 17. So x is the square root of 17. Kind of a strange number for them to choose for this equation, but it looks like if I'm reading this correctly, x would be the square root of 17. Now that we know that x is the square root of 17, we can take another one of those expressions, particularly the one that we have there, which is 17y equals x minus 3 squared minus 17. Oh, well, that's an ugly one, huh? So we can go 17y. Math? Yeah. Hello, Marie the Froggo. Yeah, someone asked for help with their math homework. I'm hope I'm doing this right. So this is x squared minus 6x plus 9 minus 17, which makes sense because that, of course, is the same expression as over here. X squared plus 6x minus 8. Whoops. No, this should be x squared minus 6x. Equals 8 plus 3 to the 2x minus 3 squared. Equals 17y equals... I'm pretty sure if I'm reading this right... Minus 8. We can just plug the square root of 17 in here. Square root of 17, square root of 17. Minus 6, square root 17. Minus 8. 17y equals... 17 minus 9 is 9, minus 6 square root 17, which gets kind of gross. So y is 9 minus 6 square root of 17 over 17. I don't think that's right. I hate math. Math is fun. I don't know if this is right, but that's what I'm getting for x and y. If as written, that's correct. Now, if this said x squared minus 6x, which is probably what it said, that would be my guess. If this actually said x squared, oops, minus 6x minus 8 equals 0x squared plus 6x plus 9. Does this actually solve easier? X squared equals 12x plus 17. Now that just gets uglier. The answer doesn't matter. What matters is you tried to help me, a complete stranger. This is pain? Yeah, math is pain. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, McQuay. Of course I try to help. If people ask for help and they're taking the time also to stop into my stream, I'm happy to help. You're also doing the same thing for me, you know? I mean, I don't provide any intrinsic value. But I am going to take a short breather just to rest my eyes and refill my water. I might order a smoothie as well. So I'm going to throw on... Step away for about 3 minutes. So yeah, hope you're enjoying the show, and I hope you're having a great evening. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I will stole your food, just wait. Oh no, don't steal my food. Okay, we're back. Are the ads done? Yeah, looks like the ads are done. Sweet. Okay, let's get back to it. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. That's so funny. Thank you for the raid. Oh yeah, the math student. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. Let me give you a quick shout out for my folks. You were doing some just chatting.
Oh yeah.
No, dude, I do not look like that.
It's all I have. It's all I have.
What do you mean it's all you have?
It's all I have.
Okay, where's the base image? The base image that you used to
I
edit
didn't
that,
save
huh?
that. I didn't save that. I pasted it in the. Oh.
I like your avatar. Yep. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. Largely play fighting games, but I also play a lot of visual novels as well as kind of variety. So if you want to get comfy, come on in, hang out. If you are tired or need to go do something, absolutely do that as well. But I appreciate having you here. Like that. If you're going to eat, absolutely do that. I should have eaten myself. I had Panda Express earlier, which was quite good, but it definitely beats the hell out of my stomach after I eat it. Also, I guess for those of you rated in, this is Umineko. Content warning. There's murder and blood and stuff. I don't think it's terribly graphic, but the descriptions can be. And so keep an eye out for that if that bothers you. Good thing Maria didn't see, absolutely. And then also spoilers for Umineko. And the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene. They're Mokofokos, they fear nothing. That's a really good name. Was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look. Maria could have been in on all this, I guess. Maria returned to stares with a dubious look, but when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. What's this? The Umineko or the clip? The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Both? Yeah. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it. How it couldn't have been something from his world, and how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then, his mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo. But the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene. And then until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. This boring? Well, you're welcome to leave. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Natsuhi appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions. She's an autistic toddler? How could she be in on it? What do you mean, how could she be in on it? She clearly could be in on it. She did the whole Beatrice letter. In a, like, very, like, this could all be an act. Honestly. She could totally be in on it. Nah, still better than sleep? Alright, well, then don't complain. I will go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police. Certainly. I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhine-san. Ryder, who is going to be your main? Her right here. Ava. Ava would be my main in the fighting game. She's so sick. Got the Android 18 voice. Since Kraus is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Natsuhi was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive move in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that, with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highest ranking member of the family. Or maybe she hadn't been at all happy when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Ava's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders. Just do as you like. Natsuhi started walking without saying a word more. Ava followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. He usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal circumstances, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Madam. If you're looking for Natsuhi, she went to see father. She'll probably be back soon. Kumasawa? You see, in the dining hall there was blood. There was blood in the dining hall. The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. It's interesting. Yeah, this story is really good. What happened in the dining hall then? When I went into the dining hall to set up for breakfast, the first one started running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall, one after the other, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. I feel like Marie could only be in on it insofar as she just does what her mother tells her to do. Yes, that is what I mean by that. Is that she's in on it in that she is a part of the orchestration that is going on. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. This is probably where they got killed. There's another puddle of blood over here. What in the world? It appears that a great deal of time has passed. It's probably safe to say that they were killed here last night. It certainly looks that way. We were talking together in the dining hall until late into the night, and then someone must have forced their way in. Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting to go to sleep? Little past midnight? So we should probably assume it happened after that. Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Milady, please stay strong. After seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing. Really? Good for you. I feel like my head's gonna explode. This is the dining hall, right? Every day, this is where I'd eat, complain about school, complain about homework, talk to my dad about my grades. This is what this place is to me. Milady, it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Let's return to the parlor. I agree. Hideyoshi, I think this room will be really important to the police. Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as, along with Cannon, he grabbed the pale and shaking Jessica's shoulders. Everything is just as Battler has said. There's nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Nanjo spoke while looking at everyone else's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world, at least then we'd been able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building to this estate. And as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places inside the mansion. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of the horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy. I agree too. The culprit might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place up. Let's leave quickly. Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at all the blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in here, all alone. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the... Oh, wait, I just read that. Then Genji returned. Oh, Genji-san. Imagine being stuck on an island with an unknown killer. I actually thought of a story like that. I feel like there's a lot of stories like that. Were you able to contact the police? As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. I don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but... Yeah, they cut all communication. You couldn't contact the police? Both the phone and the radio failed? My apologies. A boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we will be able to borrow their communications equipment. Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip out to the Nichima Police Department? Hideyoshi, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by. Krause's boat is being repaired, and is not on the island. Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday. How could this happen? 6 people are dead! The phones and radio aren't working, and there's no boat. So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes... In other words, not until tomorrow morning, we're gonna be stuck on here on this island? Unable to contact the police? Which means that not just us, but the criminal who killed everyone is also stuck on this island. Yeah, that tracks. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island. So, the person who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape. Damn it. I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police. I'll slice him to bits myself. Ah. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Jessica, did someone... Ooh, whoa. Jessica, did someone die? The way she spoke was completely calm. See ya. Bye-bye. Just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared in the television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. And though yeah, she said that very normally, too. As though trying to say, can't you just tell by looking at me overwhelmed with grief? She flared up at Maria. They all died. Everyone. There's actually a name for the cast stuck together with an unknown murderer and no way of contacting the outside world subgenre. It's called a closed circle mystery. Oh, neat. They all died. Everyone. My dad and Battler's parents, Goda and Shannon, and even your mother too. Whoa. Jessica, stop. You aren't the only one who's sad. Maria, I know it will come as a shock, but please listen. Your mother has died. Mama died? Yeah. Someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong. How many people died? 6 people. Oh, she's gonna bring up the riddle. 6 people. How could anyone do something this cruel? It limits how cruel you can be if you're human. There's a limit to that. I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human. There's no way their blood is red. The culprit isn't human. It's just the chosen by the blank. It's just the chosen by the key. Hey, Maria, did you say something just now? Maria had said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. Oh, are they like in English? When I tried to ask her to repeat it, I was shocked with the sudden sound of Aunt Natsu's now loud voice coming from the entrance of the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsu and Aunt Eva had returned from their trip to see grandfather. So she said they censored it. The culprit isn't human. It's just the blank chosen by the blank. So that's either going to be the something chosen by the witch, or the witch chosen by the key, Or the sacrifices chosen by the key, something like that.
こんな時に使えなくて
If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have a radio? My apologies. It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year. Why don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing light?
そういうので
Couldn't you use that to contact the next island? We do not have such equipment. My sincere apologies. Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor.
なぜ朝食をこちらに
Sacrifices chosen by the witch? Maybe. They did say chosen by the thing says chosen by the key. Might just be the 6 chosen by the key. That might be what she's saying. Natsu, I'll tell you later. More importantly, Ava, how was father? Judging by the fact that he is not with you, it seems like he will not leave his room, even for a situation like this.
いないわ
He wasn't there?
部屋は空っぽ
The
だ
room was empty? What is that drop sound that keeps happening? Is that like, oh, that was something important?
なんやて
What the?
こんな時にどこ
Where could he have gone at a time like this?
親方様が
Do you mean to say the master has left his
ら
study?
れたというので
そうです
That is correct. I was surprised myself.
ほんまに部屋を出
I
て
wonder when he'd left his room.
あなたたちに
Do any of you have an idea?
ないのですか
Natsuki looked at Genji and Kanon as he said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room.
僕たちにも
Even we have no idea.
ご存知の通り
As you all know, within the study, the master had everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom.
親方様
I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason.
よっぽどの
In that case, what?
そのよ
Isn't it natural to assume that one of these significant reasons came up?
まだそうと決ま
We
っ
still can't be certain that's the case.
とにかく気まぐれな
Anyway, he's a fickle person, so it's possible he went for a walk by himself,
お一人で
unaware of the current situation.
仮にそうだとし
If that is the case, then we must act in all haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions. Kinzo could be the murderer. That's right.
考えた
Although I don't want to think about it, it's possible something has happened to him, isn't it?
そのような不吉なことは考え
I'd rather not consider such a sinister possibility. No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, and the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently, the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they'd lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was recurring on this island, Rokkenjima. It's a bit weird that they would stay on an island without a boat. They have a boat. It's just the weather won't let them leave on that boat. After that, we ate breakfast, which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them then turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda had been planning to cook with these ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine. Why is Natsuki more worried about Kinzo than her own biological daughter? That's a good question. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course, no one made much progress. We began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Kraus, my dad, Kairi, Rosa, Goda, and Shannon. Had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. And yet we still couldn't contact the police since both of the phones and the radio were unusable. So, until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, Grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of a situation, had disappeared some time ago. Goda-san hadn't made breakfast, so Grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, he should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. Despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in his crime. In this crime, excuse me. According to my aunts, on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd searched for him, calling on every floor, but they were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crimes. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. But maybe Grandfather has already been killed. Dragged to some strange place, which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. Low-key, I think they should take that portrait off the wall and see if there's like a trap door behind it or something. We will go check that all of the windows and doors are locked. We must also conduct a thorough search for Father. The children must remain in this room. Eva and Hideyoshi, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Nanjo. I understand. I will wait here. Annatsu followed the servants, Genji, Kumasawa, and Kanon out of the parlor. All that was left was Eva, Hideyoshi, Nanjo, the 4 of us children, a total of 7 people. Let's stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait. Though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of a day on a Sunday. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up the gloomy atmosphere. Let's watch a good show. Oh, really? You want to watch TV, Maria? Then come and watch it with your uncle. Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas. Aniki, can I ask you something? What's up? Just now, in the storehouse, you said something about Shannon and a ring. Did you give that to her? George didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response. Quit it, Battler. Figure it out for yourself. You're right. I shouldn't have asked. That's right. It was me. Last night, I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow, she should put it on whatever finger she wanted, as her answer. I guess that was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And the ring had been on the ring finger of her left hand. Well, several years ago, Shannon came to me asking for advice about you, George. I wonder what she could have said. Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was obvious pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about. She asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to someone, even though she was only a servant. She asked about what kind of things boys liked, and what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy. Lots of stuff like that, and, well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that. So then, she was giving an engagement ring, and it all ended right there. Different people value things differently, but being proposed to by a man, well, it can be the high point of your life. So I'm sure, last night I'm sure Shannon was happy, from the bottom of her heart. Happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth. George sighed deeply without raising his head. Or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night, but because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with me, she went over to the mansion. Think about how Shannon must have felt. When you receive an engagement ring, then no matter how much warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get so excited that your mind goes blank. She must have been incredibly embarrassed. And then Shannon went to the mansion, even though she hadn't been assigned there. Helped Goto-san with his work, got caught up in this crime. If only I hadn't given her that ring on that day, in that place, Shannon might not have... No, Sayo wouldn't have been caught up in that crime. Aniki, that's the one place where you're wrong. It's definitely wrong. But don't cry anymore. Battler, let's leave him be. After Aunt Eva said that, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about their love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort him now. I went over to Aunt Eva and sat down on the opposite sofa. Battler, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself. Well, look, The depth of the love that becomes the depth of the wound, right? After all, it's not like how that old bastard died has anything to do with me. I feel bad about Kairi, but, well, she wasn't actually my parent. My. If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then. Well, I did think at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me. That speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry, but he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards. Nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet. I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kinds of emotion it stirred in me. What do you mean? I've been acting much calmer than George and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense, or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion. Rather than sad, I say I'm more pissed off. What bastard did this? And where? It's kind of been eating at me since I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees. Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by that typhoon, which means that bastard responsible for it is still somewhere on this island. Yes, that would seem to be the case. I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest even now. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kairi the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually existed. Ava, do you think this murder... Whoops. Do you think this murder has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night? I wonder. All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance. As to whether that and the case this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage. Don't check Twitter. Okay. Am I getting spoiled? Whoa, hold on. You make me want to check Twitter when you say that. Excuse me. How could it be? And if all of it was a farce devised by father, all of this was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made Shannon or someone wear the dress from the portrait and trick Maria, right? Isn't this kind of the overly intricate prank father would pull? Last night, I talked with Kairi about whether Beatrice actually exists. And Kiri also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of us. Isn't that obvious? There's no one else on the island besides us, right? There must be someone among us who's pretended to be Beatrice. There's no one else but us. You think? Obviously, right? Are you saying there could be someone else here other than us? No one is on this island except us. Say it again! Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. There are only 18 people. So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kairi denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Ava hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except, if that was the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming that there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, if there is no 19th person, then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So, In other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aneva smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think? I think they're trying to frame Natsuhi for it. That shutter was always closed and locked, right? In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter. Understand? Is it possible that the shutter was left open by mistake? The servant said it is always kept locked. In other words, unless the culprit took the keys from the servant room, there's no way they could have opened that storehouse. I wonder if the key in the servant room is actually the only one. Genji said that was the case, which means the culprit knew where that single key was and took it. Just now, I watched when Cannon returned the key to the servant room. That wall was packed with keys, and I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key among all of those. Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse beyond the rose garden. And that means they also knew where the storehouse was. I'll say it even clearer. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been too much going on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. That means the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which means that one of the servants is the culprit? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing. What's that? It's reasonable to think that the culprits, are multiple in number and are fairly well armed. They'd have to be, wouldn't they? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and graffiti on the shutter. There's no way that a single culprit could carry out all of that on their own, right? Made sense. Probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved. Phew. So what you're saying is that maybe all of the servants are in cahoots? Please keep it quiet, okay? It wouldn't be right to voice mere speculation like this. And if it really is true, what would you do next? They might not let us leave here alive. This is an opportunity who had no trouble. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others. Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family and maybe you, which comes to a total of 4 people, right? Photoshop filtered photograph as background. We're no better off than they were last night. In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us. I'd been playing detective with Aneva, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I'd just been so sure that, just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. On top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. On the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder. Well, it's just a possibility, right? But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet. And that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all this? Mastermind? Why would you say that? Just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means. It means someone who serves. It was a bunch of Ushiromiya It was a bunch of Ushiromiya family members who got killed. So naturally, there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. This was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Ava had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her arguments may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think Ava's trying to sow the seeds of framing Natsuhi for this. I think that most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they use different reasoning to get there, especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved. And that's why I don't like it. What do you mean you don't like it? Oh no, just talking to myself. Heh. I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside of me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. I tried spinning the chessboard around like I had learned from Kairi. This was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide a body in the place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some of the other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they have to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that, and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No. That's completely impossible. When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out the murder, some traces will definitely be found. Oops. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious. Or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. That's funny. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Exclaiming that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he has already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But at this state of confusion, this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. That symbol also looks like the kanji used in Maria's name. That title seems familiar. The kanji in Maria's name, this cross right here, kind of looks like the symbol on the circle. Yeah. Again, I think the way that their names are written, especially the ones who have Western names, so Battler, Maria, George, and Jessica, right? They all have Western names, as did Kraus, Rudolph, and Rosa, I guess. Ava's the only one who kind of didn't, but even then she technically did. But yeah, that looks like this kanji right here in Maria's name. These ones don't really have a lot to it yet, but that's just the thought I had too. Culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way, making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us, of course. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. Ava is a Western name? Yeah. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, the vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed toward all of us. Malice towards all of us, is it? Is it? Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kyrie brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rose's brought Maria sorrow. It really didn't, though. She kind of just brushed it off. Goda's probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon's death brought grief to George, who had proposed to her, and Cannon, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Disagree. I think Maria has not. In theory, she has. Aunt Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots. Also, Ava and Hideyoshi aren't mentioned here. Yeah, they're not talking about Ava or Hideyoshi at all. So, what do you mean everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness? Aunt Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots, but then how could you explain the deaths of Goda and Shannon? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. Well, there you go. Even Aunt Ava, who had a direct suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Ava's name rises to the top of the list. I know what you're thinking, Battler.
What?
What? Please, don't tell anyone about how my head's so full of obscene stuff. I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders. Since I'm going to be suspected anyways, I might as well get this out in the open. I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work. The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings. But right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All of the assets of the Yoshiromiya family will become mine. Heh. If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, "Could you give it a rest?" That's not funny. I'm sorry. I was just fooling around since I know I'm going to be suspected anyways, no matter how much I try to smooth it over. That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me. Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Could you tell me a bit more about last night? As you know, the discussion between the siblings of how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late into the evening. But I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning. We were sleepy, and a little past midnight they let us go. We then returned to the guest house and rested there. Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that? No, wait. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I suspect you or anything, but... Are you sure about that? I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji, who asked if we needed a towel. I think that should be enough to prove we returned to the guest house a little after midnight. Though, if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi. Hey, you do have a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh? However, let me say this for my honor's sake. If I was after the inheritance, I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders. After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died. It'd be much smarter of me to try to make their deaths look like accidents. Especially if we're assuming that I laid out some careful plan that involved even the servants. Yeah, you've got a point there. If you're killing somebody for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder. Exactly. That's why I'm in such a blue mood. The police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. Not fun. Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Ava as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, as suspicious as that is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. Ava gonna write if I did it too? No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues toward knowing the culprit. That's why murders from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they... Oh. Aunt Ava didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. I looked over to the parlor. I saw George and the others gathered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted on the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margin of Maria's notebook. I see. Since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, you might understand what it meant. I think it probably looks something like this. There was a mark that looked like a variation of a cross. And then surrounding that circle and surrounding perimeter were closely packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross and in all four corners. There was something written. It didn't look like the alphabet, though. It was what they call ancient characters. And around the top of that circumference, there was a small mark. 5 small circles arranged in a plus sign, and straight lines connecting them. Ah, yeah, there's definitely was something like that drawn there. Yep, there's no mistake in the shape. I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down on it too. From what I'd heard, this has been painted on the shutter of the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see. This sure is unsettling. Grandfather's probably the only one who'd want to draw something that's this weird. Seriously. Where did he go? I'm gonna grab him and ask what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained the impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed pretty sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiromiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning. It meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right. And the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In this case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to? Does this shape ring any bells? Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse. My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross. Certainly does have that kind of design. Does that mean it has something to do with Germany? The German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places. So in other words, the magic circle might have some religious meaning? This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have ever dreamed to find on Maria's face. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh was something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. Whoa, you people aren't even close. And she's got this, like, second personality. Can't you tell just by looking? Oh, she's getting possessed? Maybe. Oh, and this is Beatrice's theme again. Another banger. While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. But her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. And the characters are written in Hebrew. Oh no, the evil child, Monka. Give it here. Sure. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magical circle with a rustle, right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn. See? It sort of looked like this, right? Yeah, it was. Maria. Incredible. You really do know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. But Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide. Written on the top and bottom and left and right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water. Chazen, Arl, Orklach, and Thailand. Taliad. And in the four corners are the names of the four great kings. Ariel, Seraph, Tharsis, and Cherub. Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they had seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded. There's no mistake, that's it. I'm sure they were characters that look like that. How were you able to write something like that? There were also characters written around the circumference. I know, like this, right? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing. It's from Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verses of the 116th Psalm. You must have at least read the Bible, right? Acting as though knowing this was only common knowledge, Maria laughed. It's the autism. I can't tell you how smug I feel when I get to do the whole, oh, you don't know? When an unbelievably obscure topic I was hyperfixated on months ago become relevant. Yeah, I mean, it's the best, right? Like, allow me to delve into Five Nights at Freddy lore because it came up briefly in conversation. For a while, everyone, that's me with TCGs also. Like, oh, would you like to discuss the history of this old obscure card games format, meta formats? I would love to. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, George returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak. That's incredible. I'm surprised. So, what meaning does this magic circle have? It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom? Oh, you didn't know that Golden Freddy is actually both Crying Child and the Vengeful Spirit? Okay, check this out. He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom. Kinzo was not choosing not to leave his study. Kinzo couldn't leave his study. Oh, he's MIA right now, but... Disappeared from his study unnoticed. Kinzo has been everything but better to this was a streamer. However, he does occasionally go for a walk on a whim without telling anyone. His disappearance leads to a huge uproar throughout the house. He usually comes back as he gets hungry, usually. Sorry, I'm just seeing if any of these are, like, newly relevant. Oh, damn, both Battler's parents died? I don't think so. Their bodies were found, and their faces were completely battered. So I don't think they're actually dead. Okay, so I want to look up what this psalm is. I mean, his birth mom's been dead. 16th and 17th verses. So Psalms 116, 16 to 17. O Lord, truly I am thy servant. I am thy servant and the son of thine handmaid. Thou hast loosed my bonds. I will offer to thee the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call upon the name of the Lord. That's Psalms 116, 16 to 17. O Lord, truly I am thy servant. I am thy servant and the son of thine handmaid. Thou hast loosed my bonds. I will offer to thee the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call upon the name of the Lord. Interesting. So I think Kinzo, while he pretended to act like, oh, I don't want to leave my study. I don't want to leave my study. I want to just stay here. I think he was stuck in his study by some black magic, and in this ritual he's actually been freed from his study. To break free from bonds and gain freedom. It sounds deep. The word bonds is not limited as an interpretation of some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not only hold meaning for people locked up in an actual jail, it can also refer to a release from the mental bonds such as ties of obligation and inescapable fate. Ties of obligation. That's also pretty deep. But I really don't understand. What does this have to do with the 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse, weren't they? It's not like the magical circle was drawn for their sakes. The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. Maybe the gold talisman was the ring? Maybe. It is truly pitiable. What do you mean? What in the world do you mean that you say the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle? Maria lifted up her pointer finger and wagged it as if she were making fun of us. That's written around the circumference. Can't you read it? Psalms chapter 16, verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. See? See, you say. I've got no idea what you're talking. Jesse, what the hell are you talking about? You're saying they're human sacrifices? If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that the sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So, human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse, where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked, and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing, and we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I'm not picking a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for crap like this? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I'd preferred it when they were still disgusted by the theory about the fight over the inheritance. Yeah, you don't know Hebrew? Come on. As I started getting pissed off with the feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. That there was this letter from the witch, Beatrice, and Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, the letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day to go into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted, and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world, cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something? Ah, it's hopeless, it's hopeless. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. After I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while, I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. The old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey, Battler. Why do you think they go through all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult? Demons and the occult and such. It's because they don't exist. It's because something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go to a lot of effort in making them. That's why these occult movies just make me laugh. If I were forced to choose, I'd say rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 1 million times scarier. I'll go further, okay? From my point of view, getting scared is a recreational emotion. Something for people who have gotten room to relax both in their hearts and in their lifestyles. They had so much free time they don't know what to do with it. So in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people start creating a culture with demons and the occult and stuff. You know scare, I know scare. So, seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. Like, this song goes hard. That's a jam. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kairi. You see, in both chess and shogi, when you reach the very, very last stage of the game, you get closer and closer to cornering your opponent. The number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller. Therefore, if you're backing someone against the wall, or if someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read. That's why Umineko readers are very good at fighting games. That's it right there. Just back them into the corner. In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that is the moment where it's easiest to reach your opponent. However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves. That's when you spin the chessboard around. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything, and you're completely cornered just like I am now, isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by a typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Speaking of fighting games, have you tried Umineko Golden Fantasia? Only briefly. It was at CEO about a year or two ago. I was playing Umineko with some of the goons like Shaylee and Jazzred and Trip, and I think Koyo. A few other people were there. Hunter was there. We were playing some Umineko. I don't remember much about it, and I didn't know anything about the game when I played it, so I am thoroughly not spoiled by that game, because I don't know enough about it. I love Infinites. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's like jank as hell. All of Yukishi's stories have music that slaps. Hell yeah. Yeah, this music's really good. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse. Then was even kind enough to say, "Here they are," with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, he wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved then, would it? If you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was in the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces notably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, and it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. It doesn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It didn't have meaning to those who found the bodies. It did have meaning to those that found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear as though they had been killed so brutally. Ha! After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who'd just dance to that tune? If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, okay. I can. When someone tells the great Ushiromiya Battler, the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak in through the window. The next thing that had me concerned was the so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfather's, had recognized, that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch-black darkness, taking a lot of time holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would it have been worth all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely, all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. Do they want to make us think that grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it even had been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message. That could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to it? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that he had participated? You could read it either way. You could read that either way, huh? You could say either Kinzo was a part of it, or it was intended for Kinzo. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back onto my mind. This was a freak who had asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first? Or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought, some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she had never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh," and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, then the culprit must be in this room. What could it be? Right now, Aunt Natsuhi's searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we shouldn't say, in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible Aunt Natsuhi was behind this. And we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long to just walk around, check the windows, and check the doors? Just as I was thinking of this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing, but our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of the 6 at once. Oh my days! Forgive me if I've startled you. She's got a gun. Natsuhi with the shotgun? Akuma with the shotgun? Oh, whoa, wait, hold on. The new sprites have like the gore on them and stuff too. And Monka. I hope she uses that in the fighting game. Wait, that would be so sick. Yeah, see, like, Rudolph's face is completely battered. Same with Kyrie's. Same with Rosa's, or most of Rosa's. Shannon is definitely Shannon. Rudolph is definitely Rudolph. Boda could be not dead either. Then I started blasting. Yeah, I hope she has a shotgun in the game. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. I'm gonna take a short ad break. I want to stretch my legs as well. We still got a long way to go. So stick around. We're gonna keep going. I want to try to get to the end of this episode. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, is he going to finish today? Place your bets? Oh, yeah. Good question. I don't know if I'm going to finish today. I hope so. Forgive me if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. After all, that thing in Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked like a hunting shotgun. But it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightlessness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy. Weightiness, not weightlessness. That gun is Kinzo's, isn't it? Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered it was in Father's old collection, and I managed to find it. Whoa, awesome. Natsuhi, is that thing real? Yeah, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used it to scare away birds. That takes me back. Where did you find that thing? No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even a finger on it. Oh. Grandfather had one of these? I didn't know that. Long ago, Grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films. That generation really liked this kind of rifle. Is that a Winchester? But I've never seen one that short before. Ah, I remember. It's that gun. That really takes me back. That's the one Steve McQueen fired off and wanted, dead or alive. Lightning McQueen? Father sure has good taste. They are such Westaboos. It is an item that Master ordered specifically from America long ago. As you can see, it's a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this. He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. It seemed that the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time. Still, just imagining Kinzo randomly firing off shot at random hours of the day. He's just off the demonic absinthe, just firing off rounds to the sky to scare the birds. Rather disturbing. Are you sure you should be dragging this out? This is to prepare for the worst. There was probably more than one offender involved. Furthermore, these horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow, in my husband's place. As Natsuhi said this, she slumped down in one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find Grandfather, as well as check the doors and windows. Since Grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was. I carefully checked all the doors and windows throughout the mansion. However, we must be prepared for anything. Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remained here. Oh, good point. If everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. What do you mean by that, Ava? You know, my old D&D character had a pistol that fired bullets inscribed with spells. It was a cool concept. That is a cool concept. In Grand Archive, you've got some of that too, where like bullets on guns have effects. What do you mean by that, Ava-san? Nothing, really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion. There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about what was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. Like Noelle Vermillion? Noelle Vermillion. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even Kinzo. Also, Aunt Natsuhi thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Ava thinks the criminal is on the inside. In short, it was a question of whether or not there's a 19th person. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So was the culprit among us? Or not? Well, my guy was an artificer who hated a wizard but used a gun that casted spells upon firing. So sick. And did the witch Beatrice exist? Or not? Poggers Among Us mentioned? You assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist. But you're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. And if that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. Witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. End chapter, whatever this one is. Whoa, we go all the way to 1 p.m. Okay. Lunch ended and the servants removed the tableware and went into the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Sorry. Oh my gosh. I hope I'm not getting sick. However, in order to together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. I will wash the dishes, so you can rest a while, Canon Genji. Do you want something to drink? I don't need anything. Canon? I don't need anything either. You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out. The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded through the kitchen. Genji and Canon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they couldn't let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Canon opened his mouth and muttered, "Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way?" Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck. Huh? You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck. Oh, they know something. They both fell silent once again. Cannon's expression was filled with grief. To think that Shannon is actually dead, I still can't believe it. Poor thing. Not being able to see her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see her smiling face. Interesting choice of words there, Kumasawa. I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse. She had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Canon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. Why did Beatrice do this to Shannon? If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from. Why? It was nothing more than bad luck. If we were less lucky, you or I might have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate. Genji, you said the door to Madam's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter? Yeah. It was unsettling. Almost as though someone with bloodstained fingers had been trying to pull on the doorknob. No. To scratch through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. But does that mean Beatrice came to visit Madam's room? Oh, was whoever Beatrice is supposed... Interesting. Was she supposed to die and Shannon ended up getting got instead so that they could have 6? Right? They needed 6 and she was supposed to be one of the 6? But the charm, the scorpion charm on her door kept the Beatrice in this case out. But couldn't. Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door, but could not. How? How did the madam avoid being chosen as a sacrifice?
もし奥様が選ば
If only she'd been chosen,
シャノンは
Shannon wouldn't have.
死ななくて
Just then, a loud, sharp noise came from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised.
面白そうな
Whoa.
話じゃねえか。
That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there.
もう混ぜて
Let me join in too. Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
バトル様
Battler?
これは
How rude of us. Genji and Cannon stood up, surprised and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせて
I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go.
ずっとあの部
I
屋
thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer.
水でも飲ませてもらおう
I was about to come ask you guys for some water, but
面白そうな話
then I overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything, please.
続きを聞かせて
Let me hear the rest.
今のは
That just now wasn't really...
ちょいと前から
Oh, I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now.
だから
So, I'll ask directly.
ベアトリーチェ
Who is Beatrice?
どうやら
She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Cannon averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Last night, this would have been none of my business, but after this morning, everything's changed.
親父たちを
Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business.
俺にも
I have the right to listen to this suspicious story, don't I?
聞かせてもらうしか
I glared into Cannon's eyes, and he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Cannon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit. Battler, please, let go of him. Cannon isn't really hiding anything.
じゃあ話してくれたって
Then you won't have any problem talking about it then.
仲間外れたら寂しいぜ
It's lonely being out of the loop, you know. When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it.
お話しすること
I can tell you about it.
ただ
Cannon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler.
躊躇なんて男らしい
Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you.
内緒にされる方
Whatever it is you're talking about is even more unpleasant, having kept it a secret. Tell me about it.
どうせ明日までで
It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes.
多少はうさんくさ
A
い
slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji and Cannon looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk.
わかりました
I understand.
何でもお聞き
Please,
ください
ask us anything.
お話しし
We
ま
will
す
talk.
ああ
Great.
じゃあ
Then I'll ask,
ベアトリーチェってのは
who in the world is Beatrice?
俺が知ってる限りでは
All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest of Rokkenshima.
森に入る
I've heard it's a story grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the
違
forest.
うのか
Is that wrong?
いえ
No, that's not wrong.
その通りです
It's as you say.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokkenshima.
バトラス様
Battler,
にわかには
I don't expect you to believe this all of a
ベ
sudden,
アトリーチェ
but Beatrice exists.
親方様
She is a real person, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold,
長いことを
and who worked by his side for many years.
は
Aw.
あよせ
Oh, come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke, but neither of them were laughing. Not even Kumasawa, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. But unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully. Bitterly. I see why Genji refused to mention it.
こいつは
If you really mean it, of course, I would take it badly. So,
ベアトリ
you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists?
はい
Yeah.
親方様が
She has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on the island.
おそらく
She has most likely been working for him even longer than I have.
なんてこった
Whoa. What do you know? Kyrie's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant called Beatrice.
そいつは今
Is that person on the island now?
はい
Yes.
いらっしゃってい
I believe that she is here.
曖昧な言い方だな
Well, that's a vague way of saying
と
it.
いうことは
I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday.
はい
That's correct.
大変申し
It is extremely difficult to say, but... Cannon once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだ
Oh,
よ
come on. Don't just stop there.
鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪い
That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? I urged him on jokingly. However, it looked like Cannon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa whispered,
お顔を見ようにも
You can't see her face. Whoops.
お姿が
You can't see her face. because she has no form. She has no what?
ベアトリーチェ様は
Beatrice has no body.
ですから
Therefore, unless she wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form.
凡庸
ベアトリーチェ様が
I've heard that the portrait shows what she looked like back when she had a human form.
そのお姿を
It seems he yearned for that figure so much
の前に
that he would often stand in front of the portrait.
ベアトリーチェ様
Beatrice sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies.
毎日
On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there's a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them.
追えば不幸があるとささやかれて
It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you do.
その金を破り
In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury. Wait. You're kidding.
あんたら
Are you all serious about
そんな
this?
話をし
バトラー様
Battler, Beatrice has already arrived.
そのような
Such language may be unwise.
ベアトリーチェ様は
Beatrice does not like it when she is profaned.
その存在を
If you doubt her existence,
必ず
you will surely meet with disaster.
バトラさん
Battler,
気持ち
you
の
probably find this topic unpleasant, but you know what?
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice does exist.
言います
She exists.
それを
Beatrice hates people who doubt that.
わかりませんか
Can't you tell, Battler?
ベアトリーチェ様
Beatrice has already arrived here.
すでに
おいおいよせよ
Whoa. Come on, quit it. I'm weak against that stuff. Enough with the cheap threats. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん
Battler, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice.
悪いこと
Please,
申し
trust
上げ
me.
ません
Kumasawa, who is usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face. Well, even if you say she
俺
exists,
には何も見えない
I don't see anything.
今
Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something?
そうだよ
Come on, quit joking around. Whoa. Oh, God. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her, her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わない
Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth.
バトラは生まれ
Battler,
つき
you were born with a mismatched wavelength.
だから見
That's why you can't see her.
会えない
That's why you can't meet with her.
話せない
And that's why you can't talk to her.
ベアトリーチェの
You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It's almost as if she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのこと
Do you want to know about Beatrice? Beatrice is the 1,000-year-old
あら
witch.
ゆる悪
With all of the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of
お
gold.
じいさまは
Grandfather built up all the vast wealth of the Ushiramiya family by making a contract with her.
昨日私
Yesterday, I read her letter, didn't I?
あれは本当
That was real.
ま
Well,
バトラに信じろ
I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe.
六感が
After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of a sixth sense.
なんだ
What are you talking about?
魔女
Witches? Demons?
そんなの誰に聞い
Who
たんだ
told you about all that?
ベアトリーチェ
I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall? Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, and as though this was nothing more or less than just the truth.
マリア
Maria,
聞くだけや
it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday?
ベアトリー
I
チェ
got it from Beatrice.
なん
How many times must I tell you before you understand?
わかんないよね
You don't get it, do you?
見えないんだもんね
You can't see it.
信じられない
You can't believe it, can you? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ
Battler,
まだわかんない
you still don't
ベ
understand?
アトリーチェ様が
Beatrice exists.
いるって
She exists, you say, but where?
だからベア
Like I said,
様が
she exists here. That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I'd figured that they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji, Kanon, Kumasawa, and Maria, This is a translation thing? In what way? Oh, Beatrice, like, is. Yeah. He's here, okay. Before, everyone except me was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there were someone there. Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. But since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them. And you know what? That's really sad. It means that she truly despises it when people like you, who were born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists. You're lucky, Battler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday. Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around? You really are lucky, Battler. Oh, the scorpion keychain. I thought that was just some cheap gift or something, but are you saying it really had some power? Guys, she's right behind me, isn't she? If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed in by now. You're so lucky, Battler? I see. So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now. Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice, even though she exists? Right now, over there, look. Oh, well, I bet you'll want to believe it now. Believe it. And thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now. But then, maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Right then, I burst into laughter. This sounds like, okay, you remember that song that would play Encourage the Cowardly Dog when he would, like, go to the computer to, like, solve the problem? That's what this song sounds like. Jessica is the only kid not protected by a charm. What about George? I thought only Jessica and Battler got them. And Beatrice didn't pick Jessica. Yeah. If that's true. Jessica definitely didn't have a charm. I don't think George had one either, though. I thought only Battler and Jessica got them. I thought she took out 2. Ha! Then it's all useless, isn't it, Maria? If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. When Maria suddenly saw me start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her. You said Jessica has one and also said definitely doesn't have one. Jessica received one from Maria, but then gave it to Natsuhi on the night of that night. And Natsuhi seems to have been spared because of it. Jessica gave hers up to Natsuhi. Yeah. I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Well, I thought I'd put that charm you gave me in my pocket. But I must have dropped it somewhere. So the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now. And even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes. 6 senses? Wavelengths? Magic sensitivity? Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it really pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily. Battler, you guys are free to believe whatever you want. However, when it comes to the things I believe, the one who decides is always me. Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcibly and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again. Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see her. Very soon. she will revive.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice will revive.
そうしたら
Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot.
疑う必要
There'll be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to force you to believe.
現れる
She will appear very soon. After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom, while others prefer to relax. It seemed that several people had left the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. At the In the end, Aunt Nazi reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, but no one was completely negligent. So, whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared out of standing there, isolated, and would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist. But if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back. People really do not like doing what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Nazi had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Battler strikes me as the kind of guy to bash organized religion on Reddit. Yeah, I could see that. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, suddenly returned to the pure Maria I knew, saying, "Ooh, what in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, visible. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria." You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, her personality totally changes. Battler, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right? You mean that scorpion keychain? No. I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt. I'm talking about her having a dual personality. Yeah. That happens sometimes too. That thing Maria did when she talked about the magic circle does happen every now and again. It's freaky. Apparently, Jessica had spotted that kee Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it in a bad moment. Was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time. So what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong, and she's being possessed by a spirit? No, I don't think it's that. Haven't you ever experienced it? When you were small, did you ever want to be someone other than yourself? When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they start to reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people. But since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate, and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules. It's what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So, even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves, if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got this secondhand from George. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at an age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. The main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid, like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. She's a chunie. Do you know what it makes children and adults different? Age? Or size? No. It's experience. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids now know nothing about the real world. Yeah. I understand that. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult. No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them and say that they're too naive, or that they'll understand when they get older, or something like that. Well, it's probably true, but to a kid, it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon.
なるほどな。
I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason to respect a person for their age if they've just wasted their lives. Yeah, so true. Like, they are, parentheses, rightfully being looked down upon. Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them. And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults, I get it. If they know something no one else knows, it becomes part of their identity. That's kind of true. You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew, get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and I became a bit of a hero for it. I bet you've done the same thing, Battler. Yeah, of course. There was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in some skill or another. I see. So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, or going through my growing period. If you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. That's also interesting from a sociological standpoint, because people hate being like everyone else. They try to learn skills other people don't know. In that way, society can acquire a broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising. Well, unique personality traits can also be negative, right? Like, if say everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off, trying to stand out. Okay, that last bit really was true, though. Only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school. But, well, I'd try to jump over things no one else could, sprint as fast as I could, try to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. It was in my nature that, if I couldn't study well, excuse me, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. I see. So I really did go through a proper growing period. I guess boys really do tend to focus more on physical stuff. But, you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your classes that got really interested in fortune-telling and their spiritual senses. Yep, definitely. They'd come over, ask me for my sign and my blood type, and then they'd laugh and be like, I thought so. Haha. Really got on my nerves. No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune-telling. Deciding whether your spirit sense is strong or weak, what your sensitivity is, whether you can see the unseeable. That kind of thing definitely happened to me. Why was he confused about this whole Beatrice thing, then? That's because fortune-telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in schools. The girls, who tend to be more introverted, rude, it's a genre that's easy to build an identity upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them. Just like how, when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. Umineko validating you? When girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing. Well, I didn't, though. So, Maria having so much interest in the occult isn't that rare among girls her age. Even if we accept that, though, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less. Yeah, Umineko validating all of our childhood obsessions. As you just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience. So, to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient illusions that you see often in the world of children, both now and in the past. You know what I mean? You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that. Like, you've got memories from a previous life that start to resurface. I had so much fun doing astrology, science, and tarot reading in middle and early high school. Yeah. I always thought that stuff was neat, too. Like, you're being possessed by the soul of the great something or whatever. Or could it be that a sleeping gene gets awakened? Or maybe a sealed power or memory returns? There's all kinds. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. Why is that?
今挙げたキーワードは全て
All of those examples you've just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience.
9歳の女の
The 9-year-old says she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her. She gains a 1,009-year-old identity.
まあつまり
So
勉強する
basically,
のが臭い
sleeper agent key phrases hidden in YouTube poops. It is so true. The Manchurian candidate. Studying is annoying,
違うスキルを
but these delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them.
だよな
So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? That's my greatest dream.
あとは子供からの脱却が
Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of their ideal self.
その願望
And
の
it's not rare for that desired self to become an alternate personality.
ことが少なくないバトラ君だって家と学校では多少
Even you, Battler-kun, probably had a slightly different personality at home and at school, right?
多分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たち
It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home.
学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で家
At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but at home is where you're your true self.
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか
Oh, hold on, sorry. My eyes. So in other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. And you're trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common?
オカルトが好きな
A girl who's a fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened.
正直どんな
Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy.
男子にも
And some boys do it too, right?
切れたとか言って
Guys who say they've blown their top or suddenly turn into some overplayed violent character.
あれ
I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch. It is cringe. It's definitely cringe.
おさらいす
Let's sum this all up. Like when people do like a random like Goku power up in the middle of middle recess or whatever. It's like, this is painful to watch. It's not multiple personalities, that's just having a filter. True. Like just not being your like cringe self in public. Saying that even if a girl about Marisa's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute
そ
ago,
れほど珍しい
it's not such a rare or unusual thing.
と簡単にまとめると
Simply put, that's right.
アイデンティティは
Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of
大切
self.
なもの
Nah, bro, just trust I'm gonna reach Super Saiyan this time for real, for real.
それをバカにしたりすると
If you make fun of it, I could actually cause children to go back into their shells.
だから
So it's important to go along with them to some degree.
大切なそれを丸ごと
Although the broad-mindedness of a parent determines whether they play along in full or
な
not.
んだけど
Aniki, I can't believe you're single. You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. Yeah, well, you know, I had this girl, but she kind of got murdered.
じゃあ
So I wonder if Aunt Rosa also knew how much about Maria's dual personality.
知ってたぜ
Oh, she knew about it.
ここだけの話
Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. Oh, yeah, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell Rosa hated it when she was physically abusing her daughter for talking wrong.
気持ち悪
She
い
said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class.
だから
So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her.
みたいなだからマリアも
And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her.
そういう話をして
Maybe that's why she had the freaking uwu speech impediment, because every time she tried to talk what she thought was like normal or cool, she got freaking beat for it. Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first I found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George, I felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. EDF! My face turns red when I remember how during what we called battle practice, we would chant EDF! EDF! Oh, that's my dude! Hold on, that's sick! EDF! The freaking, the shooting game? The giant bug shooting game? That game is so sick! Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing, just like any girl her age. EDF mentioned? Poggers? Yeah. Way ahead of its time. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. Maria's uwu has always come across to me as a tick or stimming. Yeah, something like that, right? We have memes in my 14 crew because of that game? Hell yeah. But on the inside, another personality of that ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. They're literally frogs. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen is just now fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If I just had been Maria, I could have explained it as a fickle delusion of a growing girl. Genji, Kanon, and Kumasawa also had been back there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Aunt Ava's position was that no 19th person existed, that a crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsui's position was that a culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. She rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. Maria is actually uncomfortable to me because of how called out she makes me feel. Wait, hold the phone. You're telling me right now. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? Okay. That these people are thinking that a 9-year-old can recognize a magic circle, quote the exact Bible verses, and knows Hebrew? Yeah, that's kind of sus, huh? Like, that she went all the way down that, like she's that into it. You kind of have to buy into that she's possessed, right? Like, yeah, she might have some kind of, like, profound eidetic memory for stuff like that, and she might be super obsessed with it, but I don't know, that seems like, I don't know, I feel like someone would say something. Yeah, no, I think she's definitely, like, on the autism spectrum for some reason or another. But, like, yeah, I mean, I don't care how, well, maybe not I don't care how, but, like, it takes a lot of study to just be, like, that into it. Like, oh, I know that circle. That's the seventh sun circle that has all of this language on it that's from this psalm, which translates to this, and I can actually reproduce it exactly. Yeah, I don't know. It seems suspicious. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of these possibilities. It's also not like Rosa's like, oh yeah, Maria's a genius, right? Like, Rosa's like, says nothing, you would say nothing of the fact. She wouldn't be like, oh, Maria's a genius, or like, oh, Maria knows all this cool stuff. She's actually like either embarrassed by it or never brings it up. Kinzo is also not a proud grandparent. Kinzo called Maria ugly and said she is like a stain on the family. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch. Yeah, I mean, if that's actually happening, that's the most evidence that there's something supernatural going on. There's also the age of the VN and the fact that that it's a VN and the fact that it's that it's Japanese. Yeah. He said each of the grandkids was basically like not fit for his fortune in a really early line. Jessica, all I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared down to the forest. But is the story different here in the mansion? Japan isn't exactly the most forward-thinking on the side of mental health and things like the autism spectrum. Oh, well, sure, yeah. I mean, they're not going to call it that in the novel. Oh, and more so, they're not going to use that as justification for why she knows so much of the occult stuff. Like, they would have definitely said, like, oh, she's just a genius or something. Like, they would have had that dialogue hinted. Yeah. They would have had that dialogue hinted from Rosa that, like, oh, she's a genius with this kind of stuff. at some point during the prologue, I would think. I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up so their kids would listen to them. But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say out loud. Maria's wholly believable to me, from verbal take, unusual interest. Yeah, no, I mean, she definitely fits a profile of it, but I don't necessarily think that was the author's intention. Like, sure, IRL, you could argue that maybe she's on the spectrum of how you're focused on magic circles. Yeah, yeah. Like, exactly. I think she fits that profile. But I don't think the VN wants you to come to that conclusion. Even if it is what they end up doing. But in the context of VN, I think you have to go on the possessed side for both storytelling and just the context of when the VN was released. Yeah, that's I agree with that. I agree with that. And, like, I like the justification, and I think it might end up being that she's just, you know, autistic or hyperfixated on this magic stuff and just has an encyclopedic knowledge of it. And she might. And that might actually be the justification if they go the no witch route. But I don't know. This is really feeling like there's a witch. After all, grandfathers proclaim that Beatrice exists, and because of their position, the servants can't doubt that. Even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi don't want to get into a fight with him, so on the surface, they go along with it. To be fair, Higurashi baits you like 15 different times. I wouldn't be surprised if this was also Omega bait. So it's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion, unlike the rest of us who only come here once a year. Is that right? Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right. It's just like you say. No one really believes it on the inside. But on the outside, they have to accept that she exists. See? It's just like the way some people are about God. Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. How do you think the servants feel about it? Are they just going to go along with it because grandfather, their employer, says she exists? Well, I don't really know the details, but between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated like a sort of a ghost story. Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach? That story about how one night, when she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling? She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood, but it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen. In addition to some servants have also seen will-o-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Cannon always saw something like that when he went patrolling. Cannon also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. By the time you finish the first like 4 or 5 arcs in Higurashi, you're like, I don't know, Oyashiro is Schrodinger's curse. I haven't read Higurashi, but I imagine it's quite good. And recently, you often hear servants talking about the strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks around the mansion. It happened a while ago, but even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble these stories. That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing I had been told just now. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master. If it weren't for the Omega Scuff sprites, I'd actually read it, but I've only ever watched the anime. So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I swear she won't do anything bad. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right? I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. These sprites are like 100 times better than what was in Higurashi's. Oh my days. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice's anger had been brought down upon this person. Steam version modified with PS3 sprites. I hear that's the best way to do it. I'll DM you a picture of it. Oh, I'll take a look at this. The charm of the OG. Yeah, I like the OGs just for like, yeah. Doesn't bother me that much that you know, they look a little scuffed. All right, let's look at these. Oh my days. Oh, I've seen the girl in the middle is the girl in the middle is the Shaylee girl. The Nipa girl. You'll suffer her wrath and get hurt. So the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-san, you'll receive the Kitsune-sama's curse. Also, the cast for the series is absolutely fucking stacked. Yeah, it's the voice acting's really good. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You'll often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that it was just a big waste of time and money, but it's said if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You'll also hear about how, if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town's replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way. And the workers keep getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it isn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. Yep, a lot of superstition, right? Superstition is a powerful thing. Oh yeah, these are old sprites. I see them now. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we are still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship. So in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem too explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. I think Shannon said it herself. Windows and doors and locks that were tightly shut would be open the next time you went to check on them. Lights that shouldn't have been on went out, and lights that should have been out were turned back on. And if I remember, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she couldn't find her bag in the morning. Your memory's pretty good. Normally you'd say some little imps took them, but on this island, it's Beatrice. Well, it's all pretty stupid though. This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it? It's natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghost and occult stories. Like the 7 mysteries at a school. But that's where I'll spin the chessboard. Huh? Simply put, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans. Things that humans can't do. How many humans are here? 18. In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like the witch committed this crime. Which proves that they desperately want us to think a 19th person is on this island. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. What do you mean you don't like it? Let's assume some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist. If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing. What do you mean, perfect timing? Well, the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night, some people on night shifts, and some people who'd returned to their rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job. George, Aunt Ava probably told you too, right? That's a good chance there's a good chance the crime was an inside job? Yeah, I guess. In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know it, the first crime was a complete failure. If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence fails. That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are their Vegas, the 19th person's existence is also at its Vegas. And yet the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time. By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected. And yet someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone denies that they did it. In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists. That's a pretty crazy idea. I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible. Battler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit. I do. Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists. That's right. This whole thing started as far back as the letter last night. I don't have any basis or proof. But with the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess. Seriously? That's too crazy. I'm sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels. However, this is an angle we can't ignore. Whether there's a 19th person or not, the culprit definitely is planning on something involving that rule about this island. Just now, listening to Battler-kun talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing. Something disturbing? Yeah. You remember? Beatrice's letter? It said that she was going to collect interest. And by interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushiromiya family. Jessica and I thought back to what Maria had read aloud the previous night. Yeah, it said that. It definitely said that. That the collection of the interest is going to take place shortly, but if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that, right? Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the family. In other words, according to Beatrice, everything created using the gold as capital counts as part of the interest. Which means... That's a pretty scary joke, Aniki. Oh, so yeah, he's saying... If not for all that gold, the Ushiromiya family would have never started, so everybody born to the Ushiromiya family also wouldn't exist. You don't mean everything of the Ushiromiya family. In other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to. In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins? If you interpret the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. If that's the case, these crimes will continue. Because the collection of interest is still only halfway completed. George turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. And because Goda and Shannon had been killed, we know that not even the servants were safe, despite lacking the name. So, are they planning to kill us all? But that's weird, George. In that case, why only 6 people? They should have been able to kill a lot more. At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them all in a single night. Why didn't they do that? Oh, the riddle, of course. The special clause. If someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, their right to the interest will be lost. And remember how the letter ended? It challenged us all to solve the riddle of the gold. Jesus! It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message. In other words, the culprit's telling us to try to solve the riddle on the epitaph. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there. Jesus! But not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. With the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. And when these points are really far away, the opposite is true. A friend of mine sent me the video of the heavy rain Jason glitch the other day. The distance between these points that made us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force the crime into a pattern that I can understand? This is Okizemi 101. No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, What you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness. And then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first, then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsu said it was ridiculous and dismissed it. Of course. If you think about it that way, even that letter from yesterday makes sense. This motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts. Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria the letter, Beatrice exists. Ooh. Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. There's no hidden gold. However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence, and if they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away for themselves, then I will agree it makes sense. So, Natsuhi saw the gold bar last night, too. So she knows gold exists. Could this be some Kraus ploy? Like long con Kraus ploy? Why are they so sure the gold doesn't exist? Well, she actually saw some of the gold yesterday. Kraus showed her gold. I don't get why they deny it every time. Yeah, I don't know either. However, if that were the case, why would they start by killing those most highly ranked in the family? I see your point. If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo doesn't sound like a good plan to me. That's true enough. And if we're going with that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten father in the first place? You'd think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it, rather than force us to solve it. You've got a point there. Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make father spill the beans. Anyone who knows Kinzo well would probably realize that he won't bow to ordinary threats. He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushiromiya family and all of its vast wealth. He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them. That's right. I can't even imagine our grandfather obeying someone because of a threat. Jessica, watch your language. Oh, she said freaking. Yes, Mom. In that case, what about this idea? No, wait. Is this one also way out there? I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who have died in battles were killed by arrow wound. In battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting, over and over. Create walls as you push forwards toward the truth. Yeah, it's like me playing a VN. If the culprit is after the hidden gold, forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for them. It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place. In that case, the question is this all a message directed at grandfather? Could be. In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. The culprit has already attacked grandfather. Then, judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean grandfather has been kidnapped and is also being held somewhere? How could... You aren't saying... How could... Huh. That sounds interesting.
つまり
So, grandfather's being confined somewhere? And the culprit's saying we'll be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is?
その話のどこが
It
面白い
pains me to imagine how you find that interesting. Aunt Natsuki glared at her, but Aunt Ava just smiled
こ
calmly.
の時間になっても姿を
Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that grandfather's gotten caught up in the crime.
それを思えば
If you think about it, you can't just ignore Battler-kun's theory, right?
ジョージは黙ってなさい
Be quiet, George.
そもそもお父
In the first place, when did father actually disappear?
最後にお父さんの姿
Who was the last person to see father?
多分
It was probably me. This morning, when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in father's study.
私がお部屋
And I went to check his room and greeted him there.
そういえば
Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study this whole time, haven't I?
こ
Genji,
れは返しておきます
let me return this to you. Aunt Natsu pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Ava giggled.
ねえ源氏さん
Hey, Genji.
どうせ警察
I'm sure the police will investigate father's room thoroughly.
何を隠
If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed anyways. So, maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now.
何のお話
What are you talking about?
シンプルな
It's simple.
お父様の書
Father's study is a closed room with no way in or out except that key, right?
その定義の
I want to verify whether that's
お
true.
父様の部屋
There's one entrance to father's study.
あとは窓
What about the window?
他に出入り口は
Any other entrances or exits?
ありません
There are none.
中に入るには
There's no way to get in except the entrance.
間違いなくね
Are you sure about that?
別の隠し
There isn't some secret hidden door or something?
お父様が不在
Since father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiromiya family.
その後ろ
I'm asking you as a representative of the Ushiromiya family head.
それを
There's definitely a window. There's also definitely some kind of chicanery there. Remember that when you answer me. Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main
お
entrance?
父様の財
As father's closest aide, I'm sure you would know.
布ですよ
Aunt Natsuki looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranking family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about the hidden doors?
カノン君も熊
You too, Canon, Kumasawa.
知ってるなら
If you know, won't you tell me? I'm sure there's another section of Kinzo's goon cave that has not been revealed.
って言ってくれた方がいいのじゃないと
If there is one, it'd be better if you said so. Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second.
隠し扉がある
If we assume that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing.
水の泡
Aunt Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner. But following the flow of that conversation, I had to feel she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi.
母さん
Mother,
何の話
what are you talking about? I'm afraid that's not the chapter 1 as the title said. I'm afraid that's not the chapter 1 as the title says. Huh? What do you mean? I mean, it's the first game, right? Or am I like way ahead of it? Did I like mess up? I think I'm at the beginning.
ジョージは少し黙っ
George,
てなさい
stay quiet for a
ど
bit.
うなの
What do you say?
源氏さん
Genji? Canon?
そして
Kumasawa?
隠し扉
Is there a hidden door?
ないの
Or not?
源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造して
First game and save says episode 1, yeah.
監督をしていたはず
Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything on that. I mean, it's not the first chapter of the first game. I've been playing this for like 4 or 5 streams, but... Genji, if you remodeled Father's Study, you must have overseen the
知らない
construction.
とは言わせ
I
ない
won't let you say you don't know.
そのような
There's nothing like that in mess.
親方様
Okay, I'm just being dumb. Oh,
あり
okay.
ません
No worries. Welcome. No worries, no worries.
間違いなく
Are you sure? What about Canon, one who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle?
はい
That's right.
間違いなく
I'm sure.
親方様の書
There
斎
is no such hidden door in the master's study.
熊沢さん
Kumasawa? No, I haven't heard of such a thing.
お父様と親
What about Dr. Nanjo? You've had a close relationship with him.
私も
I've never heard of something like that.
ことがあります
Oh, the episodes are like really long? We're like only halfway through the first episode? Okay.
結構
Very well then. So, are you ready?
話を始
Let
め
me
る
begin.
とてもシン
It's very
プルな
simple.
話なの
Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Ava was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Ava laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew. Natsuhi was the last person to spot father, right? I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 this morning. Nei-san, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of father's study, right? Yeah, I remember. What does that have to do with anything? And that was the next... And when was the next time you went to visit father's study? That was right after we found the bodies of everyone else, right? Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there. By the way, Nei-san, at that time when you went to enter father's study, did you notice anything? What are you talking about? Come on, you picked up some trash, right? A folded receipt? I do remember picking up some trash. How is that relevant? I got that receipt when I brought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport. Aunt Ava pulled out a small bag of candy. Huh? Ah, the receipt from that candy you bought back there? But, Mom, what does that receipt have to do with anything? George, stay quiet and listen. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently, he understood what she was getting at. It really was just a whim. I definitely didn't foresee anything, or to try to set up a trap for Natsuhi or anything like that. Actually, about that receipt, Nei-san, you remember bumping into me right after the last time you saw father, right? At that time, I wedged this into the door to the study. So what does that mean? Are you saying that no one opened that door until Aunt Natsuhi picked up that receipt? Wait a second. Aunt Ava, wedging a receipt would be obvious. It's possible that when grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it amusing, and stuck it back in the door. Huh? She still didn't know what all this meant, but she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her mother. Of course, I folded up the receipt very small so that no one would notice it. But even if you assume that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up the door it had been stuck, right? I checked it while Natsuhi was taking the key out. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I put it. So wait, she put a piece of paper in the door to see if that study door had gotten open since... Oh, okay. So... Natsuhi checked on Kinzo in the morning. Ran into Ava. Ava was like, I have a hunch here, and put a piece of paper in the door. Meaning, the next time they went to the study, and Kinzo was missing, that paper hadn't moved. That's why Ava went with Natsuhi to go check on Kinzo, to see if that paper had moved. So Kinzo either left from the window, or there's another exit that nobody's talking about. I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank. Ah, the old slip of paper in the door trick. I used to do that when I was chaperoning the math team at the school I was teaching at the hotel at night, to make sure nobody was like messing around or leaving their room or something. We would put like tape and paper on the door in that same fashion. The door to your room? It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it. But when I woke up this morning, there were the signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. There was some unpleasant marks, as though someone had been tearing at the door. Wait, what's this? Why'd you keep quiet about this until now? My apologies. Since so many horrible things have occurred since then, I had completely forgotten about it until this moment. I don't know anything about that. I'm not talking about your door, but the door to Father's room, right? Between the time you confirmed that he was in his room and the time that we confirmed that he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once. How did Father get out if he didn't use the door? I don't know that. That's what I want to know. Natsuhi, other than you, who else checked to see when Father was in his room? Last night, the last time I met Kinzo was when we were playing chess. So I was with him until just before dinner. We saw him after that? I did. I gave him his dinner last night. Yeah.
僕とシャ
Shannon and I were with him. So at that time, father was still definitely in his room. However, Natsuhi, when you found out that he wasn't there, it looks like all the ways in or out of the study were closed, right? But even so, you said you met with him this morning. I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy. Could someone please explain to me? Father and mother, are you saying that was when what Natsuhi says about meeting father this morning was a lie? Like hell she'd lie about that. Mom is guiltless. She's also not lying about it. We know she's not lying about it. Why would she lie? Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Ava and Aunt Natsuhi confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck is going on? Many people spotted him last night, right? But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen father is Natsuhine-san. And then there's that strange fact that we learned from my receipt. So, how can we connect these points together then? Aunt Ava urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point. But I don't know which other points to tie it to, or how. If we try searching for answers Aunt Ava probably wants, we'd find that Aunt Natsuhi not lied and acted as though grandfather was in his room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's? I don't get it at all. Why would mom have to lie? She has no reason to, right? That's what I want to know. But Jessica-chan, you can't be sure that she had no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in his room. After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and again. The trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves. What are you talking about? I've never heard of that. We still haven't found father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume he's already been killed. If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon. If, at that point, the time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsuhi would be able to create an alibi. You understand? Everyone? Minna? This morning, when Aunt Natsuhi confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied. And he was already dead at that time? And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago? That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there, and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying? That's ridiculous. After all, Ubi, thank you for the raid. Hi, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Welcome on in. Come on in and sit on down. Get comfy. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. Hi, hi. Largely playing fighting games. Ooh, you were playing Persona. Heck yeah. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, folks. Hope you're doing well. We are playing Umineko. My PC crashed as I open your stream. Oh my goodness, too powerful. Too powerful. We are trudging through Umineko, having a lot of fun with it. I think actually that might be a good time to... I need to take a bit of an eye strain break. It is 6 hours in. So I'm going to take a short break, probably about 5 minutes. I will be back momentarily. I'm going to run an ad break, and then I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for the raid. If you want to stick around. Have I gotten better at fighting game now by playing this? Probably. I'll have to see. But the next time I play fighting games, I think I'm going to be kind of sick with it. But yeah, forgive me. I do have to. I was thinking of taking a break at the 6 hour mark anyways. I'm going to take a break. Hopefully we can keep going for a little while longer. And yeah, I'll see you shortly. All right, I'm back. Oh, I've been sitting for too long. I had to stretch my legs. Also, my eyes hurt and I have a headache. But I want to see what happens. Welcome back. Thank you. Took my glasses off to help with the eye strain. Or I should probably, as I took my glasses off, I'll take my glasses off. You know what I mean? Okay. You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them, because you read them all the time. That's right. Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan? It doesn't make sense. Nah. You think so? This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right? Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences. It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours. And, unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow. It wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Nee, Nanjo-sensei. Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both experience and instinct. I have heard that there is a very high chance of a mistaken diagnosis. I imagine it is possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur. However, for an alibi, that's more than enough. It's an old trick. It's a trick that works well enough. Well, Natsuhine-san, it's not like we want to suspect you, okay? We just want to prove your innocence so we don't have to suspect you. Oh, gun's back out. What is this innocent you want me to prove? This morning, I definitely met with Father. And he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart. Are you denying that he said that too? I will certainly not permit that. I won't let you deny that Father said those words. Or maybe Father's body won't appear anywhere. Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend Father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself? Ooh. Oh, shit, get down! Guns out! I can't let you get away with saying that. I can't let you get away with saying any more. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved on my heart. What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and the one who will act as such in his place? What's this? Are you gonna shoot me with that gun? Yeah, for real. Go ahead. If only you just shoot. Oh my god, she's so bad. You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right? Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence. God, she's so sick. It wasn't like Aunt Natsu had been actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But as she was egged on by Aunt Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji tried to stop her. Oh, madam, please, calm yourself. Mom, you aren't lying. So there's no reason for you to listen to this. Calm down, Natsuhi. All you've got to do is swear that Father definitely was in that room. Why are you getting so worked up? That's correct. Natsuhi isn't lying. Shouldn't that be the end of it? Then I want you to explain, how did Father manage to disappear from that room? The window was closed tight from the inside. The same was true for the door, right? This morning, if you really met with Father, then you must explain how Father disappeared from the unopenable door, closed room scenario. If you don't, that would mean you're lying, all right? Ava, faced with the consequences, yeah, she got the fuck around and find out tax paid. How far do you plan to mock me? If you want to argue back, go ahead. That's right. Try explaining it right here, right now. If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you. How did father manage to get out from that closed room? Maybe he teleported. I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do so. Really? Then let me explain it. Let's take the best parts from my perspective and yours, and come up with a more friendly explanation. I'll believe what you said about father still being in his room this morning. However, the next time the door was open, father wasn't there. You don't have any objections so far, right? I have no desire to hear anything more you have to say. Oops, shut your frivolous mouth. My reasonings go like this, okay? I can confirm that on both occasions, you were the only one to go through that door, and the receipt proves it. So, what's the answer to the puzzle of how father left the room then? The window. He was sent out the window. Natsuhi, you threw father out of the third Natsuhi, you threw father out of the... oh, she's going after it. Such good voice acting. Story window, the story into the courtyard. You? Madam, please, endure it. Eva, please stop this. After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows, you took father's corpse, which had fallen in the courtyard, and hid it. That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right? The ties with the case regarding Kraus and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. It's a really good chance we've got reason to suspect Natsuhi in all those cases. Normally, I wouldn't want to say this, but now that it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do. Please, Natsuhi, please explain how you can be innocent. Otherwise, I can't help but suspect you. Why me? Why must I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, be insulted like this? Looks like we've got everyone's views on record now. Oh, banger alert. It's useless. It's all useless, Aunt Ava. What do you mean, useless? Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to every word. Aunt Ava's expression was as confident as ever. Useless, you say? What is? Battler? Tell me. You're only convinced it was Aunt Natsuhi because you're only looking at this case from a single angle. It's not like I'm defending her, but that bluff of a checkmate isn't gonna fly. I think your reasoning regarding that receipt was passable. It's not a bad thread of logic, but I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best. If this was an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, right? Well, how do you think anyone could break through the door sealed by my receipts and make father disappear? Other than by my theory. Oh, it's true that your theory is an interesting one. And if you could say for sure that there was no way to make grandfather disappear, then you probably would be able to prove that the last person to see him, Aunt Natsuhi, was guilty. However, since there is still a possibility that she's innocent, and these accusations are false, we can't be sure about that. Well, Battler-kun, then, are you saying someone other than Natsuhi made grandfather disappear? It'd be impossible for anyone else to do it. My receipt proved that, right? After the first time she visited the study, and until the second time when we visited it together, the study was a perfect closed room. And when the seal was broken on the closed room, he was already missing. If that doesn't prove she's the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used? Like I said, Aunt Ava, only 65 points. So let's try spinning the chessboard around. Oh, he's like obsessed with this now. The question isn't how someone managed to make grandfather disappear from the outside. We should be thinking how grandfather disappeared from the inside. I love the Battler cutting through lies music. This one? Yeah, this song's so good. The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used. He also couldn't have gone through the window, because you can't lock it from the outside. And when Aunt Ava visited the study, she checked to make sure it was locked. What if the window had a mechanism that could let him leave but keep it locked? So the window also wasn't used. At that point, the study really was a closed room. We have to accept this. However, the study didn't remain a closed room forever. Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it'd be possible for someone to escape by the door. In other words, the question isn't how Aunt Natsuhi made grandfather disappear. We need to think about how he was able to escape. Grandfather's study isn't an ordinary study, right? According to Genji, there's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bedroom. It's almost like a little house. For example, what if he was hiding under the bed and the two of you only thought he was missing? Aunt Ava, even if you didn't check that far, even you didn't check that far, right? And then the two of you went back down the stairs, thinking he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time, it was a closed room. Enzo's 0 square foot study and escaped after he has his childhood golden witch to protect him. After letting the two of you go past him, we can crack this closed room right open. What are you talking about? Why would father need to escape the room in such a bizarre fashion? Don't be so absurd. Yeah, it might be absurd. However, it still shows that there's a possibility that Aunt Natsuhi is being falsely accused. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we might call that check, but it isn't checkmate. But the thing that really pisses me off is how you're pressuring Aunt Natsuhi to explain it, then claiming that she must be guilty if she doesn't. If you want to go down that road, then why don't you let me? Ushiromiya Battler, spin the chessboard around one more time. Aunt Ava, according to your own arguments, you must explain to us why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house. You've been trying to force Aunt Natsuhi to explain, but I'm sure you can prove your own innocence then, right? Especially now that all of grandfather's wealth has suddenly plopped down right into your hands. That's right. That's right. You're suspicious enough yourself, aren't you? You say that mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him. Then what about you, Aunt Ava? The last person to see Dad and the rest. Just like Battler, prove that you two weren't the ones that killed them. Mother, I also think your reasoning was a bit overeager. I'm sure the receipt was an important hint. But, like Battler-kun said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuhi was responsible for some plot. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Natsuhi to be persecuted. Our proud father? Crawling under his bed. You call nonsense like that an explanation? In that case, why don't you explain? Who killed those 6? And how? Then try showing us proof that you weren't involved. Oh, her asthma. Ooh, she's having an asthma attack. Milady! Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking, down on her hands and knees. Jessica, hang in there. Doctor. Jessica, your inhaler. No, wait, I have one with me. Dr. Nanjo pulled out a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica have sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Aniki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad? It's gotten worse in these last few years. No problem when she's normal, but when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore. Oh my goodness. Milady, your medicine. Here. Taking the inhaler from Canon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control. Are you okay, Jessica? You scared me. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body and she couldn't hide her rough breathing. But it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. The disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. But that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly. solving all of these riddles and arresting the culprit. Perhaps Battler-kun is right after all. Just as Natsuhi is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that I'm suspicious too. Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive. Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. But don't you want to know too, Battler? Who the culprit is? Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible? I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go. But that doesn't mean that I want suspicion. I want to suspect one of us 18. Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to suspect you, Aunt Ava. To me, you're an awesome aunt who's fun and playful. I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that. I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here, right? Everyone? I feel the same way as Battler. It's pointless to trade insults. It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed into one place since morning. Probably. It's only natural. It may not be my place to say it, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. Ava, I think we better cool our heads too. The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how Father disappeared. We should tell the police about it when they come. Yeah, that's right. I just feel a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt. Of course, it isn't fair to only suspect Natsuhi, right? We're all just as suspicious. But still, Battler, at least the part about the receipt is real, okay? Don't forget that. And thinking deeply about what it means one more time, okay? Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor. In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing detective. After all, the police will reveal everything anyways. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass. And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry. Huh? Did I miss something? This kind of crime is completely trivial? Murder? 6-person murder is completely trivial? And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. Think about it. This kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing, when the seagulls cry. Weird. 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 I don't know. Natsuhi, I take it you don't want to see my face anymore? I feel the same. If I remember correctly yesterday, you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right? Those should each have a bath and a toilet, as well as a lock and chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on. And my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria over which channel to watch, right? Do whatever you want. But make sure to be cautious. Thank you, Nei-san. And mind your own business. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay? Because the culprit is definitely here. And Nei-san, make sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself, too. When the seagulls cry is what the title means. Yeah. I just don't know why they said it there, of all places. Have you finished taking your parting shots? Yeah, I'm done. See ya, Natsuhi. Genji, let us know when it's time for dinner. Until then, we'll lock ourselves in with the chain. Genji, Kanan, escort them to the guest room. We'll be fine. I hate shady escorts. In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we reach ours. Let's go, George. I'll stay here with everyone. George? The culprit is in this room. Do you plan on staying in a place like that? Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives. I can't believe anyone in our family is capable of something that horrible. George. They're all like giga-wealthy business people. They're definitely capable of this kind of thing. George is already an adult man. If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him. Let him do what he wants. What a god. Hideyoshi's kind of godlike. Father, Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent much of the time worrying about the needless things, talking with each other, fighting with one another? The seagulls crying means that they've returned and the storm is over. He's saying when the storm is over, so is the nightmare. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Feeling bored, I started scratching my head when... I'm scratching my head right now. Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised, since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV. Oh, she's about to go off. I believe it now. Ooh. The letter, the murders, everything. It was all Beatrice. In fact, I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all. I want it to be the work of a 19th person. Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other. I think believing in a 19th person is better than that. Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows might be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. I think she is getting possessed. Locking a door is useless against a witch. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons. The 33rd ranked Gap. The Guilty Gear Strive demon gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location. To her, taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see. Witches sure are incredible. Tell her, if she feels like committing another crime, to do it in a way that no human could. And to make me believe in the 19th person. Okay. If I meet her, I'll tell her. Me summoning Gap mid-bracket to take me to winners finals? Yeah, boy. I invoke the 33rd demon, Gap! Crap. Nothing's made sense for a while now. Just when I wanted to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And just when I want to believe that there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I want there to be more than just the 18 people, I can't accept the existence of a 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is 19 greater than X greater than 18. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. Og. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after that decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. How do you explain that fraction less than 1? No wonder the 19th person was something that could not be seen. That's why, since you could only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. The witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. There is a 19th... Is there a 19th person? Or not? Does the witch exist? Or not? 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Dinner time. Corpse was found inside there. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. They didn't change any of these descriptions. Oh, this math hurts my brain. There's a lot of math. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea of a simple thinking about the culprit's identity, to be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like discussion of the case was itself taboo. so no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled. Feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter. Oh, it's still pouring down. Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island. It'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. Oh, there is no boat on the island, huh? I've had enough of this Western Mansion vacation, heh. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Normally the boat take them back would arrive at 3 o'clock today. They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed. But unfortunately, the phones are not working. But they aren't children over there. They were told to both drop off and collect our guests. So they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning, probably about 9 o'clock. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirit with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Kanon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Kanon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't clearly arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine. Oh, it's arranged beautifully. Kanon, aren't you skilled? If it had been Shannon, it would look even more beautiful. Kanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always insisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. It was as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as he advanced a pawn. Oh, they're playing chess, Pog. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the moon had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Indeed, that's probably for the best. Genji's purposefully refrained from facing Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking in his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words. I wonder where Kinzo has gone. I hope that he is safe, but I do not know. However, I believe everything has proceeded as the master hoped and arranged for. To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture in the service of the master. Aren't you scared, Genji? I'm frightened that something bad will occur again tonight. Chess Pog. I have nothing to be afraid of. I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a careful, considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside the mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. Chess game, Pog. Trying to look at this position real quick. This is the game that... what's his name was playing with him, right? If you likened the island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was outside of the chessboard, and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally, without any exceptions? Actually... how many pieces are on a chessboard? 32. No, that's way too many. If you count all the pawns, there's 32. Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone? No. Who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend? Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard? Genji, I am truly frightened about tonight. I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning comes. In the guest room, Eva and Hideyoshi moved on. It had originally been built to his house guests before the guest house construction. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. The room was just like a room at a hotel, with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor. Guess it is true you can relax more when you're alone with your family. Maybe it'd be better if everyone else also shut themselves in guest room and locked the doors. Natsuhi said that no one could leave the parlor, throwing her weight around. I'm sure no one would be able to talk back. She's always been treated so coldly, so now that Nissan's dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power. Seriously, how shameless can she be? Come now, don't say that. Natsuhi's doing pretty well. No need to jump on her like that. And about that receipt earlier, you went too far. Come on. If I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. True. Ava, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed. Still, we haven't been alone like this in quite some time. You're right. Come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old. Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye. It really has. I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Ava's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance, yet she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Ava herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside of the Ushirimiya register once she got married anyways, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushirimiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushirimiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi was also a greedy thought. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. When they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and he quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushirimiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Ava knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer to the Ushirimiya register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushirimiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Kinda scuzzy, Ava. I have hated Kraus since long ago. He was so full of himself, always swaggering around, so proud that he would one day become the head. So I wanted to get back at him. Was that just a childish emotion? But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life. If that had been all, then it would have been fine. But because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you. Ava, don't blame yourself for that. Hideyoshi got up and held Ava's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him. Well, I reached the halfway point of my life long ago. But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived my life. Not one. I hate Ava. I like Ava. I don't know. She's a complicated individual. I think that since I've been with you, Ava, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will. After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family is. So I'm grateful to the Ushirimiya family and think of it as my only one. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted. It's really been a fun life till today. Thank you. Darling. Ava hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one of the parlor could even imagine that this side of Ava existed. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Till today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you. Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side. George is already a fine adult. Even if I don't look out for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own. I wonder, around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Just us. No one else. Oh, they're dead. Oh, they're dead tonight. They're the two that are close. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. They're going to get torn apart. Maybe literally. No way. Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep? None of that is this New Year's. I won't read New Year's cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery. It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year. No way. I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while in the Maldives. Then, like, not as much as I hate Rosa, definitely, but Ava is still pretty effing petty. Yeah. Then, none of that either. How does it sound? Just the two of us. Taking it easy like we were when we were newlyweds. Just before George was born. Yeah. In that case, fine. I hear the Maldives are wonderful. An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages, lined up over the water. Like when we were newlyweds, you say? Starting when? As soon as I've finished up some business. I won't know till I've asked the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve. No way. Right now? I want to go right now. Ava nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of an announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Whoa. There was a knock at the door and Genji entered. Madam, dinner is prepared. Will you eat in here again? Yes. Have it brought here. Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen? Yeah. He said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move. Do not worry. He is with the other servants. Genji's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right? That's right. Long ago, he played against me. He must have let me win. Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat soon. But look at you. You've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored. Ugh. I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Maria-chan sure is a TV kid. Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everywhere had been drawing together. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Phil, everyone in here really can draw. I'd never guessed. Genji? Ask Ava and Hideyoshi whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us. Although, they will probably turn us down. Certainly. First father and now Ava. It's quite hard to gather everyone at the Yoshiromiya dinner table. Natsuki felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuki had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible. Just now, Nanjo had already admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kanon accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Ava and Hideyoshi in the guest room. Genji knocked on the door. Ava, Hideyoshi, dinner is ready. We waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Genji, look at this. Kanon pointed under the door. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So, since this might be a private note meant for Ava and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, The same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. There can be no mistake. This is one of the master's envelopes. Or could it be... Even though it was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud hadn't come from Kinzo. It came from Beatrice. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice, Ava! Ava! It's Genji, are you there? Please answer. There was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. It's times like that that the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out to Ava's name. However, there was no answer. Cannon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television, but I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with a deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark of that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring. Ava, please answer. Are you still in your room? But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home that Ava had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys which contained the key that would open a guest room. Genji! Cannon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so that they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so while a chance that the guest hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. But Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else... Ava, my apologies. I'm coming in. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was a sound of a door unlocking, and then after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of the voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, the TV, all of these things made it clear they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called to Ava once again through the crack of the door. There was no answer. Genji, what should we do now? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way they could get by that chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Cannon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. I will call the madam in return. Cannon, cut the chain. Yes. As Cannon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to stop. Wait, Cannon. Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You must not act alone. Gotcha, certainly. It looked like Cannon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of his urgent situation, but Genji had said it was out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Cannon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong. Oh, what's happened, Genji? Nanjo, my apologies, but please, allow this match to be suspended for the time being. Kanon, take care of the chain. Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner and help accompany Cannon. I will go over to Madam. Will you come with me, Dr. Nanjo? Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa, my apologies, but please come with me. What has happened, Cannon? Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Cannon, who had flown out into the hallway. Taking Kumasawa with him, Cannon went into a storage room and looked through the tools packed in the toolboxes hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain. What are you looking for? Let me help. We're cutting a door chain. Where was that large wire cutter? Why would you cut a door chain? The chain to Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's room. Even though they said they could be even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. That one will probably do the trick. Cannon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it would be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Cannon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Cannon took that tool and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively he should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or perhaps it was already... Cannon, wait! Oh my god. Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip to the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an "ah!" Struck speechless. Whoa. What is this? Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. This was no surprise, because right there, on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it. It was a slightly more complicated geometric shape. However, those strange characters filling the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, were the same kind as the ones that magical circle had on the shutter. But the thing that kept Cannon stuck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he had gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together and it couldn't have been more than maybe 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? It was as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Cannon surely would have wanted to. Beatrice-sama. It's the work of Beatrice. How horrible. How horrid. Cannon gulped and readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood, but if he didn't get that close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting his cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. Cannon, there's an envelope by your feet. And that isn't the master's. It looked like Kumasawa had noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that sealing ring had been made with the head's ring. That sealing wax had been made with the head's ring. Cannon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Cannon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time. Eva? Eva was lying face up on the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Cannon and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Cannon had seen, so the oddness of her wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Cannon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there. No. Right in the center of her forehead was an old-fashioned knife? That or some weapon like it was sticking out. She's dead. She's dead. At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into her forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see, on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with one word: occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon. What about Hideyoshi? Hideyoshi? Avi was on top of the bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was in the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. The waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked, both eyes open, and pointing right at Cannon. Just like Eva, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck in his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water the whole time, his face wasn't even half covered in filthy blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Found on the bed of the guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Ava was found in. Like Ava, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, how could a human possibly kill them? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I think that water drop sound, by the way, I think that water drop sound means like this menu got updated. This is so sick. This is Maria possessed Beatrice possessed Maria talking right here, right? The key. And Battler said on the next kill, make sure you demonstrate that a human couldn't do it. Hi, Mistrusting, by the way. I see you there. Hi. Just then, they heard Natsu's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Again with the graffiti? What about this letter? What does it say inside? I don't know. I haven't read it yet. So now we're at the point, is it a witch? Or is this some ornate trapdoor mansion, right? Where like paths and trapdoors are everywhere, and Kinzo's doing all the killing. He's the only one who would know about all these trapdoors and stuff, and he's like going around doing the killing, maybe? The culprit's fingerprints might have been left on it. We shouldn't hand it over to the police. They went out of their way to leave it here. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. As Natsu said, she picked up the envelope, and before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Ava dead. Ava! Madam, Hideyoshi-sama's here too. This is truly atrocious. Cannon, turn off the shower. Kinzo's scuttling around through the walls, climbing up vents like Charlie Brown on that chain. he's creeping around his own mansion. Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be. Yes, ma'am. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging on the white bathtub, and that combination of red and white made a horrible contrast. Dr. Nanjo, I understand. No signs of post-mortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. It would seem like an hour or so has passed since they were killed. But even so, how a weapon with such short handle could do that to the skull, I cannot imagine. Nanzo checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you all at a glance tell they were dead without doing all this? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at the scene, No further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam-filled bathroom, as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning in the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let George see this room. Seal this room with all haste. Oh wait, I missed another body? Yeah, Ava and Hideyoshi are dead. Stabbed in the head. I think this might all be Rosa's plot. I don't know. We mustn't let them see. If George saw his parents in this brutal state, but they could tell that these fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuhi, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. A body has been discovered. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Father? Mother? What is it? Another magic circle? They're safe, right? Hey, Cannon, what's this all about? Battler. Cannon didn't know how to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Who did this? Oh, he says, I'll kill you. George, hang in there. Natsuhi touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Ava and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. George, hang in there. Battler? Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway. He was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. Horrible. That's horrible. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day. And on the same day, his parents were killed. Isn't that too harsh? Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Battler. I know. Everyone dies. If you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you gotta fight that sorrow of losing someone close to you. But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki? And shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's so horrible. That bastard. And then there's Maria, who does not seem to care at all. Yeah, like, Maria's, like, completely indifferent to it. I feel like Rosa might be the one behind all this. That bastard. Doesn't he have even a speck of human sympathy left in him? Ooh, Battler, don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical-sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Yeah. Damn it. I won't cry anymore. Tears of regret, tears of sadness. I won't shed them again. It's all useless. The witch has got me backed into a corner. I'm always on the defensive. And that's useless. I'll spin the chessboard around. That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything. But guess what? I'll spin it around. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be hiding away, pissing ourselves, that bastard. We won't be hiding away and pissing ourselves. That bastard will instead. I'll expose you, you'll see. By tomorrow? No, screw tomorrow. By tonight. Before tonight's over, I'll be gripping you by the collar. They're dead. So now it's only Rudolph, Kairi, and Rosa that are like, and I guess Goda as well. Goda, though, looks a little more done in. That are questionably dead. At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything until the police come. No objections? Natsuhi announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others. They don't stop dying and they don't... George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when they stood up, everyone else agreed too. Nazi still hadn't opened that Western envelope with the family head, but now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out to the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange. Stinks? Oh. Do you notice it too, Maria? Yeah, what's that smell? When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled until then. I will quickly go to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off. After noticing the burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the kitchen, suspected that it was her own slip-up. Kumasawa dashed away. Kanan, go with her. Don't let her be alone. After nodding at Genji's order, Kanan followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in the other directions as well. Oh, it stinks. It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. However, that doesn't mean we can't just open a window. Nazi was reluctant to open windows in a situation where self-defense was so important. Let's run the fan. Did Genji do it while he sent Cannon away? That's possible. If there's a method to getting the chain to open. But, like, wouldn't they have heard Ava? Ava's also a skilled martial artist. Don't forget. So even though Genji might be, like, really strong, Ava's a skilled martial artist. I think she would have been able to hold him off long enough to not... It was 5... Oh, the drawing? Oh, okay. Maybe Genji did the drawing. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. The drawing would make sense. But the actual act, I don't think he could have done it. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that he'd be able to open it and then, like, slip around and then get it closed again. Hi, Rysair, how's it been? Hey, man, welcome back. Can you close? You can get that chain thing open from the outside, but can you get it closed again from the outside? I guess you kind of wouldn't have to. Do I always stream this long? No. Just because today's Saturday and I wanted to get through this chapter. Normally I only stream about 3 hours. No, I think Ava would have been able to hold off if Genji was killing. Hold him off long enough to at least... And it's 2 of them in there. Let us run the fan. I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows, but I will agree with you, Casual, that Genji is really sus, because he's one of the only people who is frequently alone right now. George, is it okay if I talk to you? If it's about finding the culprit, then I have no problems. Also, Kyo, to note, I do multi-stream to YouTube, and all of these streams go on my YouTube channel immediately, like, live with the Twitch stream. So if it was, like, a long stream and you were like, oh, I can't watch all this, or I want to catch all this, but I can't watch it all in one sitting, YouTube will have it. So you can go find it there. It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow, and all that filled his chest now was a quiet flame of hatred toward the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents. So... Hot take, what if George is doing this? I know that's kind of head ass where it like kind of makes no sense, but like he's losing a lot. I just noticed stream tags wholesome and comfy. Yeah, I'm a wholesome, comfy streamer. Very uneventful outside of Umineko events finally spinning up. Hell yeah. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, this was a perfectly closed room. They keep talking about these perfectly closed rooms and, like, people getting in them. Also, how about that? They're all like, oh, this is a perfectly sealed island. Nobody can get on or off the island. What if the closed rooms are like a analogy for the island itself, and it's implying that even though the island is closed off, it's not really? They might have sneaked the shutter key out of the servant's room. Or maybe they have a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done this. But the chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with.
チェーンだけは
Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken.
じゃあつまり
So, does that mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door? That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss about how to enter a room without using a door. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Ava stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Nazi was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Ava proposed a theory about how Aunt Nazi might have thrown grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by a door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. The simplest explanation to all of these is that the indoor window locking mechanism has some built-in thing that can lock and unlock it from the outside. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a truly closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been to the point of interest. The door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servants' room, and if we assume someone knew about that, we can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsuhi entered that room. If grandfather had left through the window or had been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Like my theory, grandfather couldn't have hidden until the receipt was gone, could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. Now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfectly closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. This time, no one can be suspected. Actually, you know who's small enough to get in and out of this room even if the chain locks it? Maria. Maria is tiny enough probably to fit through a chained door gap. Yeah, I think it's feasible that Maria did this. Now, Maria doing the warehouse one? How did she make the kill, though? She stabbed them in the forehead. Which Maria sprite? Yeah. not the Gigantamax Maria. Penetrate the skull takes force? Sure. We don't know that she's not inhumanly strong. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfectly closed room because the door chain formed the seal that blocked everyone equally well. Now, again, my argument of, like, Ava's a martial artist and can probably beat the crap out of, like, a 9-year-old definitely checks out. Because Hideyoshi got ambushed in the shower, but Ava, I mean, I guess no, she probably wasn't napping because she was wearing her shoes. So you can kind of throw away the idea that she was napping and got stabbed. She snuck in using the new sprite, then went Gigantamax to get the kill? Unless it was a vibro blade, a kid can't jam a small spear through a skull? I don't know. But would she expect a 9-year-old to attack? She would be able to respond to the... I mean, unless she, like... No, there's no way, like... It's very unlikely, but if you wanted to make the argument that there was someone who could get into this room, it's Maria. She's tiny enough. But this time, no one can be suspected. There was a perfectly closed room, blah, blah, blah. Okay. 7 hours? Hey, VM. Yeah, I wanted to get through chapter 1, and I was like, whatever it takes. I still have probably another hour or two. So we're gonna keep trucking. In that case, did the culprit... You're at the good stuff now, though? Oh, yeah, this is so juicy. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? With some method from outside the room? Good point. Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them? Wait, am I missing something? Yeah, you are.
エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだった。
If Aunt Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then maybe that would be possible. But she was on the bed at the back of the room.
しかも秀吉は
And Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them, and you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn. It's all useless.
全然ダメ
I
だ。
don't have a clue.
さっぱりだ。
Someone was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria.
おお、満足？
Are you satisfied?
満足って
What do you mean satisfied?
何が？
バトラは
Battler, since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish, saying you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right?
だからベア
Well,
トリーチェは
Beatrice granted that wish.
バトラが
Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch.
存在を信じさせて
I love that it says it here too. Like these little blurbs evolving and stuff is so cool.
なのにわがま
And now you're complaining? How selfish.
あいつ
Oh yeah, get her ass. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist.
ああ、
Sure,
叶えてくれて。
thanks for granting that wish.
今のはその礼と。
That was just now to thank you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate. Oh, get her ass.
それより教え
More importantly, tell me,
エヴァおばさんたちの
there was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room.
あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
Was that another magic circle?
あれは特に
That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hoped you'd at least know what it was. It looks like a level from Donkey Kong. Is it in tips? No.
知らねえから花を持たせて。
I don't know, which is why I'm letting you take the credit. Quit whining and explain.
バトラは暴力
You sure are a violent battler. His name's Battler, to be fair.
教えない
I won't
よ
tell you if you're too mean, get it?
あいた
Okay, I'll say it. Stop hitting me. That's the first magic circle of the moon.
何の意味がある。
What does it mean?
その魔法陣のご利益。
What is this magic circle's effect?
書かれてるヘブライ語の。
What does the Hebrew mean?
記されているの
Yeah, it looks like a level from Donkey Kong, right? Like you would run up, you climb the ladder, and then like jump, 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 climb the ladder. No. These words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107, verse 16. For he has broken the gates of brass and cuts through bars of iron.
魔法陣の
This magic circle has two effects.
一つは
First, it can open a door regardless of which methods have been used to lock it.
そりゃ便利だな。
Yeah, that's convenient. So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic?
もう一つの紅葉。
The other effect?
開かぬ扉
When you're blocked by unpreventable doors in all directions, it opens a door.
難解な事態の時に
By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then.
てくれるんだよ
Other to make the weapon appear?
平たく言うと
Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition.
だね
Kiki.
ベアトリーチェは
Beatrice is trying to provoke you, since there's no way lowly humans like Battler could figure out how this door was open. Ouch. He keeps smacking her.
もう黙れご。
Okay, good work. Now shut up. Sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch.
マリアちゃん
Maria,
この世にま
things like witches and demons don't exist in this world.
父さんと母さん
Someone killed father and mother.
それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知
I
る
don't know whether that was someone I know or not,
でも
but either way, it was definitely a human.
しかし
Yeah, but
どうやって
but how?
せいぜい10
How did they reach those two through the crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide. That's pretty small. 0.0 centimeter wide gap.
それにしても耐え難い匂いです
With a galvanized steel chain holding it shut. At any rate, I can hardly stand this stench. What in the world could it be? Oh yeah, what's burning? Are the gates of hell open in the kitchen? Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen, even before they arrived there. This was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen.
ボイラー室
The boiler room?
また
I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler.
いいでしょうか
Those stairs led to an underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Oh yeah, feeling like a boiler right now. Me belching out stenches. Blech. Oh shit. Slam. What was that sound? The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised by the sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Dude, Kinzo is definitely just creeping around. He's in like every room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now? Ooh, or what if it's Rudolph and Rosa and them? Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Hold on. I am convinced these three are not dead. Right? We already know basically that these three are not assured dead because their faces are obfuscated by the injuries. This guy too, technically could be, you know, for sure dead, for sure dead, for sure dead, for sure dead. These folks, and I think Maria being in on it, I think this is some plot by Rosa and or these two to make everyone think Beatrice is killing everybody and get the fortune for themselves, so get out with the fortune for themselves somehow, leaving only, well, yeah, leaving probably only these two left, probably trying to kill off everybody above here, kill off all the servants, and for somehow they know I'll get to see her again so I don't feel lonely. Is this Maria narrating these? I don't know, but I'm going off on a tangent now, but like, basically, if they knew the ins and outs of this mansion from when they were kids, like if Rudolph knew about a bunch of secret passageways or something, he could be doing all this. He wanted to talk to Battler alone about something, and there's definitely something to that. After taking a second to sort out the situation, Cannon ran down toward the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs. The person who'd closed the door had been inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Cannon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily, but Cannon was a servant, so he knew there were two entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached to the same conclusion long after Cannon did. But she couldn't let him go alone. The thing in the boiler room was the culprit. If it was an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Cannon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Cannon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. We are following the riddle now, by the way. Those two were close. So that was the second twilight. So on the third night, they're going to praise the name. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. So this doesn't talk about anybody dying, but they'll praise maybe the name of Beatrice, maybe the name of Kinzo, maybe the name of Ushiromiya. At that time, Cannon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. On top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Cannon kept gazing straight forward just as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He wanted to grab a weapon. He had wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Cannon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered. In roulette, you bet on a number or the colors, red or black, waiting for a payoff. However, low-risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. These words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Lurk? You lurking? Appreciate it. Appreciate you hanging out all this time. Hope you have a good night. The butterflies. Don't follow them. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid the shadows all over the boiling room. Flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Cannon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness, as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they probably know, they were certainly laughing. But Cannon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆に
However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk.
親方様は
The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle,
その結果
and called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic.
魔法親方様とお前
I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette,
しかし
but you forgot something.
ルーレットには
You forgot that in roulette, there's a pocket that's neither black nor red. Roulette has a special pocket called zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. That means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone... You will win, your life will change, bet it all? Me on Wake Up 2 out of 3 times. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone had forfeit.
僕は
I set my heart on just one thing. I decided that if
シャノンが殺し
Shannon were to be killed and I were left alive,
この身を投げ出し
I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to
して
ruin.
やろうとこれは
This isn't one of Master's rules,
様が決めた
and
ル
it
ール
certainly isn't one of yours.
このルールは
I made this rule myself. I'm not furniture
お
anymore.
前のルール
I'm the zero in your roulette.
ゼロなんだ
Kind of sick. Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops, which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion caused Cannon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもう
I won't let your words lead me astray again.
あのルール
This is where Demon's Roulette ends? What?
地獄に
Wait,
さらに千年
wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner, Beatrice. When Cannon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at the courage as if it were a vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god. Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit, left, then right. The hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky, now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. He dead too? Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Cannon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Cannon's white skin. On the scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance. A funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain. Hey, Hazy, how you doing? He pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. Thank you for the hearts. Cannon? Sawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. False. So is he done? Not yet. Ah, what incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles on her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this.
何事ですか
Oh my god. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me. The first one to dash in was Natsu, holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. Yeah, we didn't see them with the, That Nazi or is that Elfeld? Oh god, the way she holds that shotgun. But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Cannon, answer me. Genji, bring the doctor in here. Natsu realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsu, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Who's hiding over there? Come out quickly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy. We need light. On Natsu, let's light them up." Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into, but the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open as a small crack, but it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. Natsuhi, where does that door go? Genji, where does that door go? The courtyard. Like hell I'll let you get away, you bastard. Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting, "Wait, Battler. It's dangerous to be on your own right now." Natsuhi was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were right in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Also, one thing about this is so many people are dying now. And I know, like, it's a VN and it's this author and stuff. We gotta be getting into some time loop stuff, right? Like, we gotta be getting into some time loop stuff eventually. I would think. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs in the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would get to see the culprit somewhere in this scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw when he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were only 2 entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing, "Battler, you mustn't run ahead by yourself." Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried. "Damn it. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and now Cannon? You killed a full 6 people, and that wasn't enough, so you had to kill 3 more? Are you kidding me? Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and fun. I just met Cannon yesterday, but I'm sure I'd gotten along fine with him." What is this game about? It's like a murder mystery. It's a visual novel. It's a little complicated too. There's a long backstory to it, but I'm gonna be playing through all of it, so you can watch all the VODs and logs and stuff on YouTube. You know, when people die, they don't come back to life again, right? They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why'd you kill them? Why? Why? Okay. Yeah. Battler was a boy who couldn't understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart, so he cried, with all his strength. Natsuhi, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side. And at the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. Battler, when he cries, "It's alright. I will definitely protect you, George, Maria, and Jessica. As a mother, and as the representative of the Ushiramiya family." Battler, after sobbing into Natsuhi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow, the boat will arrive. After that happens, the police will come, and everything should be brought to light. There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle. That's right. When the police come. When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. He said the thing, yeah! Me when I say the title of my self-insert movie. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Nazi and told everyone weekly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George had carried Cannon to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Cannon's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. The weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't that demonic design on the handle a little different? He's still not showing dead. There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as for the overall shape was concerned, the weapons were of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapons stuck in them to preserve the crime scene. This was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we'd expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but more shaped like an ice pick. Or rather, a thin stake? It had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was a stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Cannon's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged it out. Dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. What could it be? She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after that's happened, but this is, ugh. I stood there for a while moaning, with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench. For the Americans in the chat, half of 25 centimeters is 12.5 centimeters. Thank you, Mango. That's why we need someone with the knowledge of the metric system here in the chat. Was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. Who could that be? Nanjo? Not Nanjo. Kinzo? The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. The grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown. I believe this is most likely the Master. I agree. That he would pass away in such a state is heartrending. But is there any proof that this corpse really is Grandfather? There's no way, right? It's burned so black you can't even tell what sex it is. Battler, look at the feet. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Huh? Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot? Huh? Is that a thing? You're right. Just as Genji had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed. The Master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet. Okay. Consequently, the Master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family. I've heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyl were common in the Ushiromiya family. It's probably hereditary. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of this little mistake by God, when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits in 2, and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Oh, I wonder if I had that. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So, even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Totemi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. I would never take my child's 6th finger. Their execution would go crazy. Yeah, for real. Like, let them cook. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of that. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as the head so much, the 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods or revered. I know this is like a weird time to do it, but I'm gonna take a short break. Just again, eye strain break, stretch my legs, fill my water. So I'm gonna run a short ad, and I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna keep going though. Back, what I miss? I never talked much. Okay, you guys come here often? Pretty often. You watching the Stanley Cup? They sure Stanley'd that cup. Did the Oilers win tonight? I think they had to like stay alive. They were on double Luigi or whatever they call it in hockey. Absolutely, my favorite part of their play is when the goalie says it's oiling time and the other player's oil. Me when Hakan from Street Fighter 4 is on the ice. Just pours cooking oil all over himself. His belly slides into the goal. But I guess that's, in Grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. Same. It's a shame the one time they played the Calgary Flames. Oh, yeah, that was a tragic moment in sports history. And Grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aneva and Uncle Hideyoshi and the thing that had been stabbed into Cannon's chest. One of those demonic ice picks was stuck into his forehead. The head's ring is not on his finger. So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. Natsuhi let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. The room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would not leave Grandfather's corpse here and we would leave his corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Hello, Kai. If only they had that match with the Toronto Maple Leafs present. Toronto Maple Leafs? I guess it would smell good. You gonna lurk? Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started to locked away in the closed room created by his auto lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. Had to leave for a bit. Are we at the part where Natsuhi's on her bad bitch arc? Oh, I think that's always, right? You gotta sleep? Okay. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit had been able to strut around the mansion freely. Does the crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kyrie's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. You been girl bossing? Yeah, she has. Girl family headed. By spinning the chessboard around once more, that chessboard is also spinning. That chessboard is spinning like an Iggy's wrecking ball. The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible, as long as the 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could go get Grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then they could possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices. If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, well, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Are they all... Oh my days. He's burned. They don't have Cannon as dead yet. I guess they're trying to save him after he was stabbed. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually Grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of other bodies the same way. For example, the first six all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. That's what I was saying. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes. Due to the culprit, did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to the 19th person. No, this witch. Maria, you mustn't stare so fixatedly anymore. Come on, Battler. Come on, Battler-kun too. I'm worried about Cannon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary. Let us return. Ooh. Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixatedly at probably wasn't Grandfather's body, but the demon ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the story of the item that the enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. The sort of item. I tapped her on the head. Hey, Maria. What's Beatrice after? Is it all of our lives? Beatrice will revive very soon. At that time, no one shall be left alive. Oh, wait, hold on. Gouge the head and kill. That could have been these two. Gouge the chest and kill. Canon. Gouge the stomach and kill. Nobody got it in the stomach yet. Canon did fall to his knees and leg. On the 9th twilight the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Someone's gonna get it in the stomach. How can you laugh at something like that? You're laughing. A man died and you're laughing. Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Why aren't you scared? Beatrice made a promise. She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations. Everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else. I'm looking forward to it. That time will come very soon now. I actually want to see what she looks like with new Sprite. Oh wow, that's pretty good. I was gonna say the like possessed Beatrice new Sprite. Whoa. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria, 6 years later, and the Maria I know, don't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. It's a shame that this version doesn't have the PS3 sprites. They look a lot better than the ones here. Yeah, I like paying respect to the original ones. I think I could get the PS3 sprites into here if I really wanted to. But yeah, I like these. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us not to believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits? Maria, let me ask this one more time. Well, I mean, the modern sprites that are shown in this version, the OG sprites are peak. Oh, you meant, yeah, so like the PS3, they should have just, instead of having these like AI generated ones, they should have had like PS3 sprites. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Maria, let me ask this one more time. You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll just ask one more. Yesterday, you were given a letter in the rose garden. Who gave it to you? Oh my god. Beatrice! Battler still doesn't believe. Ooh. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person? Or did one of the other 18 just get her to say it? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in the other room. Aunt Nazi should still have it with her. If I recall correctly, the lore is that those kind of shitty new sprites are from a pachinko machine? Huh. Naruhodo. In the end, Cannon did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, of course, there was very little that could be done in an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Cannon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Cannon away, it was already too late. My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, he's dead. Stabbed in the chest, notably. which may give us... We may be to here. Yeah, I think someone's about to get it in the stomach, if this is to be followed.
Yeah.
No, that's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Cannon, up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Cannon until the moment of his death. George tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone. If only I hadn't let Cannon-san go alone. Oh. Don't let that bother you. If you've been with him... Hold on, sorry. If you had been with him, you would have probably been attacked as well. He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake. How can you say it like that? Cannon spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them. Kumasawa had gone with him. The culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words I'd never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head. Jessica, you shouldn't talk to her now. It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Battler? We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are going to split open. There were tears in George's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'm done. I've done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was. It's okay, Jessica. You'll all be able to meet... Oh, you'll all be able to meet Cannon again soon. Stop it. I don't need you trying to console me like that. Beatrice will resurrect the dead, and even love that has been lost. So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon. Then everyone will be able to live in peace. The one who killed Cannon... Is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday? Where is she? Where's she hiding? I'll find her and tear her apart. Tell me. You know who the culprit really is, don't you? What do you know and what are you hiding? Tell me, damn it! Milady, stop. Beatrice exists. Exists. Damn it. Let go of me, Genji. Maria knows who the culprit is, and she's hiding their identity even though she knows. She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us. Jessica, be silent. Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. Aunt Natsuhi... The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded through the hall. Maria, I know there's no way you're the culprit. You've been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any culprit. So I want you to tell me something. This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she? Although those words seem kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did. Haneki, I already asked her the same thing a second ago. Her answer was the same as before. I want to hear it from her mouth. Who is Beatrice? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it anyways. What do you mean? Could it be that the culprit's someone that we know well? And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason? Who gave you that letter? I got it from Beatrice. I'll say it no matter how many times you ask. I got the letter from Beatrice. George, do you refuse to believe in her because she's not an opponent you can hit? You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up. So you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it. So it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe. But I'll keep on saying it, because it's true. Beatrice exists. The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened. I'll go there. Beatrice promised. In that world, Mama is nice. Papa is with us and is also nice. I want to go there right away. Everyone is afraid of her. But that's only natural. So calm yourselves. Beatrice said so herself. By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said. Ouch. Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I'll bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist, but keep that to yourself for now. Don't try to force that on other people. Whoa. I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now, but there really is something wrong with her. Don't you think so, Battler? Genji? Kumasawa? How about you, Mom? Maria knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it. Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything directly, but she's definitely working with the criminal. That's right. She's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Maria, you must realize that there are times where indiscreet discussion is best avoided. If you keep adding oil to the fire, eventually I will get very angry. Aunt Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsuhi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. I felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Canon, Grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of them have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. At any rate, this is no time to quarrel. Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, we must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow. I agree with Aunt Natsuhi. We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight. For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in. At this point, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves, and so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief. We also haven't had dinner. I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward. That's right. There's a high probability that the enemy's got the equivalent of a master key. Were Shannon, Cannon, and Goda, were they holding master keys? Yes. They were supposed to have them on their person during work. We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole a key from them, right? Yeah, someone got Goda at the beginning. In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servants' room at some point to unlock the garden shed shutter. It's conceivable that they obtained a master key from that earlier on. There are many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between the servants. And we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past. Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys from the pockets of one of the murdered servants, is there any safe place that even those keys could not open? Because of the nature of our job, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms. All of them in the mansion and in the guest house. So in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless. Fine. Who cares about locking up? If they're gonna come, bring it on. I'll beat you at your own damn game. The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to the others, and even Grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people. They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room. That's right, just like Aniki says. And maybe Aunt Natsuhi's rifle can serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking. I hope so, but... Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while. Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it. If I may, I do know of just one place that cannot be entered, even with the servant key rings. Where is that? That would be the master's study. I'm against this. I don't even want to think about going into that creepy-ass room. How many keys can gain access to that room? There are 2. I always have one on my person. The other was held by the master himself, but just now, I found it on the corpse in the boiling room. Genji took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi. Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master's key for the police. But because of the master's order to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being. I see. Which means that Kinzo's study is the only place where we can be safe. It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night, but it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anywhere else right now. Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him. We can't be certain that it is truly safe. According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around that receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all. You're too optimistic, Aniki. However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in that study. And that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible. Right. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be a work of fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used the technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes. Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in? Yeah. There's a bed, a sofa, and blankets. So while it's not luxurious, it will be more than suitable for spending the night. There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. Whoa, incredible. But isn't that weird? You're saying he built another house inside his house? That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather, who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams. That's right. After some point in time, father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion. We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time, we're the ones who are gonna do that. Ha! Jessica spat the words out. Jessica, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere. Of course. I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own. In the end, we can't do anything but wait. It doesn't matter where we wait, does it? I'm not going to run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor? Watch TV or something while we wait for this Beatrice to appear. Oh, raid. Good evening, raiders. Hi, hi. JB, thank you for the raid. Little cafe raid. Hi, hi. Hope you're well. Let me give you a shouty before talking a little bit. Oh, hey, it's a VN. Yeah.
He can't see shit, over.
I got that Fana in my system. Oh no, now that's gonna be stuck in my head. Yeah, thank you for raiding in. Welcome,
that means
folks.
we shouldn't go into it, right?
Oh, this is Devilman When They Cry Baby. Yeah. So yeah, we're playing Umineko. This is the first of, I think, 8 games. We're approaching the end. And so I guess number 1, spoilers for Umineko. If you have not read it and want to read it, you will get spoils. Secondly, if you want to watch all of it, it will be on my YouTube. So I do this on YouTube simultaneously and it gets recorded onto there. So if you want to watch from the beginning and you want to watch me read it, you can watch it on YouTube. When did they throw the Neko into the Umi? Episode 3. Yeah, we multi-stream. No reason not to, right? But thank you for the raid. So yeah, welcome, folks. If you want to hang out and listen to me yap, you're welcome to do so. If not, take care of yourselves. Have a good night. Also, I gave the shout out. Folks, follow JB as well. Cool person. Funny guy. Yeah, so we'll continue. I've been yapping for 8 hours, so like I'm trying to get to the end of this, and I think we're probably another hour and a half out, so I'll see how much longer I've got in me, but I do want to try to get to the end of the first episode. It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear. There's no need for us to be the ones who expose the culprit. Well said. Excuse me. We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. I think we should move to Father's study. True, we have no proof that it's safe since Father was taken out of there. However, I can't deny the possibility that, as Battler-kun reasoned, Grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure, but just as Aunt Ava said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd that theory was. So, does that mean that the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Aunt Ava claimed? It's an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuki was the culprit. Is it such that? If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet, and all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the last parlor and hoping nothing could go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? Ah, it's useless. It's all useless. This don't matter. None of this matters. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. If I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe in anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in her, I start wanting to find the culprit among the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever, in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. Oh. How far back in the past was it that Kairi taught me about the chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. It used to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kairi was Dad's coworker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Didn't Kairi-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that, while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all-powerful, and it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Chessboard thinking is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago. It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Battler. Ha, yeah, I really want to try it. If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read into any opponent's moves, wouldn't it? But you can't believe in it blindly. Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject. Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory. In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you need to study your opponent. Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect. It has many weak points despite its convenience. Oh, weak points. Yeah. Chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory. Chessboard thinking is also two-dimensional. Sometimes you gotta think outside that box. When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math. Do you know what the weak point of math is? Noise. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2, that process will always result in 1 + 1 = 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between the time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point back in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusions whether you're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that discussion about the same layout would have changed as well. Error calculations in applied physics, Keck, applied applied practical maths.
人の世の事象は
That's right. Events in the world of humans are normally full of noise. Aren't human emotions that way?
全く同じことが
Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion.
それを数学の理論で当てはめ
The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions, we must be aware that our theory has built-in weakness and
手
limits.
取り早く言うと
Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge.
チェスに非常に
Honestly, I can see why people get better at fighting games after playing this game. Like, actually not joking with a lot of what they talk about. I feel like people don't think about this in fighting games, and it takes Umineko characters telling them about it to make it happen. Harry definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired and makes moves that can hardly be called the best? Oh my god, they're talking about Undernight players. Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that can only the enemy knows about and can use. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? It really is a game where a waifu explains game theory. Yeah, Undernight player, when somebody makes a suboptimal decision, hands on head, eyes bugging. Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis for chessboard thinking, which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. I actually really like this aspect when you think about it from like a game with variance and variant skill level, like poker. Where in poker, you can always make the mathematically highest expected value decision. You can always make the mathematically appropriate expected value decision. But if your opponent is like bad at the game, actively not thinking the same way you are, your expected value equation drastically changes. And like you have to actually read how your opponent views the game. You have to garner how your opponent, or I guess glean is a good word for that. You have to glean how your opponent views the game to actually play optimally against them. And a lot of games are like that. Mind games this, bluff that, bluff. Bro, if I have a high pair, I'm going all in. Me playing Balatro. Me flipping over my hack joker and pair of fours. So far, I've used chessboard theory to get several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case, or so I thought. However, I don't know anything about the culprit, and I'm just playing around in a labyrinth of thought. If Kyrie were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. So my thought here is, if we don't know our culprit, the culprit might know about, like, a network of trapdoors and secret passageways around this mansion. And, like, that totally changes the equation. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into Grandfather's study. But at the end, Aunt Natsuki persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that she had taken the trouble to make for us. Feels bad. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsuki's rifle, and this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then, Kumasawa made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There, we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison and take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up in the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuki, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. We once dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuki had warned us of beforehand. There was a mixture of chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads. I see. This kind of stench would probably give you a headache if you were shut in with it for the whole night. I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going to the study. It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter. While Genji unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest. Incredible door. It looks old and strict, like it'd stop any jokes cold. A perfect door for a grandfather's study. The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strong here. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door. Oh, what does that mean? Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest. Oh. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. That design. That's right. Isn't that just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice. That's why he never left his study. Isn't that comforting? Are you saying we could escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room? Our little witch here sure is reliable. Then how did Beatrice get grandfather out? Just as Battler reasoned, Beatrice can't go inside. However, she has both magic and familiars. Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord. Ah, I've read about that in manga. I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses, so they couldn't get close. But their familiars were just fine, so they made those attack. These scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the fifth magic circle of Mars on them. The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. Although, it sounds like you've lost yours, right? Scorpion keychain charms? Yeah, the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard it would repel magic if you put it on the doorknob. And at that time, I thought maybe it's better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. Aunt Natsuhi put that on her doorknob? Yes. Last night, after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. Then, Aunt Natsuhi, you really are fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday. I think Beatrice might have been really annoyed. Beatrice? Annoyed? Couldn't even lay one finger. Natsuhi thought back to that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the inside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. On the outside of her door, excuse me. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsuhi's own room, but the magic repelled charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door? So she was annoyed? So she scratched at it? I'm sorry, I did all those in like a really annoying questioning upswing at the end of every sentence I shouldn't have. Quit it. Don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The culprit does. And they're human, just like us. If you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? Damn it. How could you do that to Canon? Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Okay, so Maria was able to enter. Maria's not, like, outright possessed, perhaps. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might have been buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that his room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see, this is the auto lock that activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. The fourth door had been the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. This study really does have enough to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live in his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed. Kinzo, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all. Nanjo. I was Kinzo's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe 2 Kinzos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness. I never understood anything about him, especially when it came to Beatrice. It would seem that his personality changed. In the direction of Kumasawa's upward gaze, the portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small and made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we'd brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who she could be. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself, or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human. That was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. That's right. Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter, right? Yeah. I haven't opened it. Let's give it a try. Annatsu took out the western envelope. Genji pulled the paper knife out of the drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to him. Annatsu also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over to the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. What does it say? There's one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us. Natsuhi, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time. Praise my name. What the hell? That's annoying. It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Oil up? Is that a hockey thing? Time to oil up. Did they win? Oh my god, they destroyed them today. Or in the last game. 8-1? They 8-1 in the game yesterday, yeah. Did they oil all over them? Yeah, they did. And there's another game coming on Tuesday, and it'll be in Florida. Destruction. Yeah, they Ultra Street Fighter 4 round start Hakan oil Kara 360. It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor, damn it. I bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up. It wasn't a magic circle, but my expectations haven't been betrayed. What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence. That seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here. Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and wax that the master uses. Oh. I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working here. Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji and Kumasawa, who nodded together. Guess that means you should know more about her than anyone except grandfather. Could you tell us? For a long time, I've purposely avoided this topic. But now that it's come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know. Genji didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice has long since been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies, so there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. There was only one reason for Genji to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we'd believe him anyways. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji to keep his silence. Was she father's concubine? His concubine? That's a term I have not heard in a long time. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wives. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe. When grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch. Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard the construction of the mansion was completed in Shawa 27, 1952. That's a Hakan reference again? That meant that this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago. Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, oh, that's a good thought, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge, and a child of these two that wants to get that fortune? That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm surprised I haven't considered that yet. I see. This is starting to sound just like your Western Mansion mystery. It's a filthy topic, but it's the easiest line of reasoning to accept. What do you think, Genji? The master surely had feelings of deep love for her. There can be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife. Who is this person? And what's she doing now? I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. She's already dead. Yep. The master was deeply stricken by grief at her loss, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. The master loved her from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji said, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Oh, that's sad. That is sad. In like a tragic kind of sadness. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had really tried to understand him. The only thing grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant it had changed into something we could understand completely. creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago. The master only told me about Beatrice once, when he was very drunk. Although I had forgotten the details, it was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous. When Kinzo succeeded the headship of the Yushiromiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by a few surviving family elders. So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Yushiromiya family. That's right. Kinzo was installed as the head who would revive the family, and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where he first met her. Guess that's rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her. That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic, and grandfather spent every day shut in there, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice. I had it all wrong, Genji. What do you mean by that? Influence... I've always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by his creepy black magic hobby. But that's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside the mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in a most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice had revived as a witch, and she's in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, and had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. Oh. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. Right now, I can understand very well. If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Aniki. Another strain of tears dripped from his eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Beatrice has said it. Very soon, she will be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time. Did she say that? The Beatrice that gave you the letter? You don't believe, do you? If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that she's about to be revived. In that case, I believe. If grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, then I'll believe too. Adler. When you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it, and it becomes the truth. Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings, but right here, now, I'd like to call that magic. It isn't just being polite. It really is magic. She's a witch. It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half his life here. So with this, I think the killer might be a, like... Well, yeah, no, that could check out. Like a bastard child through Beatrice. Kinzo and Beatrice's, like, bastard child that wants their share of his fortune and is trying to kill the Ushiramiyas to get there. It did leave Mother in an awkward position. I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for Grandma.
それで
So, have there been any rumors about a child between
子
them?
供がいた
The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers. No,
そのような
I have not heard of anything like that.
仮にいたとしたら
If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection.
それがなく
Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume that there was no such child.
そういえば
Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard.
知ってるだろ
You know it, right? The story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuian House? Oh, yeah.
よしなさい。
Enough of that. There's nothing more than slander which would desecrate father.
教えてくれよ
Tell us, Aunt Natsuhi.
隠し事はな
I
しだ
think even you'd agree that there's no time to hide things from each other. Orphanage, that's right. It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage which had the orphans employed as servants of the head family to give them some on-the-job experience.
それを
The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using these orphans for some filthy hobby.
一時期それは
For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic.
実際
And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself.
半分
その福音の家出身
Are these servants who came from the Fukuian house are...
何人かい
There were several of them, but Shannon and Cannon were two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices?
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのは
After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young,
若い子
about the same age as Shannon or Cannon.
私だって
I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre
い
hobby.
ないって信じてたぜ
Ah, boba. Hey, Omni, how's it going?
ジェシカ
Jessica, mind your words. When Aunt Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. I have other abobas now too. I have Ababo, I think it is. Or like this one. Got some sweet ones. Oh shit. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices, sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is struggling at me. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I have arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't massive as the one in the entrance hall. And that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating at this smaller size. Below it, just like at the entrance hall, was the epitaph.
生贄
Sacrifices here. What the hell, Battler?
気持ち悪いこと
You're creeping me out.
生贄を
6 sacrifices. Yeah, how have they not connected it? How have they not connected it to the epitaph yet? Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around. At the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
最初に死んだのは6
6 people died in the beginning.
シャッターに書かれた
And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
うーん私は最
I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right, Maria said that right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she did say it. The culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. Oh, so that was the thing that was blurred out at the TV, and they're just giving it as a big reveal right now.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ
This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instruction for a resurrection ceremony using black magic.
確か
After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does.
ざっと読むと
Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5.
13人は
13 people who must die.
普段はこの
How many
島に
people are
は
normally on this island?
使用人の
It changes depending on the shifts of the servants, but there's father, me, Jessica, my husband,
使用人
2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony. What does that mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices, and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of year the ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny, or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe in the portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you would have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle. Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. The magic that grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices and a lottery. So, to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Ridiculous. Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony? Or some bizarre magic? Oh yeah, he did say, I hope I don't get selected, right? Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed, mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. It's impossible. But Natsuhi, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Could this be talking about Eva and Hideyoshi? Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. After that culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there. That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight was just like Aunt Natsuhi had read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George's parents were killed with those demons' ice picks gouged in their head. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. Kinzo. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead, no, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight? Are we done with episode 1 yet? No. Almost. I think there's about another hour. Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight. Then Kanon-kun was, on the fifth twilight, gouged the chest and kill. We thought Kanon's case was unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest. Whoa! 5 tier 1s! Casual compete, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Congratulations to Kobe, Bipolar Pop, Kaisuki, Suki no Sagi, Suki, and Doobie. Congrats on your sub. Welcome to the tournament staff. Courtesy of Casual Compete. Have a Red Bull on me. I appreciate that. You really didn't have to do that. But yeah, thank you for the gifties. No, I expected this to take about 8-9 hours, so we're a little over that, but I also kind of yapped a little bit. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach, knees, and legs? Yes, you could read it that way. Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th twilight. Take a look. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're gonna be killed? I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't that mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what? It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at the journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the 2nd and 3rd of 4 treasures. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived. Even if he died partway through this ceremony. That's insane. When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? This is what it means? Something like, you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife, where they'll be restored? If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing sewer slide? No. A massive forced group sewer slide? Genji. Is such a thing possible? I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself. Okay, so should we take that for a yes? What do you say, Kumasawa-san? I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off. What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. I feel the same as Genji. Kinzo was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt sort of inhuman power from him at times. I don't know what Kinzo was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if Father did write this, someone is carrying it out. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked Grandfather in canon. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes, just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold Grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, Grandfather was still alive. Yeah. We'll die of fun. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring. Wait a minute. Natsuhi knows where the treasure is hidden. Not all of it, but she knows where one piece of it is hidden. That means Grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with Grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying Grandfather knew of and approved the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from them, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, Grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. Oh, so like, one of them is symbolic and you can solve it as a riddle, and the other one is like, well, they're literally murders. Look, another letter. Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice was certainly sitting there. But so what? Ditsunel. Oh, jump scare right on the follow. Ditsunel, thank you for the follow, though. Welcome to the Challengers. Aunt Natsuhi laid out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table. Because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from? Just now. I looked and it was lying there. Ugh. I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during that few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Oh my god. I had a heart attack. Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Aunt Natsuhi was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion as Aunt Natsu had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this one on the table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battler, open that envelope and read what's inside. Okay. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as-yet unopened envelope. An unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. Natsu ready to make heads fly? I think she's going to shoot someone in the stomach. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When the time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Oh, it's like Armageddon chess. Wait, actual Armageddon chess reference? There will be no ties. If time runs out, black wins. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all. Madam, that's just horrible. Just before I moved toward the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. At that time, Jessica, George, and Battler were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is here. Ooh. We aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists. Silence! I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you, but without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Kanon-kun was killed. Yeah, that could be explained by Kumasawa if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. The truth is that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Kanon-kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she had gotten there. You're making a mistake, my lady. Why would I do something like that? I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them? Oh, Natsuhi's gonna go crazy. Hold on. Natsuhi's gonna go crazy with this gun. And she's gonna freaking... Oh, we got all the letters. Okay. Maybe the letter was hanged on the ceiling and fell down. Very possibly. Natsuhi's gonna go crazy. She's gonna go shoot one of the servants in the stomach, shoot one of the servants in the knee, shoot one of the servants in the leg, and be like, "We solved the riddle." Yeah. Now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimalistically small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only of the four of them could have set the letter there in that blind spot. Seems so. Wrong word and movement will be someone's gonna die. Someone's gonna die here. We can tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it. We can't tell which one. Natsuhi, please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years. You might even know about her. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction anyone who would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa-san was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of her, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. Well, that was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Aunt Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father? With you as the performer? If by suspecting me you recognize me as the master's greatest servant, then I count it as a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. You expect us to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria, too. Not content to suspect just the adults, Aunt Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria, too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine, even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん
Yeah, she's not scared to die.
今この場では
Maria, by this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. For the last time, let me ask the question that everyone's had since last night.
昨日
Yesterday, who was that Beatrice that handed you the letter? Ooh.
マリア
Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear.
に手紙を渡
Who
して
gave you that letter?
だからな
How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch.
姿を知
If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around. She's... See? She's right there. Beatrice is. Don't mess with us, Maria. Enough, Jessica. Maria, too. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
マリアには分かんない
I don't understand.
あなたたちは誰が
Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect anyone of your own.
親しい人を
When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human that can attack you with violence and deny Beatrice.
だから見えない
That's why you can't see her.
ベアトリーチェは
Beatrice exists.
お前たちには
You all can't see her.
黙りなさい
Silence!
あなたが犯人だと決め
I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there's no longer any doubt that you enjoy making the situation unpleasant, and are providing assistance to the enemy. Shoot her?
マリアを
Then what will you do? Shoot me?
別にいい
I don't mind. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Whoa. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her with
で
us.
も夏日おばさん
Natsu, please calm
ちゃん
down.
を撃つ理由
There's no reason to shoot Maria.
冷静に
Please remain
手紙は
composed.
挑発するけ
The
ど
letter was meant to provoke us. It's nothing to be afraid of.
犯人だって
Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. Maria must have seen a lot of plans from a letter she got.
警察が怖いんだ
Maybe. Or maybe she's being communicated with.
この島は今
Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon.
が過ぎれば
Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. So you mustn't shoot.
なんで調子兄さんは
How can you stay so calm, George? One of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents?
僕だって犯人を見つ
Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them. But
それは単な
that
る
would be simple barbarism.
罪の
I will leave the judgment of the crimes to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger.
ジョージの兄貴に
I feel the same as George. On Natsuhi, get a hold of yourself for a second.
とにかく
Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot.
こういう時はよ
In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, stay cool 3 times.
はっきりさせておく
Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist.
ここは六軒
Not on Rokkenjima. Not in the mansion.
後宮家代表
I declare as Ushimiya Natsu, representative of the family, there is no witch here.
ベアトリーチェな
I
ど
won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as mother and as representative of the family. These words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George and I were standing on the side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached that portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from the room would finally guarantee our safety, Genji and Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is it really okay? If we throw out all of the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Anatsi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say these words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい
Calm yourself, Natsuhi. Still, I understand your feelings well. I may feel like there's something wrong with my head after all these strange, repeated incidents.
わしら
So I understand why you would want to suspect us.
もし本当に
If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand just this once.
てください
Very well. Let's leave this room. What do you say, Genji? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, then by all means. I don't want to. After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing the wolf is among us, right? I don't want to, madam. Please, forgive me. It was obvious that Kumasawa was trying to say what she was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into a dangerous territory along with the culprit. Among us? In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Cannon had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop her from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san. It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that she exists. So it'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV. So interesting, her obsession with TV. It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the other three people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. So that's going to be Maria is left alive and the other three are dead. Like, we're going to make it to morning or something. Well then, Natsuhi, that will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yeah, please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands. Certainly. It can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. Genji, Kumasawa, my sincerest apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Stretch? I will take a stretch in a second. Please forgive your cold aunt. I forgive you. Madam, the keys to this room. I will hand both over to you. Genji pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi. And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. Oh my god, hear that pop? Ah. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, these keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of these keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for the span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji's usual indifferent expression remained to his face. Genji, I had planned that, after Father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. To treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I have already received Master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it. Well then, shall we, everyone? Good night to you all. Good night. Good night, Battler. Maria, wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain. This repels magic, right? Wear it. Ooh. Didn't you say you dropped it? Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I had lost it. There's no way I'd lose this precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that. Well then, everyone, good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed, we heard the auto lock. We were unable to breathe. We then were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought that there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. This thing drawn, the thing drawn there was a magic circle written with red ink in blood. Just like how every magical circle up until now had been different, this was one I had never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. Just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who can understand the meaning of it, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does it mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded in here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Beatrice, so anyways, how fast do you think I could speedrun this? Once the typhoon is past, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject the naivety. It had made it very clear that, if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, the witch planned to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have us been used to kill 6 adults all at once. Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyways? I don't know anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Yeah, unless that's some kind of dispelling magical circle that some teleportation circle that she put in here. Even as she said that, Nazi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in that tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Big clock for this one. Oh, it's almost midnight. Give me one moment. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to run a short ad break. I will be back. Pretty sure we're close to the end. I looked at like little bits and pieces of like YouTube runs, not actual content of it, but like just kind of general happenings, and it looks like we're close to the end. I just like to keep track of kind of my pace. So we'll finish this up now, right after I take a bathroom break. So I'll be right back. Thanks for watching for so long. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones have been driven away. Even though we knew that there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we'd accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people, but had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsuki faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back on the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something else. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa near Aunt Natsuki with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out an inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard from Aniki, but apparently Jessica liked Canon. You're still streaming? I went to sleep and woke up, LOL. Yeah, I've been going after it. Trying to get to the end of this part. Excuse me. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know? It's that kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. Must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Canon was the only one who handed her that inhaler. Was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up in here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible. Aren't you tired, Battler? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsuki said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. Then, you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy. You mean that magic circle? Yeah. We've got plenty of time to kill, so thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice put on it. Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that and you end up getting possessed by something weird. Don't worry. I've been certified by Maria. She said I've got no spiritual talents at all. True, she did say that. Were we too cruel to Maria? Jessica, you mustn't think that now. But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved and there's a culprit besides her, then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, then we've just left her to die? A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and regretting it later. Also, something I've just realized is nobody has been to the guest house since the 6 people got murdered. A bunch of people could just be hanging out at the guest house. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit, and she might have been siding with them, talking it over and over to further confuse matters. I'm relieved that we chased them out. Pretty harsh on Natsuki. Could have just been nonsense out of a 9-year-old girl. Probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of the room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief. That is the case. Then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuki's words. To protect her own daughter, she had to resolutely chase out the suspicious ones. And if as a result she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, then so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. I think the reason Maria adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa. Rosa? What does she have to do with this? Didn't you realize it too, Battler? Maria's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip. Talking about Rosa's family has become a kind of taboo in our family. I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying, but I also believe Maria might have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria. I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria, which means that she didn't really like her. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. So she learned about the occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Did you know? To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach? When she showed us her notebook? Yeah, it was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday when we were down by the beach, doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There were absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches and beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic, would bring her happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claimed to be a witch of Rokunoshima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy, man, now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria? No, Genji and the rest too, was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with the worst of words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now. Then how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how would that letter place in a closed room with 8 people? That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But it's all useless. It's all useless. What is? Right. I might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird? That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? You're right, that is weird. If they were gonna do it, you'd think they'd put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. Of course, they should have known they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room. Yeah, exactly. If the culprit was one of those 4, setting the letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless. But putting aside whatever trick was used to set in there, if we assume that culprit was someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who was outside the room, then they had a lot to gain from that letter. Enough, Battler. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsuhi quickly guessed what I was getting at. No. Maybe she had thought of it long before I had and simply held her tongue. If the culprit's outside this room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we all shut ourselves up in here. Right. The same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out, and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob in the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice could not get through this door. But she could induce someone to leave of their own accord. Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely and sent out some new potential sacrifices. Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsuhi herself had realized that the culprit wasn't in our group back then. That letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable. Hey, Aunt Natsuhi, let me say something a little harsh, okay? At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm condemning that, but I was just thinking, what a great mother Jessica has. That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time, without losing your composure. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. So I think we all have to thank you. Thank you. So what are you two trying to say? Is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her, and yet a few things happened, we got a little confused, and I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone. There was no culprit among us. The culprit in this case is the witch, Beatrice, right? Okay? So let's stop suspecting each other. Aunt Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something? You are my precious daughter, Jessica. The one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was what her guilty conscience tormented her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. I found it. Oh, I found it. It's the magic circle. Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George peered at it as well. The magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord? Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So, this letter was a trap. How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how it got in here. The culprit was just after one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside the impregnable room and use it to throw the sacrificial sheep. Use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we had chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At the time, suddenly a piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. Whoa. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from the one we'd chased out. But then Aunt Natsuhi spoke. Why a phone call? The phones should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. What if it's Maria calling for help? The problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place. Then this call is probably... With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had now sounded like a scream for help, now sounded like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsuhi. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria and the rest. That's right. And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on. Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it can hurt you. If you don't pick it up, then I will. I'll take it. Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Nazi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who was the person on the other end of the phone. But for a while, Aunt Nazi kept saying, hello? A silent phone call? There was no way Marie and the others would do something so creepy, which means, could this phone call possibly really be... Nazi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Is someone... singing? What do you mean singing? I don't know. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from my stunned aunt's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first I didn't hear anything, but because I'd been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. The voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the call could have been Genji, Kumasawa, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it? Who is this? Hello? Answer me. Is that Maria singing? Answer me. What's happening? I don't know. All I can say is, this is probably a trap, and Maria is in trouble. Aunt Nazi took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right, if the phones were working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by her reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Nazi, stay here. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Nazi stopped us. Hold up. I can't let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, wait here. Wait, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm coming too. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's go. Aunt Nazi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins in it used to fit candles were short, it's almost like a spear. Four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place in the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from the room. Maria, where are you? Answer me. I listened closely but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before. Battler with spear normals? Spear normals are always broken. Maria said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. Yeah. With Aunt Nazi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of the magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up, and furthermore, had been dragged into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be too odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt that motion was out of fear, rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand couldn't have been a trump card that the culprit feared. Should have been a trump card, excuse me. You know, I've been thinking, it wouldn't be impossible to stick out one of those ice picks into someone's chest. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy. Someone mentioned that in chat earlier. You think the culprit has some kind of animal strength? They probably had some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through his skull. I heard cannons would have reached as far as his lungs. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? The first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once, and they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Jessica, and of course Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst stake of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and had been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over again? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath at the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob when George stopped her. I'll open it. Natsuhi, ready your weapons. Understood. Take care. They might attack as soon as we open it. George, watch yourself. Sure. Then I'll open it. Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Natsuhi took out the keys and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, which none of us had any clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps preparing to make a surprise attack, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. That had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. Ah, it's open. Thank you. George, move behind me. Natsuhi. Let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center. I agree. Ready? Here we go. I readied myself. If they're going to be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand. Go! Natsuhi and I rammed the door before flying into the parlor. Quickly splitting up left and right, we searched the parlor for something who might be waiting for us. What our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place, where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify them was with their clothes. This was because, that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces. Just like our smashed up parents in the shed, you could tell where their eyes stopped, and you couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji's stomach, Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee. That's right, of course it's his knee. The epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, the 7th was the knee. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. That's right. On the 6th twilight gouged the stomach, 7th knee, 8th leg, and now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She forced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to the scene. She kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at it, this bizarre scene. You could only stare shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she just kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger, but... So, now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe, and yet none of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it, after all, because... That's right, even if that's crazy. No, it couldn't be. Maria, stop singing. Are you listening? At some point, Nazi and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. The monkey jam? Yeah, the music, I'm loving the music of this every single time. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and forcibly, no violently, slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Whoa! Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked at my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Maria, what is this? Who did it? Beatrice. What you expect her to say? Cut the crap. I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into her heart, but Maria's expression didn't change at all. Quit it, Battler. Maria, this time, you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three. Was the culprit the same Beatrice that gave you the letter? Beatrice! Well, in that case, it's certain. There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Then Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these three people? What did they use? I don't know. How come you don't know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice? Calm down, Battler. Maria, talk to me. Okay. George, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly. Maria, why were you facing the wall and singing? Ugh. Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. Ugh. So, did she come here? Were Genji and the rest still alive then? Oh. Everyone came to the parlor together and sat down. Genji made sure to lock the door. If it's locked, it was locked when we got here. Then how did Beatrice get into the parlor? Oh, she's a witch. Locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came through the crack in the door. Stop joking at a time like this. Like hell that happened. What are you saying? You can't believe it? That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe it. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not. And then, after she appeared, what happened to everyone? She talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said, no way. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way. But Beatrice chose, and when she did, she said I'd be fine. Why do you think? It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one Battler used to pray for my safety, the one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, she couldn't do anything to me and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3. After that, she spoke. Oh, she's got a sick voice. Come, face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs, no matter what happens, no matter what you hear. You won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of fun songs for me. So I was singing the whole time, over and over. So I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything, and then all of you came. Ugh. Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now the 8th twilight is over, and she will revive. Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist. As if I'd let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice does not exist. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that. Battler, quit it. It's not like Maria killed them. Beatrice came, and Maria had to obey, was unable to resist. Huh? Natsuhi? She isn't here. Oh shit. Mom, where did she go? Just now, she left by herself reading a letter. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. That must have left a letter so that they could brag even more. We're so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why she had left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it. Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle of the door, but resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Oh no, it's locked. It was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall, and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down her last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall. Oh hell yeah, this is my favorite OST track? Oh yeah. I am Natsuhi Ushiromiya, representative of Ushiromiya family. Show yourself, Golden Witch, Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. Wait, this goes hard. The entrance hall, in the darkness, butterflies glittered and gold squirmed twinkles and sneered. Natsuhi gave one or more huge gulp, but pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the golden butterflies. So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe that something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem. Both I, who bear the title of representative to the family, and you who claim to succeed the headship of the family, are here right now. At this point, whether you're a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let's settle this. Which one of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Is she real? The gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied her rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Sena! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed it, crashing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. Natsuhi is really cool. They kept kicking the candle stand through that gap, and the door was finally released. Gunshot. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Jessica, you mustn't run off by yourself. Did Aunt Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit? Did she shoot herself? That noise had come from the entrance hall. At the entrance hall looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground and bathed in light, arrayed the beauty of that silence. Aunt Natsuhi laid face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to her. Oh, on Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle that she still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? She did. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. I might have to read some of these. Burn the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. You knew there was one possible result of the risky gamble. Yep. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. Kee-hee-hee-hee. Gouge the knee and kill. Gouge the stomach and kill. Gouge the leg and kill. Why? Mom! I don't get it. Why did Aunt Nazi run away alone? And why did she shoot through her own forehead? Maria, Aunt Nazi left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it. What did she read and why was she lured out here? Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she... Fuck it. Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Ah! Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Nazi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. Only Maria was completely indifferent. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land, right now. There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it is just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It is as though the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it. What's so fun about this? Why congratulate? There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until the night is over, no. Until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'll stay alive no matter what. Give it up, Battler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter. Because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock. The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. But needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it will be midnight. In other words, 2400. When you think about it, isn't 2400 a strange time? It can be called 2400. It can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and the same time, the hour 0 of the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran toward the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in the darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of her lay in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject? You gotta be kidding me, this is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist, I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist, because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell to the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around. Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they? I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Try moving one finger, and I'll blast you. They're both laughing. As the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both the tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and the tone confirming us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been revealed. Battler, George, Jessica, the journey has ended and the witch has revived. See? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. That laughter with music lives in my head rent-free forever. It's so good. 1 shall be all the gold from the golden land. 1 shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. 1 shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. And 1 shall put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. What? It's midnight. What? Oh, okay. I thought this was credits. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to their harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. X. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the golden land. They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves of the pier of the neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment, written upon it in cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Through the notebook fragment, people will finally learn the truth of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period started on October 4th, 1986. The incident was later called by many such as the Rokkenjima mass murders, the 18 killings of Rokkenjima. Through delineates from around the world know it as the Witch Legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claimed it was all the result of an immortal ceremony that had sealed off the island, and those 2 mysterious days were savagely embellished with many of the different interpretations of the story that began to spread far and wide. However, not one of those interpretations approached the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes this mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushima Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was discovered of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At that gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified belonging to the specific person. It was probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because this jaw had been separated from the body, the police judged her chances of survival would be hopelessly dim, even though none of her other body parts were found, or at least identified. And so let us conclude this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment that was left behind. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please find out the truth. That is my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. To this very day, the truth of the Witch Legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch result. Ushiromiya Kraus died on the first twilight, chosen by the Key of the Golden Land to be offered up as a sacrifice. Rudolph, same thing. Kyrie, Rosa, Shannon. Goda, same thing. Ava died on the second twilight, pierced through the forehead. Stake of Asmodeus, stake of Beelzebub, stake of Mammon, stake of Satan, stake of Lucifer, stake of Belphegor, stake of Leviathan. The witch Beatrice, revived on the ninth twilight, finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Natsuhi died on the ninth twilight. The rich pays her $1 million and granted the honor of a duel. George, after he acknowledged the existence of the witch invited him to the Golden Land. They all made it to the Golden Land. Battler, missing on the 10th twilight. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? The witch will praise the wise and should bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. There they chose to revive the souls of the dead and the love that had been lost. After all, no matter how large a mountain of gold they might have desired, it would have been out of their grasp. George chose his lost fiancée. Jessica chose the boy she liked and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. What the fuck does all this mean? Oh, hell nah. Y'all ass tweaking, Beatrice. Bella. It's not like the game is over yet? Oh. Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Okay, you have to do the tea party before you stop. Have to do the... Huh? You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokkenjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope you choose to attend. This episode is locked. These locks will be removed each time you finish an episode. Please read through the previous episode first. Have you already? Okay. So according to this, I haven't finished the first episode. There's still the question... well, of course. Yeah, no crap. I know there's like 8 games. Episode 1, Tea Party. Purgatorio. What the fuck? This shit's gonna go crazy. Hey everyone! Huh? He really is Italian. Congratulations on finishing Umineko. Man, I still don't have a clue what was going on when that story ended. Yeah, you and me both, brother. Just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed? I'm fairly certain this game is longer than the Bible. Definitely a bad ending. Ugh. That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it. That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently. I wonder about that. Shannon, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party? They did always call the blood makeup. Is this some meta shit? As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Biru biru. Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's the worst. That was my role, so, there was no way around it. Nei-san, it's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end. Yeah, it seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with that culprit, right? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? Though in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in. Still, I think Cannon's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious, so it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon. I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over. I don't want to believe it, but it does prove that culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice. That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do. Oh. Only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Ava in that closed room. A human couldn't do that. Not only the existence of a 19th person is clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. In that case, I think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch. Like I kept saying, Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one believed. Even if one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. That's right. Beatrice is generous to those who respect her.
マリア様は
It seems to me that Maria was never a target of her wrath up until the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after the other.
マリアは
Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning.
でもそれじゃ
But if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in her just as much, right?
それは多分
Beatrice probably had her reasons.
ベアトリ
気分の歌
If the song of the epitaph represented her resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed.
その一人
He must simply have been designated to be one of those.
なのです
シャノンちゃんは
Shannon, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty.
そ
Oh,
の
well, not like it hurt.
それにほら
Anyway,
今はこうして
now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry.
へっちゃらです
After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling.
こう言っちゃなんだけど
Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would fit into a standard mystery
ファ
genre.
ンタジーだと
I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy.
遺産をめぐる外界
After all, a Western mansion shut down from the outside world on an isolated island, with an inheritance problem on everyone's mind? Sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me.
ファンタジー
It's not fantasy. Beatrice exists. Yeah, we understand. Beatrice exists.
そうですね
That's right, she exists.
悔しい
I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice.
人目の魔女
Because it's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved.
人間には不可能なことを
Many things happen that would be impossible for humans.
劇中の僕らは
During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. But now, I can say it for sure. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a
魔
human.
法の力を使いこな
They'd
す
be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of her power magic could provide.
犯人は魔女だった
The culprit was a witch. That point's perfectly clear. Long live Beatrice.
みんな信
Everyone believed. I'm so glad.
神様も魔女
Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are afraid of them,
信じ
but I think they might be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them.
じゃあさ
This murder case game is finally over. Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Just like Beatrice said, right?
賛成きっとベアトリーチェも喜ぶ
What the fuck?
劇中では
Everyone ignored that letter during the story. Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it.
かわいそうです
It's interesting here because the characters are talking about like them making different choices during the run. When me as a player, I had zero choice. It's all just reading. So it's like the characters are players in a VN where you have like choices.
自分のメモがある
I've gotten the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it.
物語は多分
This story probably went wrong ever since that
そ
time.
うかもしれません
That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving it, like Beatrice said.
もう
Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, Behold the sweet fish river.
今日を貫く
Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Tea parties are very meta. Well, I mean, obviously, but like, they're clearly gonna do like a redo of the story. And what is the reasoning? What is like the explanation behind that? You know, like, I guess don't say it if it's a spoiler, but there's definitely something to that. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Hold on a second, you guys. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch is behind all this? Don't you realize something like that can't exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって
Because
明らかに
isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human?
そ
That's right.
どの事件
None of the
も
cases would have been
人間には
possible for a
そう
human.
ですだって人間
After
じゃ
all,
説明が
wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain?
バトラ様が
I don't understand what you're saying, Battler.
お前たちこそ
That's right, a kilogram of steel. No, but you don't understand, BM. Steel's heavier than feathers. That's right, a kilogram of steel. Because steel is heavier than feathers. They're both a kilogram. I'm one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? They're both a kilogram, Battler. That's cheating. Look how many feathers you got there. There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Then what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half of my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? It's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. That's cheating. Look at all those butterflies. Battler, but it was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical saw or a grinder. Then Battler, how do you explain grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room, even though the door was sealed? We talked about that in the story too. That during the story too. It wasn't impossible that grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and Aunt Nazi locked the window from the inside. I could think of a bunch of tricks you could do without relying on magic. That makes sense, but in that case, Battler, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by a lock and chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. How do you think a human could have killed my parents? Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key, and it was possible to look through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through the crack. Like maybe they stuck something through it. Well, even though a door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. Still, there's probably some closed room trick they could have used. If you brought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that would fit perfectly. Anyways, I can't think of it now, but I claim there's nothing humans can do if they try hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something, even though you can't explain how. Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? Battler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't. And you're okay with just saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? What argument by all unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch was the culprit? Battler, you're sidestepping the issue and you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human could not have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that is not a human. And that something is a witch. And yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible, even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages. Like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said that the earth couldn't be spinning, even though they couldn't explain why. That argument kind of pisses me off. This is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept that it's a witch? It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense. Nonsense? Have I really been saying something weird just now? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out. Battler, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the locations of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed. We talked about that in the story as well, right? Kumasawa, for example. She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered it when you and caught you by before. She might have entered it with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks. After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could have easily stayed away from that place and used that time to create an alibi. You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be? That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room. But we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we? That's correct. Battler, what kind of trap could I have been killed with? Well, I don't know. But anyway, it must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying. Or what about this? Canon, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? You were play acting. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed room themselves, and they were only pretending to be dead. Battler, has your head been feeling okay? Should I bring some cold drinks? Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick. Looks like it's a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead. A classic trick? In other words, when Kanon was killed, we know for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa wasn't lying. But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined the group of real victims, so that we'd lose track of them, and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. Right, nobody went to the guest house during the story after, like, everyone was dead. So are you trying to say that Aunt Ava or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm them dead as a doctor? That's right, he did check all the victims. Battler, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too? Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Nanjo might have been one of the culprits to fake the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it? But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right? About that. That's right. Dr. Nanjo faked his own death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly. Oh, raid. Late night raid. Raiden, thank you for the raid. Hi, welcome raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are finishing up the first episode of Umineko right now. Hope you're having a good night and hope you had a good stream. Hey, Ryder, been a bit. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been? Good to see ya. Playing some Warframe, I see.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do, and I'm probably going to regret it. But it's a problem for future me.
So yeah, spoilers for Umineko. We're in a really meta part of it, it seems like, so you don't want to get spoiled. You can watch older VODs of me playing, or you can hop off. Do what you got to do. I appreciate the raid, and I appreciate everyone stopping by. Phelan Wonderland? I feel like I've heard of that game, but I don't know what it's about. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if they still had a pulse. With that theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. I think that would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. That's right. Mom was holding onto that key. So was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec. Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside. So they could have opened it from the inside. That's right. After we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Or maybe Nanjo made a mistake when examining their corpses? Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you disguised it well enough or prepared the substitute body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave that method or trick used for later. And you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible. I don't know what you've been trying so stubbornly to say one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives? That's not it. I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed. And even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from that point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation, at the very end after everything else has been disproven. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought of someone close to you as a murderer, but is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Kanon? And Kanon, don't you want to avenge Shannon? Shannon, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you. Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. Imagine you say, I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. What I really want to know, Battler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists. So why don't you believe? Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't just exist. There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Battler, and they didn't reach his stubborn heart. You realize that you're acting like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right? Battler, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist. Battler, why don't you believe, even though there's so much proof? I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. What's up, Nick? How you doing? All this about witches and magic is just abduction of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right? Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, Battler. If even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed. Now I see. I finally figured it out. So in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth? So is that what it's all about? I'm sorry. I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is all useless. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless. That's always bolded when he says it's all useless. Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And that's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier really dug her grave. You said that even if one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe. So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. Huh. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. Logically destroyed witches? He had never heard that voice before. When he looking at George and Jessica and Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. Oh, she's here. Does she only exist in the tea parties? I wonder. Oh shit, it's her. Missing. Even though she was given precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all of the magic disappeared. She was then chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demon chewed him to the bone and he went to hell. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seemed to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she waited 1,000 years to get her hand on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even the fool will be able to see you before too long. Missing. Hee 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 hee. Huh. This song hits. How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for some time. Huh? Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? Amusing. This is Beatrice, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. It's an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice. And before she only exists in these tea party meta segments. Please forgive Battler-kun's ranting. This guy's just stubborn and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with backbone such as yourself every once in a while. It is quite an honor to be present when she shows herself, Battler. How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, that a 19th person is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting, and it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Marie and the others called a witch, Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of half-existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe, too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go through all this trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest. It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. I'm not saying anything I've played this game, but I chat as if I've never played it before. I would like you to continue doing that and make extra effort to do it, especially when I'm just like yapping about something and you're like, actually, it's this, because that gives away a lot more than you might think. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. I'm different from the rest of them, got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. This keeps getting more and more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. I'd love to try to make a man out of you, wow, it is late. I'd love to try to make a man like you kiss my toes. Haha. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. All of the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful. What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Then let me ask you. A short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Eva and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean that that's the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Whoa. The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was... That's right. That's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed. Nice trick. Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler. Yeah, spoilers are cringe. I only talk about what the game has already revealed. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. How would they reach Eva over the bed when you can't see that far through this crack? How would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut? There's a crack. There should be some way. If you can't think of one, allow me. How would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick. Battler, you're being rude to her. How nice, how nice. What a charming man. That will make it even more fun to force him into submission. You really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch. I'll definitely expose this trick and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. Stone cold. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power. Because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, that golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Come, arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus, come, forgive the sins. Release the spirits of the sinners. The pics of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door, like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. At the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. Oh my. Ay ay ay. That's the thing going into their skulls. Yeah, Beatrice a little freaky. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and then falling axe neatly into the slices through the wood. It was the sound of the two picks burying themselves into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down the middle. Want to see? They definitely heard two sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it, since he was on the other side of the door. But those two had died again. And the second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. You moron. That's insane. You think you can just kill them like that? I can kill them. I can kill them just like this. Are the people who died are the people who died? Oh, hey, she's here. Are the people who died representative of the deadly sins? Of the 7 deadly sins? The Golden Witch was lived for 1,000 years. She has suppressed the limits of humans, and like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons by humans. Offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. Greed. Wrath. Right, we got greed, wrath, maybe pride. Envy. Nobody's really gluttonous. What about Kairi? She didn't do anything? Oh, she was chosen by the Demon's Roulette. That's all there is to it. Because the 7 are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, maybe? Sloth doesn't really check out either. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep in Cannon's chest. Cannon. Damn it. Battler was the only one getting agitated. Well, we could actually see who was killed by what, and what those demons, like, represented. Who got stakes? Actually, that's a good thought. Who got stakes? Him, her, him, these two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those 7 got stakes. If we look up what those demons represent, what sins those demons represent, they would all be tied to those. Because it said at the end game who got killed by which stake. Cannon was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Oh, he's wrath. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. At Beatrice. Please forgive him. I think Cannon has repented enough. Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me. Don't screw with me. You think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act? Like hell, you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000 years old, and you're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All of the crimes can be explained with human tricks. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans? Good God. Good. That's why I like you. Foolish Battler. Cut it out, Battler-kun. You can't go against the witch. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like the redness was causing her pain. Her fingers were pressing in on her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body. Shannon? What's going on? What's all that red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering half of her face. Then the stupid dunce Battler finally realized. Please, Battler. Please believe in her. I beg you. Because you won't believe? The magic is dissolving. Whoa. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The demons don't have any one thing associated with them. They're demons from the Ars Gotia, a sort of index of King Solomon's 72 demons. Oh no, Shannon got Tabasco sauce. Hell no, Shannon got Tabasco sauce all over her face. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her least horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. Don't humiliate the dead. Don't humiliate the dead. Oh yeah, Fanimation, I appreciate input like that, but that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about where, like, just by virtue of, like, what you include or exclude in your commentary says a lot about me just randomly spitballing theories around. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you decide to comment on and then what you decide to, like, not comment on really says a lot in kind of that empty space, in that negative space that's taken up by just the act of commenting on something like that. That kind of stuff is, like, it's almost more impactful, even though it's not a direct spoiler, in that it skews my thinking. And I know that's, like, a complicated thing to understand, and you are not the first person that I've requested this to, but yeah, like, just stuff like that is a bit hard for me to digest. This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of this strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. And she's going down. Stop, stop, stop. What did Aniki do? What did they do? Stop it. Battler, don't let the witch break your spirit. Deny her. Erase her. As long as at least one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist. Are you okay, Jessica? Aniki. George was no longer recognizable as a human. Right, apologies. I thought it would be okay because it's something that you can look up. Wasn't trying to spoil. Oh yeah, no, you're fine. No harm done. I just like to get on top of it early. He looked like a pile of leftover meat after the good delicious meat has been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that is even resembling a human was the shape of a lower jaw and rib cage. And that was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Quick, Battler, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve. So this is like magic that's keeping them alive? I revive all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, my magic will hold no true power. But I'm sure a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right? We didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality and gave in to the witch, but Battler, you won't. You won't give in to the witch. Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart. Battler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over, so there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just fine. She's gone. Yeah. GG's. I won't forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive you. I won't forgive you. You'll regret making me, Ushirimiya Battler, your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how baffling things get, it can all be explained by humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Well said. Battler, was it? That's the thing that averted me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with human tricks and learn how lowly humans are. Let's see what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That's what will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. So tell me, you who call yourself Battler, what about Maria's letter? How the 6 were killed, the shutter, the receipt seal, the closed room with the chain, Cannon, Genji and the others, Natsuhi's sewer slide, the riddle of the epitaph, the location of the hidden gold. Yes, Battler, show me the power of humans. Oh, hell yeah. This shit's peak. Like, building a meta narrative into the narrative is insanely good and always peak. So my question becomes, that I don't want answered, that I'll find out once I start episode 2. What the fuck is episode 2? Right? Like, where do you go from here? There's 8 of these episodes? So, Battler is at war with Beatrice, it seems like, for lack of a better word. Battler's at war with Beatrice. And he's on a mission to disprove her or whatever. And as such, is he going to relive the events of episode 1 with some of the perspective from what happened? Is it a new series of events? Is it a battle in this purgatory that continues onward? I'm so curious to find out. I can't wait. Welcome to Rokenshima, When They Cry 3. Oh my god, that scares the shit out of me every time. Addition of new elements, question mark has been added. You can find this new feature on the title screen. Okay. I would like this question answered. How long is question mark? You can go to bed? Okay. I'll do question mark tomorrow. Is there even an episode 2, bro? Is this all just a bunch of, like, new feature you unlocked, and there's gonna be, like, 15 menu items by the end of this shit, and there's not even an episode 2? It's all just bait, and you're just going through this fucking... Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human? Okay. Stanley Parable looking ass? Yeah, like, for real. I can't do this tonight. 2 reasons. 1, I'm beat. You gotta unlock the Friday Night Funkin' minigame before episode 2. I'm super down for that. Alright, so let's do this. Alright. 2 reasons I can't keep going. 1, it's 3 a.m. I'm beat. 2, YouTube recording only lets you do 12 hours, and I am approaching 11 hours. So if this thing is longer than like an hour, even if I could make it, it wouldn't hit all the recording. So we will do this one tomorrow or Monday. I will be around tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to stream Umineko, but we'll go to question mark tomorrow. Oh, my days. I have a really bad stomach ache. All right. Wow, we got a lot of people still hanging out. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I had a blast reading through this. Oh, that's my voice. I was not expecting you to actually make it to the end in one sitting. I kneel. Yeah, dude. I do what I say. I do what I say I'm going to do. I literally had people in the YouTube chat talking earlier, and they're like, I went to bed and woke up and you're still streaming. So, like, kind of sick. I am going... Oh, dude. Mango. You already know where I'm raiding. All right. Enjoy the peak that I'm about to raid to. Be good to one another, make good choices. I'll be back later. More Umineko. I love this. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I had a blast. I love doing this kind of stuff. This is really why I love streaming. And I hope that you all can enjoy some HNK as we raid out to the arcade in Japan that runs a monthly for this. Thanks for playing. Love y'all. Good night.